Chapter 3972. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the eight-winged demonic lion was almost angered to death. No matter what, the eight-winged demonic lion was almost invincible under the sovereign lord realm in the dark ancient forest. Against some great emperors who had just entered the sovereign lord realm, it could even have the power to fight, but now it was despised by a young human cultivator. This made the eight-winged demonic lion furious. Good. I want to see what qualifications you have to say such words. Perhaps soon, I will see someone being slapped in the face, the eight-winged demonic lion said coldly. Lin Feng patted his clothes and then said, "You think too much. If I lose to a small character like you, then I might as well buy a piece of tofu and kill myself." The eight-winged demonic lion was so angry that it planned to teach Lin Feng a lesson. "Kid, eat my fist." The eight-winged demonic lion shouted coldly and then punched towards Lin Feng. Behind the eight-winged demonic lion, a huge existence appeared. That existence was 1,000 meters tall and was a golden lion. The golden lion bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its roar shook the sky and seemed to be able to shatter the void. The fist technique that the eight-winged demonic lion used was called the Golden Saint Lion Fist. With a punch, it evolved into a golden Saint Lion phantom to support itself. Its battle strength soared. Humph! Facing the eight-winged demonic lion's tyrannical attack, Lin Feng snorted and then stepped forward. A powerful aura was emitted from Lin Feng's body. That aura! This made everyone turn pale with fright. The eight-winged demonic lion, who was enveloped by this aura, suddenly felt as if its body did not belong to itself. It tried hard to struggle. However, it was difficult to break free. "It seems that I don't need to make a move. You have already lost," Lin Feng said indifferently. The eight-winged demonic lion opened its mouth and wanted to refute. But it really did not know how to refute Lin Feng. Because the battle strength that Lin Feng displayed was indeed too strong. "Let me ask you, are you convinced?" Lin Feng looked at the eight-winged demonic lion indifferently. The eight-winged demonic lion's expression was uncertain. In the end, it nodded and said, "I'm convinced. I'm willing to submit. What about you guys?" Lin Feng looked at the others. After sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Lin Feng's body, the cultivators had completely submitted to Lin Feng. If he didn't know what to do, who knew what Lin Feng would do? "We're willing to submit," the group of Saint Emperors said. "Good. Now, make the oath," Lin Feng said indifferently. "We swear on our souls that we are willing to be loyal to Lin Gongzi. If we dare to betray him, we will die a horrible death." The group of Saint Emperors swore. After they finished their oath, Lin Feng immediately felt a profound connection with the Saint Emperors. "As long as you're loyal to me, I won't treat you well. I won't mistreat you," said Lin Feng. "Thank you, young master." The group of Saint Emperors immediately thanked Lin Feng. Lin Feng then said, "Get ready. I've decided to deal with the Great Dream Emperor." Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. The Great Dream Emperor was an existence that they couldn't afford to offend. Emperor Joyen said, "Young master, the Great Dream Emperor can make us enter a dream instantly and then kill us in the dream. He's not someone we can afford to offend." "That's right, young master. If we go against the Great Dream Emperor, we might end up dying at his hand," the eight-winged demonic lion said. Lin Feng said, "The Great Dream Emperor's methods are indeed strange. Do you have any way to deal with him?" "The Great Dream Emperor's most powerful ability is to make people enter a dream instantly and then kill them in the dream. As long as we can't sleep, we won't be afraid of the Great Dream Emperor. Speaking of which, although the Great Dream Emperor's cultivation is quite high, if she doesn't use the dream-entering technique, we won't be afraid of her," Emperor Joyen said. "How can we not enter a dream?" Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. "Oh right, there's a pill called the daytime pill. After swallowing it, you can stay awake for 3 days. No matter what happens, you won't fall asleep. Even if the Great Dream Emperor doesn't fall asleep, we can't let the cultivators who consumed the daytime pill fall asleep. This is the best time to suppress the Great Dream Emperor Lord," a sage emperor cultivator said. This Saint Emperor was transformed from a silver fox. Others called him the Silver Fox Demon Saint. The Silver Fox Overlord's combat strength wasn't particularly strong. In fact, he was far weaker than cultivators of the same level. However, no one dared to underestimate him. That was because the Silver Fox Overlord was an expert in array techniques and alchemy. Many beast cultivators maintained a good relationship with the Silver Fox Overlord. This was because when they needed pills, they would ask the Silver Fox Overlord to refine them. After hearing the Silver Fox Overlord's words, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at the Silver Fox Overlord and said, "Do you know the method to refine the daytime pill? If you can refine the daytime pill, I'll reward you handsomely. Young master, give me a few days. I'll go to the clan to check the medicine encyclopedia. I saw the method to refine this pill in an ancient book many years ago. As I thought it was a useless pill formula, I didn't pay much attention to it. I'll go look for it now," the Silver Fox Overlord said immediately. Now that he had just acknowledged a new master, he naturally knew that the first impression in front of Lin Feng was extremely important. Now, if he could help Lin Feng suppress the Great Dream Emperor, he would definitely be rewarded. One could imagine that in the future, he would have an extremely important position under Lin Feng's command. "Go, I'll wait for you here. Come back quickly," Lin Feng said. "Yes, I'll go now," the Silver Fox Overlord said. Then, he quickly left the Nine-Eyed Emperor Palace and headed towards the Silver Fox clan's headquarters. Lin Feng waited for 5 days before the Silver Fox Overlord returned. "How was it?" Lin Feng looked at the Silver Fox Overlord. "Young master, the heavens reward those who persevere. I finally found the formula in the mountain of books. This is the formula to refine the daytime pill," the Silver Fox Overlord said as he handed a piece of paper to Lin Feng. It was filled with spiritual herbs, steps to refine the pill, and things to take note of. Lin Feng glanced at it and nodded. "All right, I'll refine the daytime pill now. Hurry up and refine it." "Young master, I still lack a lot of these spiritual herbs," said the Silver Fox Overlord. Lin Feng said, "Don't worry. I'll get Emperor Joyen to collect them." He handed the formula to Emperor Joyen and said, "Emperor Joyen, do your best to collect all the spiritual herbs on this list as quickly as possible." Chapter 3973. Emperor Joyen's efficiency was still very high. It only took half a day to collect all the spiritual herbs needed to refine the daytime pill. After Emperor Joyen collected all the spiritual herbs, Emperor Joyen handed them to the Silver Fox Overlord. The Silver Fox Overlord began to refine the pill. After 10 days, the Silver Fox Overlord finished refining the pill. "Good. Silver Fox Overlord. You've refined the daytime pill. This is a great merit. This is the source of an Emperor-level expert. Take it and refine it. I hope you can use this source to break through to the Emperor-level expert's realm," said Lin Feng. Then, he waved his hand. Swoosh. Divine light flashed and suddenly, a ball of energy source flew out. This ball of energy source was the source of an Emperor-level expert's energy source. The Emperor-level source of energy was no longer of any use to Lin Feng. However, it was the greatest attraction to these sage emperors. If they could refine the Emperor-level source of energy, they might be able to take a step further and break through to the Emperor-level expert's realm. Once they broke through to the Emperor-level expert's realm, it would be a major transformation. This was because above the Emperor-level experts were immortals. Immortals were high and mighty and eternal. Only after breaking through to the Emperor-level expert's realm would they have the qualifications to pursue the immortal realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have the qualifications to pursue the immortal realm. "Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. This subordinate will definitely be loyal to young master." The Silver Fox Overlord hurriedly kept the source of the Emperor-level expert's energy source and thanked Lin Feng profusely. "You deserve it. You've worked hard these days. Go and rest," Lin Feng said. "Yes, this subordinate will take his leave," the Silver Fox Overlord said and then left. "Inform all the cultivators above the Sage Emperor realm, rest for 2 days, then set off," Lin Feng said. "Yes." After receiving the order, Emperor Joyen quickly went to issue Lin Feng's mission. In the next 2 days, The sage emperors all knew that the silver fox demon sage had obtained an emperor master level energy source from Lin Feng. Those sage emperors were so envious that their eyes turned red. However, at this stage, they could only be envious and jealous. If they wanted to get such a reward from Lin Feng, they would need to make a great contribution. Right now, all these saint emperors only wanted to be loyal to Lin Feng. He hoped to be rewarded by Lin Feng. Therefore, the morale of these cultivators soared and they were all waiting to make a contribution. This was also what Lin Feng wanted to see. After resting for 2 days, Lin Feng led Emperor Juyan and the sage emperors to the territory of the Great Dream Emperor. This time, Lin Feng didn't bring any cultivators below the sage emperor realm. He only brought 55 sage emperors, Emperor Juyan, and the three-headed viper. As for the Bai sisters, they stayed in the nine-eyed emperor palace. 5 days later, they arrived at a mountain forest 100 li away from the Great Dream Emperor palace. Lin Feng distributed the pills to everyone and they swallowed them. "Let's make our move tonight," Lin Feng said. Everyone nodded. As the saying goes, it's a dark and windy night to kill. Naturally, the best time to act was at night. Soon, night fell. Lin Feng's group was like a group of ghosts. They were as fast as lightning and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the Great Dream Emperor Palace. The Great Dream Emperor Palace was the place where the Great Dream Emperor cultivated. Apart from the Great Dream Emperor Palace, there were dozens of large and small palaces around it. They were the residences of the Great Dream Emperor Palace's subordinates. The Great Dream Emperor Palace was extremely cautious. Therefore, he had recruited many experts. The security at night was also very strict. Not only were there huge universal mirrors scanning the sky, but there were also many guards patrolling the area. Lin Feng's group was too strong. It was naturally easy for them to kill the patrolling guards silently. Lin Feng first used the power of destiny to block the universal mirror's detection. Then, he split up with the group and killed all the patrolling guards. Then, they gathered at the Great Dream Emperor Palace. Lin Feng used the Space Dao and swept everyone into the Great Dream Emperor Palace. Swoosh! Swoosh! After Lin Feng's group entered the Great Dream Emperor Palace, the Great Dream Emperor Palace's Emperor Palace, who was cultivating cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. The Great Dream Emperor Palace's senses were really strong. Lin Feng's Space Dao was so strong, but he still couldn't hide from the Great Dream Emperor Palace. "Oh, it's you." The Great Dream Emperor Palace's Emperor Palace looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. Then, he looked at Emperor Juyan and said, "I didn't expect the two of you to work together. My master is wise and mighty. I only regret meeting him so late." Emperor Juyan said, "Your master? When did you become this kid's slave?" The Great Dream Emperor Palace's Emperor Palace was surprised. The Great Dream Emperor Palace's Emperor Palace continued, "You don't have to answer me. I'm just asking casually. I'm not interested in knowing. Are you here to die?" Lin Feng sneered. Great Dream Emperor Palace's Emperor Palace's Emperor Palace, "I'm lacking a personal maid. You're pretty good looking and have a good cultivation base. You're barely qualified to be my personal maid." The Great Dream Emperor Palace's Emperor Palace sneered. "Anyone who dares to say such words to me is already a dead man. Even if there are more of you, you're nothing but ants in front of me." The Great Dream Emperor Palace's Emperor Palace's Emperor Palace was really confident in herself. Lin Feng sneered. "Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? Soon, you'll know whether I'm talking big or not." The Great Dream Emperor Palace's Emperor Palace sneered. Then, the Great Dream Emperor Palace's Emperor Palace waved her hand and muttered, "How many years has the Great Dream been? What year is it today?" As soon as the Great Dream Emperor Lord's voice faded, an extremely demonic energy escaped and poured into the bodies of Lin Feng and the others. Clearly, that demonic energy was the energy that could make Lin Feng and the others fall into a dreamland. In fact, Lin Feng was extremely worried that the daytime pill would be useless. This was because he had never seen the daytime pill before and knew its effects. Lin Feng heard it from the silver fox demon sage. But soon, a smile appeared on his face. This was because the monarch lord wanted them to sleep, but he failed. Lin Feng and the others didn't feel sleepy at all. Clearly, It was the effect of the daytime pill. Lin Feng's face immediately lit up with joy. How is this possible? Seeing that Lin Feng and the others were still awake, the Great Dream Emperor Lord's face suddenly changed. Chapter 3974. Ha 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 ha. Great Dream Emperor Lord, it seems that your divine ability has no effect on us. You won't be able to escape today. Lin Feng burst out laughing. Great Dream Emperor Lord's divine ability was ineffective. In that case, the threat she posed to Lin Feng was greatly reduced. Even if I can't put you to sleep against you, it's still a piece of cake. Great Dream Emperor Lord's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. She looked at Lin Feng and the others as if she was looking at dead people. With a wave of her hand, countless formation runes in the entire palace suddenly came to life. The formation runes vibrated violently. This palace was not simple. With so many formation runes combined, it could cause great lethality. Great Dream Emperor Lord's methods were very powerful. Perhaps she knew that she was slightly lacking in combat strength, so she built such a powerful palace. If there was an emergency, she could use the formation in the palace to launch an attack. As a result, her cultivation base and the power of the formation were enough to deal with all kinds of situations. TSK, your formation skills are really good. However, Great Dream Emperor Lord, I'm afraid you've miscalculated today. Against others, the formation is powerful enough to show enough lethality, but if you want to use it against me, it's completely impossible. Lin Feng suddenly sneered. As the successor of the Heavenly Master's lineage, Lin Feng was naturally very confident in his methods. Shameless boasting. Great Dream Emperor Lord sneered. The Great Dream Empress sneered. She was also extremely confident in her own means. Under her control, the powerful formation runes all rushed toward Lin Feng and the others. Many cultivators could not help but show a horrified expression. Great Dream Emperor Lord's attack. It was really too powerful. Everyone was shocked. Their minds were shocked. However, Lin Feng was still very calm. When it came to competing with formations, Lin Feng had never been afraid of anyone. Lin Feng began to use the Heaven Seizing technique. When the Heaven Seizing technique was activated, the formation runes that were rushing toward Lin Feng and the others suddenly stopped in midair. Great Dream Emperor Lord tried her best to control the formation runes to attack Lin Feng and the others, but no matter how hard she tried, the formation runes, they did not move an inch. Shock. Shock. Disbelief. You can really control my formation. Great Dream Emperor Lord said. Great Dream Emperor Lord looked at Lin Feng with an ugly expression. She wanted to know how Lin Feng did it. Of course. Lin Feng smiled icily. He released all sorts of deployment marks towards the Great Dream Emperor. Attack. Then, Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. Lin Feng took out more than 10 powerful magic treasures and attacked the Great Dream Emperor Lord. Seeing Lin Feng take action, Emperor Jiuyan, the three-headed viper, and the 55 sage emperors also took action and attacked the Great Dream Emperor Lord. All kinds of powerful magic treasures and mystiques gathered together, forming a long river of attacks that drowned the Great Dream Emperor Lord. Great Dream Emperor Lord's face was extremely ugly. Great Dream Emperor Lord took out a powerful magic treasure. It was a mysterious pagoda. The pagoda shone down rays of divine light that protected the Great Dream Emperor Lord. When all kinds of earth-shattering attacks came crashing down, they were all blocked by the divine light that came down from the pagoda. This surprised Lin Feng. The Great Dream Emperor Lord's magic treasure was really powerful. It seemed that it would not be easy to deal with the Great Dream Emperor Lord. However, Lin Feng was already mentally prepared for this. He naturally knew that it was unrealistic to take down the Great Dream Emperor Lord in a short time. Lin Feng set up a great formation and sealed the entire hall. The Great Dream Emperor Lord was now a turtle in a jar. Huff 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 huff. The three-headed viper began to spit out poison to deal with the Great Dream Emperor Lord. The three-headed viper's poison was extremely powerful. The poison's penetrative power was extremely terrifying. The defensive light shield outside the Great Dream Emperor Lord was completely enveloped by the poisonous mist. The poisonous mist from the three-headed viper began to corrode the defensive light shield. The defensive power of the light shield protecting the Great Dream Emperor Lord was getting weaker and weaker. In addition, the Great Dream Emperor Lord had to withstand the attacks of Lin Feng and the others. The defensive light shield was gradually losing its support. If Lin Feng was alone, the Great Dream Imperial Emperor's cultivation level was extremely high. Even though she wasn't particularly good at fighting in the real world, she was convinced that she could easily crush Lin Feng. However, that was not the case. Lin Feng was not alone. Lin Feng had 2 great emperors and 55 saint emperors by his side. The Great Dream Emperor Lord could not fight against so many. How could one person fight against so many people like Lin Feng? Therefore, the Great Dream Emperor Lord's situation was getting worse. The Great Dream Emperor Lord knew that once the defensive light shield was broken, she would be in grave danger. The Great Dream Emperor Lord looked at Lin Feng and said in a deep voice, "I can apologize to you for what happened before. Why do we have to hurt each other? Why don't we both take a step back? Take a step back. You want to take a step back now? Sorry, this young master has no such intention. This young master has taken a liking to you. I must take you as my personal maid," Lin Feng said indifferently. Emperor Jueyan chuckled and said, "The Great Dream Emperor Lord is afraid of everyone. Only a talent like the young master can conquer the Great Dream Emperor Lord. Shameless." The Great Dream Emperor Lord naturally understood the double meaning in Emperor Jueyan's words and cursed. Emperor Jueyan said with a smile, "Great Dream Emperor Lord, you have the young master's favor. This is the good fortune you have cultivated for 3 lifetimes. How can you be so ignorant? You don't know your own good fortune." The Great Dream Emperor Lord's expression was extremely ugly. She could no longer be bothered to scold Emperor Jueyan. Bang bang bang. Lin Feng and the others increased the intensity of their attacks. In the end, the defensive light shield of the Great Dream Emperor Lord's defensive pagoda could not withstand the attacks from Lin Feng and the others. Crack crack. The cracks on the defensive light shield became more and more severe. Bang. In the end, following a violent explosion, the defensive light barrier directly exploded. The river of attacks from Lin Feng and the others exuded a power that could destroy heaven and earth as it blasted toward the Great Dream Emperor Lord. The Great Dream Emperor Lord used the divine ability Stellar Transposition in an attempt to neutralize the attacks from Lin Feng and the others. However, it failed in the end. The divine ability was instantly broken by Lin Feng and the others. Then, Chapter 3975. Suppress him. Lin Feng stepped forward and opened his hand. Instantly, dense runes interweaved in the void and pressed down on the Great Dream Empress. Lin Feng's great suppression art was extremely powerful. Once it was used, it could erupt with unimaginable power. Now that Lin Feng's cultivation had improved greatly, the great suppression art was even more powerful. The Great Dream Empress had just been sent flying. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for her to resist Lin Feng's great suppression art. The dense runes interweaved to form the word suppress. Then, it pressed down on the Great Dream Empress's body. Suddenly, the Great Dream Empress could not move. "You!" The Great Dream Empress's expression changed drastically. Now that she was suppressed by Lin Feng, her heart sank to the bottom. "He, Great Dream Empress. It seems like you are destined to be my personal maid." Lin Feng reached out and pinched the Great Dream Empress's tender cheeks. "Get your dirty hands off me," the Great Dream Empress screamed. Lin Feng said, "You have quite a temper. Now that you have become my prisoner, don't you think it's unbelievable? You must have never thought that you would end up like this, right?" The Great Dream Empress's expression was extremely ugly. She said in a deep voice, "Every place has its own rules. You killed Emperor Yinglong, and now you have subdued Emperor Jueyan. If you attack me now, what will the other emperors think? Have you thought about the consequences? The other emperors will definitely attack you. If you let me go now, we can work together. I can let you gradually devour the other emperors. TSK, you are really willing to do anything for yourself." Lin Feng smacked his lips and said, "Every man for himself." The Great Dream Empress said. One had to admit that this woman had the temperament of an ambitious person. Unfortunately, She was a woman and her combat strength in the real world was not particularly strong. Otherwise, this woman would definitely become an overlord of a region. Lin Feng pinched the snow-white chin of the Great Dream Emperor and said, "As for the rest of the Emperor Lords, I will naturally subdue them as well, but I won't let you off so easily." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng reached out and gently tapped the Great Dream Emperor Lord's forehead. All of a sudden, a powerful force of purification gushed into the mind of the Great Dream Emperor. The purifying power vibrated the void and emitted a power that could distort time and space. It was terrifying to the extreme. A powerful strength penetrated into the Great Emperor's brain. Lin Feng wanted to convert him. Actually, Lin Feng really wanted to subdue the Great Emperor because she could enter other people's dreams. She was terrifyingly strong. The Great Dream Emperor Lord was almost invincible in other people's dreams. In addition to entering other people's dreams, she could also make others quickly fall asleep. These methods. It was abnormally heaven-defying. If he could subdue the Great Dream Emperor Lord, then, the Great Dream Emperor Lord would definitely become Lin Feng's right-hand man. "Don't even think about converting me," the Great Dream Emperor Lord screamed in anger. Lin Feng discovered that there was a powerful magic treasure in the mind of the Great Dream Emperor Lord. That magic treasure was a pitch-black bowl. Of course, it might not be a bowl. Just by looking at the shape, it did look like a bowl. That magic treasure was very strange and could emit an extremely terrifying devouring power. That devouring power was enough to cause one's expression to change. The purifying power that gushed into the mind of the Great Dream Emperor Lord, it was actually devoured by the bowl-type magic treasure. What kind of treasure is this? Lin Feng was stupefied when he saw that treasure. It was too strange. No matter how much purifying power it produced. But in the end, it was still devoured by the bowl-type magic treasure of the Great Dream Emperor Lord. This magic treasure was somewhat similar to Lin Feng's heaven-devouring jar. "This is my natal magic treasure, the heaven-devouring bowl, which I forged with the heaven-devouring stone. I obtained the forging method of this magic treasure from a treasure left behind by the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor. With the heaven-devouring bowl protecting me, you can't convert me at all," the Great Dream Emperor Lord said. Lin Feng was very surprised. He didn't expect the Great Dream Emperor Lord to have obtained something from his ancestor, the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor. It was unbelievable. Lin Feng said, "Do you know who the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor is?" "Let me tell you, the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor is my ancestor." "The heaven-devouring Devil Emperor is your ancestor?" The Great Dream Emperor Lord was shocked. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Now it seems that we have some relationship. If you take the initiative to recognize me as your master, I can make you my concubine. How about it?" The Great Dream Emperor Lord's face darkened. She quickly rejected Lin Feng's proposal. "I'd rather die than recognize you as my master. Anyway, you can't convert me. Why don't we both take a step back?" The Great Dream Emperor Lord said. This woman was more scheming. Her soul was hiding in the heaven-devouring bowl, so she had nothing to fear. "Hee. You think too highly of yourself," Lin Feng sneered. Then, he summoned a supreme treasure to deal with the Great Dream Emperor Lord. This supreme treasure was the heaven-devouring jar passed down by his ancestor, the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor. The heaven-devouring bowl was naturally inferior to the heaven-devouring jar. The heaven-devouring bowl was a forging method casually written down by the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor. The heaven-devouring jar, on the other hand, was a natal magic treasure that the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor had painstakingly forged. The heaven-devouring jar flew into the Great Dream Emperor Lord's mind and released a terrifying pressure. That terrifying aura directly pressed down on the sky-devouring bowl. The heaven-devouring bowl trembled violently when it sensed the terrifying aura of the heaven-devouring jar. It was like a low-level beast encountering a high-level beast and being suppressed by the high-level beast to the point that it did not dare to resist. Now, the heaven-devouring bowl was in such a situation. It was suppressed to the point that it did not dare to resist. It kept trembling. It kept trembling. It kept trembling. The heaven-devouring bowl emitted a devouring power. It also disappeared into thin air. Lin Feng's power of conversion surged into the heaven-devouring bowl and found the great Dream Emperor Lord's soul. The power of conversion. It began to convert the great Dream Emperor Lord's soul. "No, I can't accept this," the great Dream Emperor Lord screamed in horror and began to resist Lin Feng's conversion. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not resist the erosion of the power of conversion. As time passed, the great Dream Emperor Lord's struggle became weaker and weaker. In the end, she stopped struggling. There was a serene look on her face. "Meng greets Master." The great Dream Emperor Lord bowed to Lin Feng. Chapter 3976. Of the 7 Emperor Lords of the Dark Ancient Forest, Emperor Juyen and Great Dream Emperor Lord had already been subdued by Lin Feng. Only the Black Turtle Ancestor, Emperor Yun Ziyi, Emperor Shui Wang, Emperor Divine Monkey, and Emperor Da Peng were left. These 6 Emperor Lords were extremely powerful and each had their own domain of expertise. Some controlled the power of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, some controlled destruction, some controlled the Blood Sea, some controlled the Space and Speed Dao, and some controlled the Transformation Dao. All of these Daos had their own wonders. If Lin Feng could subdue these Emperor Lords, it would be a huge help. Lin Feng's goal was simple. He wanted to build a huge force and establish a foothold in the Great Sage World. If possible, it would be best to destroy the Sacred War Alliance. If it wasn't for the Sacred War Alliance, the 9 states wouldn't have suffered such heavy casualties. Many of his old friends and fellow sect members wouldn't have died so tragically. Therefore, Lin Feng hated the Sacred War Alliance. If there was a chance to destroy the Sacred War Alliance, Lin Feng wouldn't miss it. Of course, Lin Feng needed to continue accumulating his strength. If he wanted to deal with the Black Turtle Ancestor, Emperor Yun Ziyi, Emperor Shui Wang, Emperor Divine Monkey, and Emperor Da Peng, he needed a strategy. These 5 Emperor Lords. Lin Feng planned to deal with the Black Turtle Ancestor last because the Black Turtle Ancestor was too powerful. It was not an easy task to defeat the old Master Black Tortoise. Emperor Da Peng controlled the Space and Speed Dao, so it wouldn't be easy to deal with him either. Therefore, he should be dealt with later. And he had to think of a foolproof plan. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng decided to go and fight against Emperor Yun Ziyi first, because Emperor Yun Ziyi was closer to Great Dream's territory. News of the Great Dream Emperor's matter hadn't spread yet, so now was the best time to act. If he waited until news of the Great Dream Emperor's matter spread before dealing with the other Emperor Lords, the other Emperor Lords might join forces. If those Emperor Lords joined forces, it would be troublesome. It would be a huge threat to Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng brought the Great Dream Emperor, the 3-headed Viper, Emperor Juyen, and 80 Emperor Lords to Emperor Yun Ziyi's territory. Among the 80 emperors, 25 of them were subordinates of the Great Dream Emperor. But now, those people had already become Lin Feng's subordinates, and all of them had pledged their loyalty to him. He was extremely loyal to Lin Feng. That night, Lin Feng and the others went to Emperor Yun Ziyi's core area. This was a huge lake called Yun Ziyi Lake. Monarch Yun Ziyi Imperial Palace was built in the depths of the lake. The lake was surrounded by patrolling beast cultivators. The Great Dream Empress began to chant an incantation. Lord Emperor Emperors Emperor SS Emperor S very soon. The patrolling beast cultivators couldn't hold on any longer. Some of them fell into the forest, while others sank into the lake and fell asleep. There should be many powerful beast cultivators in Yun Ziyi Lake. Can you make them fall asleep as well? Lin Feng asked. Of course, no problem. Dream Emperor nodded. Then, Dream Emperor continued to chant the incantation. This time, the incantation was much more complicated than before. After all, the creatures in the depths of Yun Ziyi Lake were further away from everyone. It was naturally more difficult to deal with them. The methods of the Great Dream Emperor Lord could be described as miraculous. After the Great Dream Emperor Lord finished his incantation, the creatures inside the cloud pool lake all fell asleep. This method was indeed powerful. But this was the innate talent of the Great Dream Emperor. Others couldn't be envious. It seemed that subduing the Great Dream Emperor was indeed an extremely crucial step. Young Master, we can now enter the depths of the Yun Ziyi Lake, But I didn't do anything to Monarch Yun Ze, it's too far away. Monarch Yun Ze's cultivation is too strong, I'm afraid he won't be able to sleep at such a distance. When we reach the Yun Ze Imperial Palace, I'll deal with Monarch Yun Ze, Dream Emperor said. All right. Lin Feng nodded and directly used the Tao of Space, using the Great Space Shift. Lin Feng directly swept up all the cultivators. Swoosh. With a flash of light, Lin Feng and the others disappeared without a trace. The next time they appeared, they were already outside Yun Ze Palace. Great Dream Monarch Lord began to cast a secret technique, hoping to put Monarch Yun Ze into a deep sleep, but he failed. Emperor Yun Ze was transformed from a divine beast and had the bloodline of a divine beast protecting him. He directly sensed Dream Emperor's hypnosis. The hypnosis failed. He knows we're here. Dream Emperor looked at Lin Feng and said, "Attack!" shouted Lin Feng. With a wave of his hand, the door of Yun Ze Palace collapsed. Then, Lin Feng and the others rushed into Yun Ze Palace. Dream Emperor, what is the meaning of this? Emperor Yun Ze looked at Dream Emperor with a gloomy expression. He didn't have any grudges with Dream Emperor. You're colluding. Soon, Dream Emperor saw Lin Feng and Emperor Jiuyan. Naturally, he recognized Lin Feng and Emperor Jiuyan. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Emperor Yun Ze, now, the Nine-Eyed Emperor Lord and Great Dream Emperor Lord have already submitted to me. I'll give you a chance. Take the initiative to submit to me, or be converted by me." Emperor Yun Ze's expression was gloomy, and he waved his hand. Numerous jade talismans appeared, and Monarch Yun Ze took them out. Rumble. The jade talismans exploded. Lin Feng and the others quickly moved back to avoid the explosion of the talisman. Monarch Yun Ze, on the other hand, quickly rushed outside in an attempt to escape. "Emperor Yun Ze, you won't be able to escape." The group chased after him. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile coldly. Lin Feng waved his hand, and countless runes were activated. The runes emitted a power that could distort time and space. These runes were originally Emperor Yun Ze's defensive formation, but now that Lin Feng was controlling them, Lin Feng had activated them and trapped Emperor Yun Ze. "Attack!" shouted Lin Feng. The group attacked Emperor Yun Ze together. Emperor Yun Ze used all his treasures and skills, but he only managed to block a few dozen attacks before he was defeated by Lin Feng and the others. Submit to me and you'll obtain eternal life. Chapter 3977. Ah, you want to convert me? I won't let you succeed. Emperor Yun Ze roared and struggled, but he couldn't resist Lin Feng's conversion. Lin Feng's control of the Great Tao was too strong, especially the Great Purification technique. Lin Feng had cultivated it to the point of perfection. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to resist such a powerful divine ability. Now, it's no longer a matter of whether you let me succeed or not. Instead, it's a matter of you being unable to resist my purification. Lin Feng looked at Emperor Yun Ze indifferently. The power of great purification made it difficult for Emperor Yun Ze to resist Lin Feng's conversion. In the end, the great power of purification invaded Monarch Yun Ze's soul, and he no longer struggled. His eyes were filled with reverence. "Yun Ze, greetings, Master." Emperor Yun Ze bowed to Lin Feng. "Ha ha ha ha. Great, Emperor Yun Ze. You'll definitely soar in the future if you follow me." Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Next, Lin Feng integrated the power under Emperor Yun Ze's control. Emperor Yun Ze had a total of 23 sage emperors under him. These sage emperors were the ones Lin Feng valued. Lin Feng quickly asked Emperor Yun Ze to gather these people, and they all swore loyalty to Lin Feng. Lin Feng then led them to the Bloodwing Emperor's territory. 2 days later, they arrived at the Bloodwing Emperor's territory. At this moment, it was still daytime. However, the Great Dream Emperor's methods were extraordinary. He could hypnotize people regardless of day or night. The cultivators under the Bloodwing Emperor's command all fell asleep. The Bloodwing Emperor's methods were extremely shocking. It was too difficult to make the Bloodwing Emperor fall into a slumber. It wasn't difficult for the Great Dream Emperor to enter the Bloodwing Emperor's dreamscape, but Lin Feng didn't want to wait any longer. They surrounded the Bloodwing Emperor Lord's Bloodwing Emperor Hall. The Bloodwing Emperor was naturally alarmed. When he saw so many people coming together, his expression became extremely gloomy. Great Dream Empress, you've come here and hypnotized my subordinates. What exactly do you want? The Bloodwing Emperor Lord asked in a deep voice. Great Dream Monarch Lord said, Bloodwing Monarch, my young master intends to recruit you. Coming here this time. I'm here to recruit you. Your young master? When did you become someone else's slave? The Bloodwing Emperor Lord's expression changed slightly. The Great Dream Emperor Lord was a terrifying existence. Now that he had been subdued by someone, this was no small matter. Furthermore, the most hair-raising thing was the presence of Emperor Joyen, Emperor Yunzi, Lin Feng, and the three-headed viper. These were all terrifying existences. Could they all be subordinates of that mysterious young master? Lin Feng coughed dryly and said, Ahem, the person that the Great Dream Emperor is talking about is me. What? It's you. The Bloodwing Emperor Lord's face was instantly filled with shock. He had not expected Lin Feng to be the Great Dream Emperor Lord's master. Wasn't this too unbelievable? Even though Lin Feng had killed Imperial leader Ying long before, Lin Feng had killed him. In the Bloodwing Emperor Lord's opinion, the difference in strength between Emperor Ying Long and the Great Dream Emperor Lord was like heaven and earth. How had Lin Feng subdued the Great Dream Emperor Lord? The Bloodwing Emperor Lord could not figure it out. Moreover, the Bloodwing Emperor Lord realized that Emperor Joyen, Emperor Yunzi, and the three-headed viper were very respectful to Lin Feng. Could it be? Emperor Joyen, Emperor Yunzi, and the three-headed viper had all been subdued by Lin Feng? It was a young cultivator of the human race. Subduing 4 Emperor Lords? This kind of thing was really like seeing a ghost. Lin Feng looked at the Bloodwing Emperor Lord and said, Bloodwing Emperor Lord, make an oath now. Swear allegiance to me. In the future, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. If you don't know what's good for you, then I can only edify you. The Bloodwing Emperor Lord naturally knew the meaning of the word edify. He naturally did not want to be edified by Lin Feng. If he was edified by Lin Feng, when the time came, he would completely become Lin Feng's slave and lose himself. The Bloodwing Emperor Lord's expression was uncertain. Lin Feng did not make a move immediately. He planned to give the Bloodwing Emperor Lord some time to think. All right. I, Bloodwing, am willing to recognize you as my master. The Bloodwing Emperor Lord gritted his teeth and finally decided to submit to Lin Feng. The situation in front of him, to him, there was no other choice. Lin Feng had successfully subdued the Bloodwing Emperor Lord. After a short rest, the group headed to the Divine Monkey Emperor's territory. Lin Feng had subdued the Divine Monkey Great Imperial Emperor with similar methods. Then, they headed to the Great Rock Emperor's territory. The Great Rock Emperor's subordinates were all hypnotized by the Great Dream Emperor and fell into a deep sleep. The Great Rock Emperor resisted the hypnosis. Lin Feng and the rest surrounded the Great Rock Emperor. Great Rock Emperor, submit to me. I guarantee that you will recreate the supreme glory of your Great Rock ancestors in the future. Lin Feng looked at the Great Rock Emperor and said. The Great Rock Emperor said, I'm used to being free. I don't intend to serve anyone. Great Rock Emperor, my master is trying to persuade you. He promises great benefits. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Emperor Joyen said coldly. The Great Rock Emperor said indifferently, you want to be a slave, but I don't want to be a slave. Don't force your thoughts on me. Great Rock Emperor, since you're so stubborn, I can only edify you. Lin Feng said indifferently. He waved his hand. Emperor Joyen. Great Dream Emperor. Emperor Yunzi. Divine Monkey Emperor. Bloodwing Emperor. Three-headed Viper. The 6 Emperor-level experts all rushed towards Emperor Joyen. You guys are indeed powerful, but if I want to leave, you can't keep me here. The Great Rock Emperor sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, the space around the Great Rock Emperor began to distort. Layers of space appeared and overlapped with each other. The Great Dream Emperor and the other 6 Emperor-level experts were all blocked outside by the overlapping space. They couldn't get close to the Great Rock Emperor at all. This was the Tao of space that the Great Rock Emperor controlled. The Great Rock Emperor's voice came out, "Kid, I will tell the Black Turtle Ancestor about your matter. The Black Turtle Ancestor has a powerful network. When the time comes, the Black Turtle Ancestor will deal with you." Tell the Black Turtle Ancestor? I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. He took a step forward and instantly passed through the overlapping space, arriving in front of the Great Rock Emperor. Next, Lin Feng punched towards the Great Rock Emperor. The Great Rock Emperor didn't expect Lin Feng to be able to pass through the overlapping space and arrive beside him. He hastily attacked and exchanged a punch with Lin Feng. Next. Chapter 3978. Not good. Emperor Dopeng's expression turned ugly. He had just been sent flying when he was struck by a thunderous attack. The 6 emperors had been waiting for a long time. When Emperor Dopeng was sent flying by Lin Feng, their attacks were already ready. Emperor Dopeng quickly executed a powerful mystique to block the attacks. However, the Great Rock Emperor was still sent flying. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't block the attacks of so many people. Emperor Dopeng and the others suppressed Emperor Dopeng. Lin Feng walked out of the overlapping void and looked at Emperor Dopeng with a smile. "Emperor Dopeng, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Don't blame me. I'm willing to submit to you, sir. Please give me another chance." Emperor Dopeng begged for mercy. He didn't want to be converted, but Lin Feng didn't intend to give him another chance. "There's only one chance, and you have already missed it." Lin Feng looked at Emperor Dopeng indifferently. Then, he tapped on Emperor Dopeng's forehead. A powerful conversion force surged into Emperor Dopeng's mind. Emperor Dopeng struggled for a while, but he was converted by Lin Feng in the end. "Greetings, sir." Emperor Dopeng bowed to Lin Feng. "You may rise." Lin Feng waved his hand. Lin Feng now had 7 Emperor-level experts under his command. As for Sage Emperor-level experts, there were more than 150 of them. In the ancient gloomy forest, only Ancestor Xian Gui hadn't been subdued. Ancestor Xian Gui was the strongest existence. He used to be the absolute overlord of the ancient gloomy forest. If they wanted to deal with this old thing, they couldn't be so blind. Ancestor Xian Gui is a lecherous man. We can set up a formation first and use a honey trap to lure him out of Turtle Deity Island. We can deal with him outside, Emperor Zhouyan said. That's a good idea, but who should we send to lure Ancestor Xian Gui out? Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Monarch Yunzi said, "Young master, I have a trusted subordinate here. She's a beautiful snake, and every move she makes can charm everyone. Why don't we send her?" "Oh, tell her to come see me," Lin Feng said. "Yes." Monarch Yunzi quickly passed down the order. Not long after, the snake woman arrived. This snake woman called herself Demon Snake Fairy. Her figure was graceful, and she was charming. She had a beautiful face that could charm all living things. With just a glance at this woman, one would be deeply attracted to her. This snake woman didn't even know why she had come here. After seeing so many Emperor-level experts, she couldn't help but feel nervous. "This servant greets young master." Demonic Snake Fairy hurriedly bowed to Lin Feng. In the eyes of the Demonic Snake Fairy, Lin Feng was filled with mystery. Other than mystery, there was also endless majesty. So many Emperor-level experts had been subdued by Lin Feng. It was unbelievable. Lin Feng said, "Demonic Snake Fairy, raise your head and let me take a good look at you." Hearing this, the Demonic Snake Fairy was overjoyed. She had thought that Lin Feng was interested in her because of her beauty. If she followed Lin Feng, then from then on, she would become a phoenix and soar into the sky. Thinking of this, the Demonic Snake Fairy was so excited that her delicate body trembled slightly. The Demonic Snake Fairy raised her head. Lin Feng carefully looked at the Demonic Snake Fairy. She was indeed a charming beauty. There would be no problem with her completing the mission. That old man Ancestor Xian Gui was old but not old at heart. Lin Feng said, I'll give you a mission now. Go to Turtle Deity Island and seduce ancestor Xian Gui. Then, lure him to the mountain range 100 miles northwest of Turtle Deity Island. If you can complete this mission, there will be a great reward. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the demonic snake fairy felt a little disappointed. She had thought that Lin Feng had taken a fancy to her. Only now did she know that Lin Feng didn't take a fancy to her. He had only given her a mission. The demonic snake fairy naturally knew that Lin Feng wanted to subdue all the emperor lords in the ancient gloomy forest. Now, the 6 emperor lords had already been subdued by Lin Feng. Only ancestor Xian Gui had not been subdued by Lin Feng. If she subdued ancestor Xian Gui, then the ancient gloomy forest would completely become Lin Feng's territory. If she could really lure ancestor Xian Gui out this time, it would definitely be a great merit. Moreover, this Lin Gongzi had also said that there would be a great reward. Thinking of this, the demonic snake fairy's disappointed mood was swept away. She hurriedly said, yes, this servant will definitely complete young master's mission. Lin Feng said, when the time comes, someone will inform you when to lure ancestor Xian Gui out. Let's take action now. Demonic snake fairy, you go to Turtle Deity Island. The rest of you, follow me to the agreed mountain range to set up the array. Yes, young master. Everyone obeyed. Lin Feng and the rest arrived at the nameless mountain range. Then, Lin Feng began to set up the array. He planned to set up 8 array cores. The cores of these 8 array cores were each guarded by a position of the innate 8 trigrams diagram. Then, Lin Feng, the 3-headed viper, Emperor Zhouyan, Great Dream Emperor Lord, Bloodwing Emperor Lord, Great Rock Emperor Lord, Cloudpool Emperor Lord, Divine Monkey Emperor Lord respectively guarded the 8 array cores. At the same time, Lin Feng set up the Immortal Execution Array, Shen Pin Array and dozens of other offensive arrays on top of the 8 trigrams diagram. Although ancestor Xian Gui was powerful, but Lin Feng and the rest worked together, with the help of many holy emperors. Combined with such a powerful array, it was not impossible to suppress ancestor Xian Gui. Lin Feng spent half a month to finish setting up the array. After the array was set up, Lin Feng ordered Bloodwing Emperor Lord to personally contact Demon Snake Fairy. Let Demon Snake Fairy take action. Every Emperor Lord would have a few Holy Emperor-level experts to help them control the array. Not long after, Bloodwing Emperor Lord returned. Young Master, I've already sent the message to Demon Snake Fairy. I reckon that it won't be long before Demon Snake Fairy will lure that old fogey ancestor Xian Gui over, Bloodwing Emperor Lord said. All right, return to your position, Lin Feng said. Yes, young master, the Bloodwing Emperor replied. He then returned to his position. 2 hours later. As expected, Demon Snake Fairy and ancestor Xian Gui flew over from afar. During this period of time, Demon Snake Fairy had completely captivated ancestor Xian Gui. Today, the Demon Snake Fairy told the Black Turtle ancestor that she had found an immortal medicine some time ago. She had been waiting for the immortal medicine to mature before she went to pick it. Now, the immortal medicine should have matured. However, the immortal medicine was guarded by a powerful vicious beast. She could not defeat the vicious beast alone. Then, Demon Snake Fairy asked ancestor Xian Gui for help. Ancestor Xian Gui agreed without even thinking. The two of them entered the mountain range. Chapter 3979. Swoosh. After entering the formation, Demon Snake Fairy quickly flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, she had disappeared. Patriarch Black Turtle did not stop Demon Snake Fairy. He narrowed his eyes and said, "This is interesting. So many of you have set up a formation here. What are you trying to do to me?" The ancestor of the Black Tortoise was extremely strong. He had surprisingly sensed Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng and the others had hidden themselves very well. They did not show themselves at all. Yet, they were still discovered. This showed how powerful Patriarch Black Turtle was. Lin Feng said with a smile, "Patriarch Black Turtle, as expected of the strongest existence in the ancient forest of gloom. There is only one reason for me to lure you here." "What is it?" Patriarch Black Turtle asked. Lin Feng smiled and said, I plan to subdue Patriarch Black Turtle for my use. Does the Black Turtle Patriarch agree? You want to subdue me? I'm sorry. I've always been an idle person. I have no interest in joining anyone, Patriarch Black Turtle said. Perhaps. You have no other choice. Patriarch Black Turtle, I owe you a favor. You helped me take care of the Bai sisters. So, if you take the initiative to join me, naturally, I will think highly of you, Lin Feng said. Patriarch Black Turtle said calmly, I don't need others to think highly of me. I'm living a carefree life now. Lin Feng said, the world has changed. Patriarch Black Turtle, your cultivation base may be extraordinary, but it will be harder than ascending to heaven if you want to survive this calamity. Only by joining me and being under my protection will you be able to survive. Otherwise, only death awaits you. Patriarch Black Turtle said calmly, if I die, then I die. I've lived enough anyway. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. This old turtle was really a pain in the ass. He was stubborn. Lin Feng said, if that's the case, then I have no choice but to attack you. Attack. Lin Feng waved his hand and gave the order. In an instant, everyone's powers were channeled into the formation. These formations. They were all activated. Meanwhile, large amounts of immortal stones began to burn. After the immortal stones were burned, all of their energy was poured into the array. It provided powerful energy for the operation of the formation. Boom. Boom. A terrifying wave of energy surged out. One by one, the great formations unleashed extremely powerful attacks. The tyrannical attacks unleashed by the formations were simply earth-shattering as they blasted towards Ancestor Xian Gui. Ancestor Xian Gui did not dare to be careless in the face of such a powerful attack. The Black Tortoise Ancestor waved his hand. Suddenly, a huge hammer appeared in the Black Tortoise Ancestor's hand. That giant hammer was called the Hammer of Heaven. Its power was extremely terrifying. Once it was activated, it was said that it could destroy the heavens. That's how the Hammer of Heaven got its name. The Black Tortoise Patriarch held the Hammer of Heaven in his hand and smashed it in all directions. Bang! A hammer smashed through the sky. Bang! He smashed the ground with his hammer. Bang! Shattering an immortal with a single hammer strike. Bang! Destroying a god with a single hammer strike. The power of the Hammer of Heaven erupted. It was truly powerful to the extreme, causing people to be shocked and moved. Even the void was smashed. And the attacks of many great formations were all broken by the Hammer of Heaven. Powerful. 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 It was really too powerful. The Hammer of Heaven coupled with an expert like Ancestor Xian Gui could unleash unimaginable power. Now, the power of the Hammer of Heaven made Lin Feng and the others feel extremely shocked. Hee. Kid. Even if you gathered so many emperors to deal with me, I'm afraid you're still far from it. Ancestor Xian Gui laughed loudly. Bang. 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 Following that, Ancestor Xian Gui smashed out 4 more times in a row. The great formation was broken by Ancestor Xian Gui. Then, Ancestor Xian Gui rushed out of the great formation. This old man floated in midair and looked in the direction of Demon Snake Fairy. He shouted at Demon Snake Fairy, Demon Snake Fairy, your figure is great. You're so beautiful. If you've thought it through, you're welcome to come to Turtle Deity Island to find me again. After Ancestor Xian Gui finished speaking, he quickly rushed into the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng and the others flew out of the great formation. Emperor Juyan asked, Young Master, should we chase after him? Lin Feng said, forget it. This Ancestor Xian Gui is too powerful. If we want to take him down, I'm afraid we'll lose a lot of people. That's not worth it. Let him be. As long as he doesn't get in our way, we don't need to care about him. Yes. Emperor Juyan and the others answered. Soon, a large palace was built in the gloomy ancient forest. The main palace was called the Supreme Palace. This was Lin Feng's place of cultivation. The great Dream Emperor Lord's primordial yin was still there. The primordial yin of an expert of this level would definitely have unimaginable uses. If he could obtain this primordial yin, his cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Lin Feng planned to dual cultivate with the Great Dream Emperor Lord. The Great Dream Emperor Lord had long known that such a day would come. Therefore, she was already mentally prepared. After cultivating, Lin Feng and the Great Dream Emperor Lord both benefited greatly. The two of them sat down cross-legged and began to refine the yin and yang energy in their bodies. As the majestic energy was absorbed by Lin Feng's cultivation level also began to rise steadily. Not long after, Lin Feng's cultivation level rose to the third level of the Emperor realm. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. As expected of the Great Dream Emperor's primordial yin, it was really too powerful. It actually raised his cultivation level by 2 levels. Lin Feng glanced at the Great Dream Emperor Lord. She was still cultivating. Lin Feng did not disturb her. After Lin Feng finished cultivating, Meng Tianli and the others from the Genu Immortal sect brought the jade token that released the endless ghost sand and came to the Eastern Emperor Bell. The Eastern Emperor Bell floated in mid-air. Golden light surged, and the Eastern Emperor Bell transformed into a middle-aged cultivator in a golden robe. "Did you bring the token?" The Eastern Emperor Bell transformed into a cultivator asked. "Of course," Meng Tianli said. Light flashed in his hand, and a jade token appeared. The middle-aged man that was transformed from the Eastern Emperor Bell looked at the jade token with a burning gaze. The other living beings in the endless ghost sand also looked at the jade tablet with excitement. "Everyone, please don't act rashly. If you dare to act rashly, I'll have to destroy this jade token. If that's the case, the Lord will never be able to come out," Meng Tianli threatened. Chapter 3980. The middle-aged man from the Eastern Emperor Bell personally led a group of people to meet the Lord. Apart from Meng Tianli and the others from the Genu Immortal sect, there were also some allies from the Genu Immortal sect. For example, the experts from the Godly Saber sect and the Black Fog tribe. These major forces had joined forces to reap some benefits. Lin Feng did not know the situation here. If he did, he would probably scold Meng Bingling. Previously, in order to win his trust, this woman lied to Lin Feng and said that she would bring the jade pendant back to the tribe and destroy it. Lin Feng thought that Meng Bingling was a woman who knew the big picture. However, he later found out that it was all a lie. Now that these people had brought the jade pendant to meet the Lord of the Endless Ghost Sand, it seemed that the Lord of the Endless Ghost Sand was about to be released. It was hard to imagine what would happen after the Lord of the Endless Ghost Sand was released. The group of people came to the deepest abyss of the Endless Ghost Sand. They did not enter the abyss but stopped outside. The middle-aged man that was transformed from the Eastern Emperor Bell bowed and said, "My lord, the person with the token has arrived. We want to meet the Lord." Boom. At this moment, endless demonic light rushed out from the abyss. Within the demonic light, a blurry figure appeared. The figure was graceful and moving. It was actually a woman. The Endless Ghost Sand. That peerless and terrifying lord was actually a woman. This was too inconceivable. The woman's figure was very illusory. It was obvious that it was just a shadow and not her real body. "What do you want?" The woman looked at Meng Tianli and the others. Her voice was very ethereal and pleasant to the ears. It was hard to imagine that such an existence was the Lord of the Endless Ghost Sand. No one would believe it if they said it out loud. "I heard that the Lord of the Endless Ghost Sand has the 3,000 secret techniques of ascension. We want a few secret techniques of ascension," Meng Tianli said. "Of course. I can teach you some secret techniques of ascension now, but you have to give me the jade pendant," the woman said. Hee. We have to get the secret techniques of ascension first, then leave the Endless Ghost Sand before we can give you the jade pendant," Meng Tianli said. "It seems like you don't believe me. I won't lie to you," the woman said. "You are the master of the boundless ghost sand. With how powerful you are, it's only natural that you would disdain lying to us. However, it's better to be careful. There's nothing wrong with being careful," Meng Tianli continued. "You're right. All right, I'll agree to your request." Tianli and the others. Meng Tianli and the others of the Endless Ghost Sand were the Lord of the Endless Ghost Sand to be so of the Endless Ghost Sand. These people couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. Could it be that because they had been imprisoned for too long, they couldn't wait to get out of here? Bingling Emperor Jades, God. And the Meng Tus Ghost Yi, sects group Lord S sect. Meng sect Ming Demon sects Ming sect S. Meng Tianli and the others took a closer look, and their eyes lit up. S tus. S of Ascension. Ha 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 ha, we've finally obtained the Ascension technique. Meng Tianli and the others burst out laughing. They were extremely excited. Anyone who obtained the Ascension technique would be as excited as Meng Tianli and the others. You can leave now, the woman said. Meng Tianli said. He. Apart from the Ascension technique, we have something else that we would like to take a look at. The middle-aged man from the Eastern Emperor Bell said angrily. You should be satisfied after obtaining something. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Don't go overboard. The woman waved her hand, indicating for the middle-aged cultivator to calm down. She then looked at Meng Tianli and the others and asked, what else do you want to take a look at? Meng Tianli said. I heard that before you were sealed, you were an existence that shocked both ancient and modern times. You even entered the world inside the door of everlasting life and obtained the art of everlasting life. I wonder if the rumor is true. The woman said. It's true. I obtained the art of everlasting life, but the art of everlasting life is both real and fake. Even I can't tell what's real and what's fake. We don't care if it's real or fake. We just want to take a look at it. Pass the art of everlasting life to us, Meng Tianli said. The woman ran her fingers through her hair and said, you guys are really pushing your luck. Master, let me kill these people. The middle-aged man from the Eastern Emperor Bell said. If your excellency dares to act rashly, then I can destroy this token at any time, Meng Tianli said coldly. He had been holding the jade token in his hand, so he was fearless. You, the middle-aged man from the Eastern Emperor Bell's face darkened. He was intimidated by Meng Tianli's threat. He did not dare to act recklessly. Besides, his master did not give any orders. The art of everlasting life. I can't let you take a look at it, the woman said. If that's the case, we won't give you the jade token, Meng Tianli threatened. You're not keeping your promise. The woman raised her eyebrows and said. You've only fulfilled part of our request, not all of it. How can you say that we're not keeping our promise? Meng Tianli sneered. I haven't fought for a long time, the woman said. After she said that, she stretched out her hand and pointed at the void. Then, the bodies of Meng Tianli and the others were directly imprisoned. Meng Tianli and the others didn't even have the ability to move. Although the woman was just a shadow, she was unimaginably terrifying. Meng Tianli and the others were terrified. Mercy. Mercy. You said. You'll let us go, Meng Tianli and the others begged for mercy. The woman said. I did say that I'll let you go. Moreover, I always keep my words. Do you think that I can't do anything to you? Actually, I'm grateful that you found this jade token. That's why I agreed to cooperate with you. However, you guys don't know what's good for you. You're pushing your luck. We're wrong. We'll leave now, Meng Tianli and the others begged for mercy. Go and repent in hell, the woman said coldly. A demonic light flashed in her eyes. Then, Meng Tianli and the others' bodies burned. In the blink of an eye, the group of experts was reduced to ashes, and the jade tablet flew towards the woman. Chapter 3981. The woman toyed with the jade pendant, a smile appearing on her face. This jade pendant was the key to her escape. Now, she had finally obtained this jade pendant. This also meant that she was finally going to break free. She was about to break free. The woman couldn't help but feel excited. After being suppressed for so many years, she could finally see the light of day again. Congratulations, Master. You're about to break free from the seal. The middle-aged man transformed from the Eastern Emperor Bell immediately congratulated the woman. Hey! The woman, on the other hand, let out a series of ethereal and pleasant laughter. Next, she flew back into the abyss. The Donghuang Bell transformed into a middle-aged man and waited outside. He knew. The master was about to break free. He needed some time. That was why he was waiting here. Meanwhile, the Genu Immortal sect and the other factions were in a state of panic. Because the Yuan spirit lamps of those who had gone to the endless ghost sands had all shattered. This meant they had all died. Is the master of the endless ghost sands about to come out? Someone asked worriedly. I don't think so. Perhaps both sides suffered great losses. Before they died, they must have destroyed the jade pendant. They had the time to do so, someone else said. The others nodded. For now, they could only hope that this was the result. Within the Supreme Palace, Lin Feng felt his eyelids twitching. He frowned slightly, feeling an inexplicable pressure in his heart. He didn't know what the reason was. I'm afraid something has happened. Lin Feng stood up, hands behind his back, and walked out of the Supreme Palace. Then, he looked into the distance. Lin Feng looked in the direction of the endless ghost sands. Is the master of the endless ghost sands about to come out? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. At the current stage, only the master of the endless ghost sands would make him feel so pressured. If the master of the endless ghost sands really came out, it would be a huge problem. Moreover, the ancient gloomy forest was so close to the endless ghost sands. Once the master of the endless ghost sands came out, the living beings of the endless ghost sands might enter the ancient gloomy forest. Previously, because they were afraid of the ancient gloomy forest's emperors, the living beings of the endless ghost sands wouldn't easily enter the forest. However, with the birth of the boundless ghost sand lord, they would no longer have any scruples. If they had no scruples, those terrifying existences would naturally be able to enter the dark ancient forest unscrupulously and occupy it. Lin Feng felt that there was a need to quickly convert Lady White Snake. If the endless ghost sand lord really came out, staying in the dark ancient forest would no longer be safe. But when the time came, he could go to the cloud-dreamy ancient forest where Lady White Snake lived. There were a few emperor lords in the dreamy cloud forest as well. When the time came, he would be able to subdue those few emperor lords as well and increase his own strength by a large margin. Lin Feng returned to the Supreme Hall. He took out the creation gourd and said, Lady White Snake, I'll give you one last chance. Now that you've chosen to submit to me, if you don't know what's good for you, then I can only convert you and make you my slave. Hearing this, Lady White Snake's expression darkened. She sneered and said, at most, we'll fight to the death. The fish won't die and the net won't break. Lin Feng said indifferently as he began to convert Lady White Snake. During this period of time, Lady White Snake had to resist the creation gourd's refining power. Hence, her magical energy consumption was extremely high. Therefore, now was the best time to convert Lady White Snake. The powerful refining power continuously flowed into the creation gourd and enveloped Lady White Snake. The power of purification gradually invaded Lady White Snake's mind in an attempt to purify her. However, Lady White Snake's methods were extremely extraordinary. Even though her magical energy was severely depleted, her soul defense was still quite stable. Chimpate. Don't think that I don't have a way to deal with you. If that's what you think, then you're gravely mistaken. Lin Feng could not help but snort coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yai's star-gazing chart flew out and attacked Lady White Snake's soul. Lin Feng used Lu Yai's star-gazing chart to launch an extremely fierce attack on Lady White Snake's soul. The power of Lu Yai's star-gazing chart was incomparably powerful. As Lin Feng's cultivation level increased, his soul power had been increasing greatly. The power of Lu Yai's star-gazing chart was naturally even more powerful. Now, the power of Lu Yai's star-gazing chart was unimaginable. Under the fierce attack of Lu Yai's star-gazing chart, Lady White Snake's soul defense system was gradually collapsing. No, 3 days later, Lady White Snake let out a cry of horror and unwillingness. This was because her soul defense system had been completely destroyed. Lady White Snake. She could no longer resist Lin Feng's great purification. The powerful refining power continuously flowed into Lady White Snake's soul. At first, Lady White Snake could still struggle. However, as time passed, Lady White Snake was gradually unable to struggle. Because the great power of purification was simply too domineering. In the end, Lady White Snake was successfully converted by Lin Feng. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Lady White Snake flew out of the creation gourd. Young master. Lady White Snake greeted Lin Feng. Ha 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 ha, you may dispense with the formalities. After converting Lady White Snake, Lin Feng was in a good mood. He could not help but laugh loudly. Lady White Snake stood up. Lin Feng said, "Rest for a few days and recuperate your body." "Thank you, young master," Lady White Snake replied. At the same time, in the depths of the endless ghost sand, in the abyss where the Lord was suppressed, demonic light filled the sky. Waves of terrifying aura spread out from the abyss. It was so powerful that the middle-aged man transformed by the Eastern Emperor Bel felt the terrifying aura. He could not help but feel extremely shocked. The reason for that was because that aura was simply too frightening. It was so powerful. It was so powerful that one could not help but be shocked. As expected of an existence that can contend with the Lord of Gods, the middle-aged man transformed by the Eastern Emperor Bel retreated far away and then took a deep breath. Rumble. Rumble. The ground shook violently. In the abyss, it seemed as if something was collapsing. Such a huge commotion in the endless ghost sand naturally alarmed all the living beings in the endless ghost sand. The Lord is about to be born. The terrifying living beings in the endless ghost sand revealed extremely excited expressions. Swoosh! At this moment, in the abyss where demonic aura was surging, a woman in a black gauze dress rushed out. That woman was the Lord of the endless ghost sand. After being suppressed for countless years, the Lord of the endless ghost sand. Chapter 3982. Congratulations on escaping, my lord. Upon seeing the woman, the middle-aged man from the Eastern Emperor Bel hurriedly bowed at her. Not bad. Not bad. Although it's time to be born, it's already the age of chaos. I managed to come out in time. If I hadn't come out in time, the great calamity would have descended. Death would have been the only way out, the woman said as she looked at her hands and body. She greedily breathed in the air that belonged to freedom in the world. That woman was very powerful. She was so powerful that she was able to change the color of the sky. A large number of living beings swarmed out of the ghost sand. They bowed at the woman and said, "Greetings, my lord. You may dispense with the formalities." The woman smiled faintly. Then, she looked at Huangfu Qingtian and raised her eyebrows slightly. "Pangu's successor?" Huangfu Qingtian walked out and quickly said, "Yes, my lord. This junior has obtained Pangu's legacy. It seems like it's only a part of the orthodoxy, but it's not bad. Pangu's orthodoxy might not be the strongest orthodoxy in the world, but it's still one of the top orthodoxies," the woman said. Huangfu Qingtian did not dare to interrupt. He stood there and listened quietly. "My lord, you've recovered. Next, shall we attack the heavenly sage great world?" the middle-aged man from the Eastern Emperor Bel asked. "Heavenly sage great world. This place is quite interesting. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. Let's start from Bitter Cold Prefecture." The woman smiled faintly and said, "You all go and deal with this matter. I'll go out and take a look at this world." "Understood," the others replied. The woman vanished into thin air. No one knew where she went. In the following period of time, the Bitter Han province fell into great chaos. First, the current king of the divine nation of despair suddenly passed the throne to the eldest princess, Dugu Wei Yang. Dugu Wei Yang took control of the divine nation of despair's imperial power and became the empress. As for the princes who had competed with the eldest princess for the throne, they had all been executed by Dugu Wei Yang. The imperial family had no familial ties. Even if they were siblings, they would be killed without hesitation. They were merciless. In addition, the creatures in the endless ghost sand began to invade the bitter cold state. A large number of forces were destroyed, and only a few remained unscathed. The forces that hadn't been destroyed were all forces that had pledged allegiance to never-ending Empress. Soon, news spread that even the hell-suppressing Immortal sect and several other great powers had been wiped out, suffering heavy casualties. Only a few people managed to escape. It's said that the Genu Immortal sect and a few other factions have chosen to surrender, But the beings in the endless ghost sand refuse to accept their surrender. Why is this happening? I heard that the people from the Hell Genu Immortal sect obtained the Jade Medallion to release the Boundless Ghost Sand Lord. They even went to the Boundless Ghost Sand Lord with a group of allies. They must have angered the Boundless Ghost Sand Lord. He's really courting death. I wonder if the Imperial City is still safe. Will we also suffer a calamity? Don't be afraid. I heard that never-ending Empress obtained some legacies from the Boundless Ghost Sand Lord. She's equivalent to half a disciple of the Boundless Ghost Sand Lord. That's why the creatures in the Endless Ghost Sand won't come to the Imperial City. No wonder the monarch abdicated suddenly and passed the throne to never-ending Empress. It seems like there's a lot going on here. This is a taboo topic. Don't talk about it too much, or you'll get into trouble. Many people in the Imperial City were discussing the recent events. Lin Feng was already planning to leave the ancient gloomy forest because the creatures in the endless ghost sand had begun to enter the forest. Therefore, they had to retreat. If they waited until the main force of the endless ghost sand arrived, they would die without a grave. Most importantly, if the master of the boundless ghost sand were to come, then it would be a tragedy. When the time came, who could be a match for that terrifying existence? Perhaps Senior Savage could compete with him. But the problem was that Savage had already left. Lin Feng and the others quickly left the ancient gloomy forest. Along the way, they saw a lot of battles. It was extremely tragic. Lin Feng and the others were also attacked by some creatures in the endless ghost sand. It's you. Someone recognized Lin Feng's identity. It was actually the extremely ugly woman whose body was rotten. This woman's cultivation was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng had experienced this woman's strength before. However, this woman had now become an extremely beautiful woman. She had a strong sense of vanity. She didn't want to show her true face to others, so she would often transform into a peerless beauty. Damn! You're still alive. You're so ugly. You actually have the courage to live on. You're really a weirdo, Lin Feng grinned and said. I'll kill you. The woman roared furiously. She was so angry at Lin Feng that her entire body was trembling. When her emotions fluctuated more intensely, it seemed that she couldn't maintain her transformation. Now, she had once again turned into an extremely ugly appearance. Her body was emitting a stench. It was extremely terrifying. Brat! You can go to hell now. The woman screamed shrilly and charged at Lin Feng. In the distance, evil energy churned as many terrifying creatures charged out from the endless ghost sand. Rotten woman. Don't kill him. Capture him and send him to the master. The master must want to see this brat. The middle-aged man transformed from the Eastern Emperor Bell flew over and sneered. Damn, the master wants to see me. Why does he want to see me? I don't even know this master. Could it be that he's angry at me because of the master of gods? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel depressed. The master of gods had sealed this master back then, so it was reasonable for the master to vent his anger on the master's descendant. A large number of terrifying creatures charged at Lin Feng. You guys leave first. I'll meet up with you at Dreamcloud Forest later, Lin Feng said in a low voice. Then, he flew into the distance. These people's target was him. It would be easier to shake them off if he acted alone. Besides, Great Dream and the rest could also escape quickly. If they stayed together, it would be even more troublesome. At that time, it would be difficult to shake off these terrifying creatures. Once they were surrounded, they would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. It hadn't been easy to subdue these experts. How could he bear to watch them die before he achieved his goal? Therefore, it was best for them to split up. Chase. The terrifying creatures in the endless ghost sand chased after Lin Feng. As expected, they ignored Great Dream and the rest. Let's return to Dreamcloud Forest first and gather the experts there. We'll wait for the young master's arrival, Lady Whitesnake said. All right. Chapter 3983. Lin Feng continued running. Behind him, a group of terrifying beings chased after him. F***CK. Why are you chasing after me? I don't even know your master. Lin Feng yelled in frustration. The middle-aged man that was transformed from the Eastern Emperor Bel sneered and said, "You are the descendant of the sovereign emperor clan. The Lord of Gods is your ancestor. The Lord of Gods has been suppressed by the Lord of Gods for so many years. Now that your ancestor has been dead for so many years, it is impossible for the Lord to take revenge even if he wants to. However, there is a saying that a son should pay for his father's debt. F***ck your whole family. How many years has it been? Your master must have forgotten about it. Instead, it's you bunch of slaves who are still thinking about it." Lin Feng cursed. The middle-aged man and the other cultivators transformed from the Donghuang Bell were all extremely terrifying existences. Moreover, they were all high and mighty. Lin Feng actually used the word slaves to describe them. This was simply the greatest insult to them. These beings were all filled with killing intent. "Kid. Let's see if you're still so cheap when we catch you." The middle-aged man's voice was cold. "Cheap your whole family." Lin Feng cursed. The terrifying beings in the endless ghost sand no longer spoke. Instead, they sped up and chased after Lin Feng. Lin Feng increased his speed as much as he could, but it was too difficult for him to get rid of those people. Lin Feng did not dare to stop. He knew how powerful that ugly woman's cultivation was. Of course, the most terrifying one was not the ugly woman, but the middle-aged man transformed from the Eastern Emperor Bel. This guy probably had the power of an immortal. Even if he did not have the power of an immortal, he was probably infinitely close to it. It was simply impossible to fight against such an existence. The best course of action was to slip away and escape without a trace. If it wasn't for his speed being fast enough, he would have been caught up by this guy. When he passed by a mountain range, Lin Feng saw a woman standing on top of a mountain, looking in his direction. She was dressed in black. She was so beautiful that she could topple cities. Wow, a beauty! Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly. To be able to see such a beauty here, it was truly fate that brought them together. However, Lin Feng soon began to wail in his heart. The terrifying creatures from the endless ghost sand were chasing after him. This was not the ideal place to meet this peerless beauty. "Why are you standing there? Run!" Lin Feng shouted at the woman. But that woman didn't move at all. She just kept looking at Lin Feng. Is he scared out of his wits? Lin Feng was speechless. She was a woman who had never seen the world. She was so frightened by the terrifying existences in the endless ghost sand that she couldn't think, speak, or move. Lin Feng swooped down and grabbed the woman's hand. Her hands were really soft. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He pulled the woman and quickly left. In the end, they managed to escape from the terrifying existences within the endless ghost sand. Why did these fellows stop halfway through? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Was it because something else had happened? Was that why they had to deal with something else? Was that why they had let him go? Perhaps, that was really possible. The woman didn't say anything. She just kept staring at Lin Feng. "Why do you keep staring at me? Have you been attracted by my handsome appearance?" Lin Feng asked the woman. The woman rolled her eyes. However, she was beautiful. Even the way she rolled her eyes was very charming. "Let's hurry up and leave the bitter cold province. This isn't a place for humans. Now that master has appeared, he's most likely going to cause a huge mess. Let's part ways here. I'm going to run as well. I can't let that master find me. Otherwise, he'll probably skin me alive." Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He thought about how this mysterious master had been imprisoned by his ancestors for countless years. Now that this guy had appeared, Lin Feng felt like crying. Why had this guy escaped? How great would it be if he was imprisoned forever? He wouldn't have to worry about that guy taking revenge on him. Lin Feng flew into the distance, but the woman chased after him. "Why are you following me?" Lin Feng asked. Then, he sized up the woman and said, "I admit that you're very beautiful, but a disaster is imminent. Let's go our separate ways. If fate wills it, we'll meet again in the future." Lin Feng didn't want to bring the woman along. Firstly, it was very dangerous for her to follow him. Secondly, it was because bringing this woman along would be a burden. It was better to split up. However, the woman clearly had no intention of leaving. She continued to follow Lin Feng. They were inseparable, and she didn't speak. Lin Feng felt helpless. Are you a mute? You're so beautiful, yet you're a mute. What a pity. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. My name is Lin Feng. What's your name? You can write your name on my hand. Lin Feng said. I'm Yushin. The woman said. You can speak. Lin Feng widened his eyes. He had always thought that the woman couldn't speak. The woman said. I never said that I couldn't speak. Lin Feng thought about it carefully. It was true. The woman had never said that she couldn't speak. It was just that she hadn't spoken all this time. Therefore, Lin Feng mistakenly thought that she couldn't speak. Yushin, Yushin. This name is really nice. Goddess of the moon, and your temperament. It's simply a perfect match, Lin Feng said. Yushin smiled faintly and didn't speak. Lin Feng asked, why are you here? Passing by. The Yushin said. Passing by? Where did you come from? Lin Feng asked curiously. A very distant place. The Yushin replied. Are you a space traveler? Lin Feng asked. The moon goddess said slowly, perhaps the word homeless would be more appropriate to describe it. Lin Feng said. Wherever I am, there will be a home. How about this? I've decided to take you as my concubine. Lin Feng grabbed the Yueshin's lily-white hand as he spoke, but the Yushin slapped him away. Ayo, you're murdering your own husband. Lin Feng wailed. At this moment, the Yushin took out a large saber and slashed at Lin Feng. The consequence of speaking nonsense is being hacked to death by me. The Yushin snorted coldly. What the hell, she's a tigress, Lin Feng immediately wailed. He had been deceived by the Yueshin's pure and charming appearance. The Yushin was as quiet as a virgin, but when she moved, she was like a tigress. Chapter 3984. In the end, Lin Feng apologized to the moon god, and the chase ended. The moon god finally sheathed her machete. Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're such a beauty, yet you're carrying a machete with you, ready to slash anyone at any time. How unbecoming of a beauty. Now, hand the machete to me. Such an evil thing should be destroyed. The moon god waved her fist threateningly. It seemed that his wish of getting the machete from the moon god had fallen through. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. A bonfire burned fiercely in the forest. The roasted meat above the bonfire had already been roasted to a golden color. It emitted an alluring aroma that stirred one's taste buds. It was absolutely delicious. Ha 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 ha, the roasted dragon meat is ready. It's my favorite. Paired with a pot of wine, it's simply enjoyable, Lin Feng laughed. He looked at the moon god and asked, do you want to try it? The moon god said, I never eat such junk food. After saying that, the moon god raised her head high, looking like a goddess. Lin Feng said, you really don't know how to enjoy life. How is this junk food? Have you heard of this saying? It's called dragon meat in the sky, donkey meat on the ground. Life isn't just about cultivation, it's also about enjoyment. Food is the most important thing for people. How can you give up on such delicious food and live like an ascetic monk? That would be a little too boring. Everyone has their own way of life, the moon god said. Lin Feng grinned and said, that's quite true. Since you don't want to enjoy such delicacies, I'll just have to enjoy them myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng began gorging himself. Seeing Lin Feng eating so happily, the moon god frowned. Moon goddess frowned and asked, is this barbecue really that delicious? You'll know after you try it, Lin Feng said. The moon god hesitated. In the end, she seemed to have made a great decision. She cut off a piece of roasted meat and ate it. Then, she slowly chewed. The moon god's eyes grew brighter and brighter. This taste, moon god stared at the barbecued meat. Tears actually flowed down her cheeks. Damn. Is it so delicious that I'm crying? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Did he not eat anything in his previous life? He took a bite of the barbecued meat. She actually started crying. It's very similar to when I was young. The taste my chef made. I thought of many things when I was young, and I couldn't help but feel sad," Moon God said. At first, Lin Feng thought Moon God was crying because the barbecue was too delicious, so he was a little smug. However, only now did he know. She wasn't crying because it was delicious. It turned out that she was thinking about the past. Wait a minute. The Moon Goddess said that the barbecue he made was very similar to the barbecue made by her chef. How preposterous. Could it be that he thought of himself as a cook? Lin Feng was speechless. He was happy for nothing. "Eat more if you like it," Lin Feng said. Moon God was a woman who didn't feel embarrassed at all. The barbecued meat reminded her of her childhood. She ate with tears in her eyes. Tears streamed down her face as she ate. It was a rather strange scene. After eating the barbecued meat, the two found a place to rest. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, they continued their journey. At noon, a great battle broke out in front of them. A group of creatures walked out of the endless ghost sand and surrounded a group of cultivators. Lin Feng looked over. He noticed those cultivators. They were actually cultivators from the Genu Immortal sect. Because Lin Feng saw Meng Bingling. Lin Feng naturally didn't have a good impression of this woman. If there was anything he felt, it would be disgust and disgust. He was blind to be deceived by Meng Bingling back then. The cultivators from the Genu Immortal sect couldn't resist the attacks of the creatures from the endless ghost sand. "Young Master Ji, save us, please." At this time, Meng Bingling saw Lin Feng in the distance and begged Lin Feng to save them. "Save your sister." Lin Feng was speechless. This bitch had the nerve to ask him for help. How could her skin be so thick? If she had any sense of shame, she wouldn't have asked for help like this. Lin Feng wasn't a saint. He was someone who would take revenge if he had a grudge. To the cultivators from the Genu Immortal sect, Lin Feng only had 2 words for them. Die. "Do you know those people?" The Moon Goddess looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. "I know them. They're just enemies." The Moon Goddess rolled her eyes and said, "Your enemy is asking you for help. You're really shameless. Let's go. Let's leave this place," Lin Feng said. The Moon Goddess nodded and was about to leave with Lin Feng. However, at this time, a voice came from the crowd. "Big Brother Ji, can you save us?" When Lin Feng heard that voice, he stopped and looked in the direction where the voice had come from. He saw a young woman. Nalan Zueling. It was her. The only person in the Genu Immortal sect that Lin Feng felt was a good person was Nalan Zueling. She was Meng Bingling's cousin. She was pure, kind, and cute. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, then looked at the Moon Goddess. "Wait for me here. I'll be back soon." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly flew in Nalan Zueling's direction. Lin Feng had a grudge with the Genu Immortal sect, but Lin Feng didn't want to drag a pure girl like Nalan Zueling into the mess. "Kid, do you want to die?" A few terrifying beings in the endless ghost sand coldly looked at Lin Feng, then flew towards Lin Feng. Slash. Whoosh 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 whoosh. 4 stone swords flew out. Sword light illuminated the world. Clang 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 clang. A series of violent collisions sounded. The beings in the endless ghost sand were sent flying. Lin Feng killed his way into the encirclement of the Genu Immortal sect cultivators. There were only a few dozen cultivators left from the Genu Immortal sect. Every one of them had suffered different degrees of injuries. It wouldn't be long before they were all killed. "Young Master Ji." "No, it's Lin Gongzi. Are you here to save me?" Meng Bingling was very happy to see Lin Feng. She knew how strong Lin Feng's cultivation was. Now that Lin Feng was here, he would definitely be able to save her. As for the rest of her clansmen, Meng Bingling didn't care if they lived or died. "Get away from me." Lin Feng looked at Meng Bingling indifferently. With a wave of his sleeve, a powerful force sent Meng Bingling flying. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this bitch. He flew to Nalan Zueling's side, then grabbed one of Nalan Zueling's hands and said, "Follow me. Save the others. I beg you, Big Brother Ji." Nalan Zueling looked at Lin Feng with pleading eyes. Chapter 3985. Lin Feng wasn't a saint, and he didn't want to be one. He just wanted to live on. As for his enemies, Lin Feng didn't pity them. If he pitied them, who would pity him? Lin Feng didn't want to be a Virgin Mary. Lin Feng felt that those Virgin Mary people were really despicable. Take me with you, take me with you. Lin Gongzi, I beg you, take me with you. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to leave, Meng Bingling flew towards Lin Feng again and begged loudly. No one could remain calm in the face of death, and Meng Bingling was no exception. She didn't want to die. Therefore, she was willing to put down her dignity and ask Lin Feng for help. The current Meng Bingling didn't look like a goddess at all. She looked like a pitiful person. Big brother Lin, please save my cousin, Nailan Zuoling begged. Some people aren't worth saving. Lin Feng replied indifferently. He increased his speed and rushed outside, but Meng Bingling was stopped halfway by a boundless ghost sand creature. Lin Feng rushed out with Nailan Zuoling. Then, he met up with the moon goddess, and the three of them quickly left. They stopped in front of a pond to rest. Nailan Zuoling was sobbing non-stop. The death of her clansman was a huge blow to her. Even now, she couldn't let it go. It's useless to cry. Living on is the best way to repay the dead, Lin Feng said indifferently. I will definitely live on. I will take revenge for my family, Nailan Zuoling said through gritted teeth. Having faith was destined to be good. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't say anything. The moon goddess didn't hold back and said, Little girl, you want to take revenge for your family with your little cultivation? You're daydreaming. Let me give you a piece of advice. Just live an honest life. Don't think about taking revenge. That's unrealistic. Otherwise, I'll lose my life too. I can't even think about it. Nailan Zuoling looked at Moon God angrily. The moon goddess curled her lips and said, For some people, even just thinking about it is not enough. You. Nailan Zuoling was so angry that her entire body trembled. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. The moon goddess was usually not a talkative person. Why would she mock Nailan Zuoling like this? Of course, Lin Feng could feel that Moon God was trying to make Nailan Zuoling give up on revenge. However, perhaps he could use another method to remind Nailan Zuoling. Instead of using the current method. Woo. Nailan Zuoling was deeply shocked and directly squatted on the ground and cried. It's important to know who you are, Moon Goddess said. Lin Feng said, Don't provoke that little girl anymore. Moon God didn't say anything else. Lin Feng naturally felt pity for Nailan Zuoling. However, he didn't feel any pity for Nailan Zuoling's clansmen. Those people weren't good people either. Even death couldn't wipe out their crimes. 2 months later, Lin Feng and the rest arrived at Dreamy Cloud Forest. The moon goddess said indifferently, Why are you here? Lin Feng said, There are many of my subordinates here. The moon goddess said, I didn't expect you to have such a big force of your own. There are many things you don't know. As you get to know me, you will find that you will be deeply attracted to me, Lin Feng said with a smile. The moon goddess took out her machete again. Lin Feng's face turned green when he saw the moon god's machete. You're actually very similar to someone. The moon goddess suddenly said. What person? Lin Feng asked curiously. He was even a little apprehensive now. He didn't know why the moon goddess would suddenly say such a thing. The moon goddess didn't answer Lin Feng. She remained silent. Lin Feng was even more confused now. He felt that the moon goddess was a little strange. 5 days later, Lin Feng found Lady White Snake and the rest. There were originally 5 sovereign lords in Dreamy Cloud Forest, but Lin Feng had already subdued Lady White Snake. The other 4 sovereign lords were the Azure Dragon Sovereign, the 6-armed Divine Ape Sovereign, the Gold Devouring Rat Sovereign, and the Nether Leopard Sovereign. The cultivations of the 4 monarch masters were extremely powerful too. The 4 sovereign lords had always followed Lady White Snake's lead. Now that Lady White Snake had returned, it was easy for her to subdue them. When Lin Feng arrived at the White Snake Imperial Palace, he saw the 4 sovereign lords. The 4 sovereign lords all swore loyalty to Lin Feng. With that, Lin Feng had 11 sovereign lords under his command. Including himself, he had a total of 12 sovereign lords. The situation outside was still very turbulent. The creatures in the endless ghost sand had joined forces with the divine kingdom of despair led by the never-ending Empress. Naturally, they were invincible. They formed an army and rushed out of bitter cold state. They began to invade Heavenly Sage Great World. Lin Feng and the rest had been paying attention to the situation outside. With that powerful sovereign in charge, the creatures in the endless ghost sand could definitely occupy a large amount of territory. Bitter Cold State was adjacent to the territory of the Sacred War Alliance. Therefore, the army in the endless ghost sand and the Cultivator Alliance of the Sacred War Alliance fought a series of battles. Every battle was earth-shattering, and the sun and moon dimmed. The battle was extremely tragic. That night, something extremely terrifying happened. It was also something that Lin Feng did not expect. A large amount of evil fog rolled and surrounded the place where they lived. By the time Lin Feng discovered it, they were already completely surrounded. It was the creatures in the endless ghost sand who had quietly arrived and surrounded Lin Feng and the rest. However, the creatures in the endless ghost sand did not attack Lin Feng and the rest directly. "I'm afraid this is troublesome." Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. The creatures in the endless ghost sand were too powerful. It would be disastrous for them to be surrounded by the army formed by the creatures in the endless ghost sand. Even if they could break out of the encirclement, they would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Now, the restriction in the White Snake Imperial Palace had been activated, but everyone knew that the restriction could not stop the army from coming out of the endless ghost sand. "Sovereign, we have come as you ordered." The middle-aged man in the form of the Donghuang Bell stepped forward. He then said respectfully, "Sovereign, the endless ghost sand's sovereign is here." Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Lin Feng looked at the moon goddess. The only person he did not know was the moon goddess. "Moon goddess, you are..." Lin Feng's throat was dry, his lips were dry. The moon goddess stepped forward. "Greetings, Sovereign." Chapter 3986. "My lord. She's actually the lord." Lin Feng wasn't the only one who was shocked. Everyone was shocked. They hadn't expected the moon goddess to be the lord. The moon goddess hadn't acted as cold and aloof as the lord before. However, the moon goddess was the master. She was the real master. "I really didn't expect you to be the lord. I was too careless. When I first met you, I was clearly being chased by a group of middle-aged cultivators formed by the Donghuang Bell. I couldn't shake them off for a long time before I met you, but after I met you, they left on their own accord. I should have guessed that you were the lord then. Otherwise, why would those guys leave? I thought something happened that forced them to leave, but it seems like you were the one who gave the order for them to leave." The moon goddess looked at Lin Feng and said indifferently, "That's right. It's just as you guessed. With your powerful cultivation, isn't it easy for you to deal with me? Why didn't you make a move after following me for so long? Why did you summon so many subordinates? Isn't this a little too much?" Lin Feng said with a frown. He really couldn't figure out what the moon goddess was up to. At this moment, the moon goddess's lips curled into an indifferent smile. Lin Feng suddenly came to a realization. Was it disdain? The reason the moon goddess hadn't made a move personally and had summoned her subordinates was actually because she disdained to make a move. How ironic. However, Lin Feng soon felt that things weren't that simple. The moon goddess might indeed disdain to make a move, but Lin Feng instinctively felt that there was another reason he didn't know. "What exactly are you plotting?" Lin Feng looked at the moon goddess and asked with a gloomy expression. "I thought you were him, but after interacting with you, I realized you weren't him. Who is he?" Lin Feng asked after taking a deep breath. "A man that I hate the most." The moon goddess's voice turned cold. The moon goddess's emotions had been very stable until this man was mentioned. Only then did her emotions change. It was obvious that this man she was talking about was the man she was talking about. This had a huge impact on her. "Do you think I'm someone else's reincarnation?" Lin Feng asked. "That's what I think. But you're not," the moon goddess said. Lin Feng noticed that the moon goddess's expression was a little disappointed that Lin Feng wasn't that person's reincarnation. "What? Could it be that the great moon goddess of the moon was abandoned by some other man? Said Lin Feng mockingly. What did you say? Moon God's face was cold. Murderous intent flashed in her eyes. At that moment, the god's moon goddess. That kind of feeling was really too terrible. Could that man be my ancestor, the Lord of Gods? Asked Lin Feng. Humph. The moon goddess grunted coldly. I don't kill members of the sovereign clan. If it wasn't for that reason, you would have died countless times by now. It seems like I was right, Lin Feng said. You think you're so smart. The moon goddess looked at Lin Feng coldly. Then, she waved her hand. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. The middle-aged man transformed by the Eastern Emperor Bel shouted coldly. The moon goddess had many reasons for not attacking. But the Eastern Emperor Bel's middle-aged man and the creatures in the endless ghost sand could kill Lin Feng and the others without any scruples. Let's go all out. Even if we have to risk our lives, we have to escort the young master out. The nine-eyed Emperor Lord's group had a ferocious glint in their eyes. Ever since they had joined Lin Feng, they had been loyal to Lin Feng. Therefore, they wanted to escort Lin Feng out. Don't worry. We'll leave safely, Lin Feng said. In the next moment, swoosh. There was a flash of light. The Stone of Destiny appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng planned to use it. This was something that his senior sister Shui Linglong had given to Lin Feng before she left. It was to save his life. Lin Feng said softly. Stone of Destiny. My fate has been connected to my subordinates. Our fates are closely linked. I hope you can escort us out of here. As Lin Feng spoke, he activated the great art of destiny. He used the power of destiny to envelop everyone. Then, Lin Feng activated the Stone of Destiny. After the Stone of Destiny was activated, it swept out a ball of holy light and enveloped Lin Feng and the others. Then, Lin Feng and the others disappeared without a trace. The middle-aged man that was transformed from the Eastern Emperor Bel stopped. His expression was uncertain. The terrifying creatures in the endless ghost sand all stopped because they had lost their target. The moon goddess frowned slightly. She had not expected this to happen. Master, I'll give chase. I won't let them escape. The middle-aged cultivator that the Eastern Emperor Bel had transformed into quickly said. The moon goddess said. Don't chase. They've already left. I'm afraid you won't be able to catch up even if you want to. Then are we going to let that brat go? The middle-aged cultivator that was the Eastern Emperor Bel asked. The moon goddess's expression was uncertain. Finally, she said, ignore him for now. Speed up. Take over the great heavenly sage world. Yes, master. The middle-aged man that was transformed from the Eastern Emperor Bel replied. Lin Feng and the others appeared in a forest thousands of li away. They were finally out of danger. The great heavenly sage world will fall into chaos. It seems like we need to find a place to rest and reap the spoils later, Lin Feng said. There's a deity island in the West Sea called Bewilderment Fog Island. There's a natural array around the island. Once you enter, you'll be trapped inside. In the past, your subordinate entered it by mistake and only managed to escape after a narrow escape. We can temporarily settle down on Bewilderment Fog Island. Emperor Yunzi said. All right, let's go to Bewilderment Fog Island then, Lin Feng said. The group flew towards the West Sea world. The main forces of the great heavenly sage world were scattered on land. Therefore, if the great heavenly sage world fell into chaos, it would start from the inland world. In the overseas world, they could sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. A month later, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the outer region of Bewilderment Fog Island. The outer region of Bewilderment Fog Island was quiet. Not to mention cultivators, even the beasts of the sea rarely came here. Every once in a while, a large amount of white fog would be emitted from Bewilderment Fog Island, enveloping all living beings within it. Chapter 3987. Lin Feng stood at the periphery and looked toward the depths of the island. The white fog made it impossible to see what was going on inside. However, he could still vaguely make out the outline of an island. Lin Feng looked at Monarch Yunzi and asked, Did you discover anything special on the island back then? Monarch Yunzi said, back then, the furthest I went was the central region of the island. As for the inner region, I didn't dare enter. Every once in a while, the island would release white fog that would devour all living things. What's going on? Lin Feng asked curiously. Monarch Yunzi said, it's the white fog that comes from the depths of the island. It's very strange. Back then, I saw the white fog coming out, so I hid in some special caves to avoid being devoured by the white fog. Special caves? What kind of caves are they? Lin Feng asked in astonishment. Those caves have extremely ancient runes drawn on them. I don't know when they were drawn. Perhaps it's because of those runes that I was able to avoid being devoured by hiding in the caves. Monarch Yunzi said. Lin Feng stroked his chin. What Monarch Yunzi said made sense. It seemed that there was indeed something special about the island. Lin Feng planned to enter the island and explore it further. Bring us inside, Lin Feng said. Young master and fellow cultivators, please follow me. Monarch Yunzi said as he led the way. The formation outside the foggy island was a natural formation. It was unpredictable and terrifying. One needed a special method to pass through them. Ordinary people couldn't enter at all. Under Monarch Yunzi's lead, everyone circled around the formations. While circling around, Lin Feng discovered that the formations were indeed very complicated. If he relied on his own methods to pass through the formations, even if he succeeded, it would take him a month or even longer. As for others, they would have no hope of passing through the formations. Lin Feng sighed. Nature was truly a work of the gods. The spirit design here was a masterpiece of nature. Lin Feng and the others successfully passed through the array and arrived on Bewilderment Fog Island. Bewilderment Fog Island was filled with the roars of beasts and cries of apes. It was an ancient and unexplored island. Lin Feng looked at Monarch Yunzi and said, once we've settled down, take everyone on a few more trips. Make sure everyone remembers how to cross the array. Yes, young master. Monarch Yunzi hurriedly replied. Take us to the cave, Lin Feng said. Sir, please follow me. Emperor Yunzi said. He personally led the way and flew into the depths of the island. Half an hour later, a mountain range appeared in the forest ahead of them. Monarch Yunzi said, young master, the cave is within the mountain range. Lin Feng nodded, and the group entered the mountain range. Lin Feng saw that there were many caves in the mountain range's inner region. Inside the cave, there was another world. The interior of the cave varied in size. There were roughly 300 to 400 such caves. Lin Feng entered one of the caves and immediately discovered that it was densely covered in runes. Due to the passage of time, many of the runes were blurred. Many of the runes had already become blurry, and it was impossible to tell what kind of runes they were. Of course. Even though Lin Feng could clearly see the talismans, he didn't recognize them. Do any of you recognize these runes? Lin Feng asked. Everyone shook their heads. They did not recognize these ancient runes at all. These runes were too mysterious. They did not know what kind of runes they were. The only thing they knew was that these runes were probably used to protect the cave. Demon Lord, do you recognize these runes? Lin Feng transmitted his voice to the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord was experienced and knowledgeable. The others did not recognize them. Perhaps the Demon Lord would recognize them? The Demon Lord said, these runes. I don't recognize them, but I feel like I've seen them somewhere before. Oh, you've seen them before? Where did they come from? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Let me think about it. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng nodded and did not disturb the Demon Lord. After a while, the Demon Lord said, I remember now. Oh, you remember? What race wrote these runes? Lin Feng asked. It should be the innate human race. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. The current human race was the descendant of the innate human race. However, as time passed, the power of the bloodline gradually weakened. It was far from being as powerful as the innate human race of the past. Of course, not all innate human bloodlines had deteriorated. For example, The celestial race and the immortal race were still incomparably powerful. High and mighty, peerless and invincible. As for which race the innate human race that created these caves was, it was unknown. In the past, the innate human race was divided into many different races. However, with the passage of time, most of them had died out. There were very few innate humans who had survived until now. Do you know which race it is exactly? Lin Feng asked. The Demon Lord said, I'm not sure. I remember that I occasionally saw these runes and introductions in an incomplete ancient scroll. However, because the ancient scroll was incomplete, the information I knew was too limited. After hearing the Demon Lord's words, Lin Feng knew that it was not realistic to expect more information from the Demon Lord. After all, the Demon Lord did not know much about this mysterious innate human race. Lin Feng ordered everyone to tidy up the caves. Then, everyone settled down. Next, Lin Feng sent Emperor Jiuyan and a dozen cultivators to scout for information. Not long after, a sage emperor returned. He brought back some information that Emperor Jiuyan had obtained. The outside world was now in complete chaos. The creatures of the endless ghost sand were simply invincible. They were invincible, nibbling away at the Sacred War Alliance's forces. The Sacred War Alliance had always been the hegemon of the great sage world. Now that their forces were being nibbled away, the Sacred War Alliance was naturally unwilling to accept it. Thus, the experts of the Sacred War Alliance who had come out of seclusion took action. They led the Sacred War Alliance's cultivator army to battle the creatures of the Endless Ghost Sand. The creatures of the Endless Ghost Sand were divided into two powerful armies. The first was the Undead Army led by the Undead Lord. The second was the Heaven Devourer army led by the middle-aged cultivator that the Eastern Emperor Bel had transformed into. This army was formed by the living creatures of the Endless Ghost Sand. Chapter 3988. The Undead Army and the Heaven Devourer army were very powerful. The Undead Army was almost unkillable. Of course, it wasn't impossible to kill them. In order to kill them, one would need special means or artifacts. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to kill the Undead Army. As for the Sky Devourer army, they were even more powerful. The living beings in the Endless Ghost Sand were much stronger than the Undead Army, but they didn't have the ability of immortality. The two armies were invincible. Even the Sacred War Alliance was having trouble resisting the attacks of the two armies. Lin Feng had been paying attention to the situation outside. He didn't have a good impression of the Sacred War Alliance. If the Sacred War Alliance was destroyed, it would save him the trouble of dealing with them. On this day, waves of violent fluctuations came from the depths of Bewilderment Fog Island, attracting the attention of Lin Feng and the others. The white mist is about to rush out, Emperor Yunzi said. Inform everyone to return to the cave as soon as possible, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. The white mist coming out from the depths of Bewilderment Fog Island was very terrifying. They had to treat it with caution. Emperor Yunzi quickly went to inform the others. Everyone entered the cave one after another. At this moment, the white mist finally rushed out. It was a vast expanse of whiteness, and nothing could be seen. Lin Feng tried to use the Eye of Origin to observe the scene inside the white mist, but it failed in the end. Even the Eye of Origin couldn't see the specific situation inside the white mist. It was a little inconceivable. When the white mist tried to enter the cave, the mysterious runes inside the cave came to life. Each rune was emitting a mysterious glow. The light rushed out, blocking the invasion of the white mist. The innate human's wisdom is really unfathomable. The runes they drew are really mysterious. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. The white mist lasted for 3 days. 3 days later, the white mist quickly retreated into the depths of Bewilderment Fog Island. The world returned to normal. It was as if nothing had happened before. Lin Feng and the others walked out of the cave. They discovered that Bewilderment Fog Island was still densely covered by birds and ferocious beasts. When the white fog surged out, it did not attack those creatures, nor did it devour them. Of course, perhaps the creatures on Bewilderment Fog Island knew how to avoid the white fog, which was why they were safe and sound. Lin Feng planned to explore the depths of the island. The bewilderment fog island was simply too extraordinary. Perhaps it was hiding some shocking secrets. He did not plan to bring anyone with him. Instead, he wanted to explore the depths alone. Lin Feng's methods were powerful. If he were to enter alone, even if he encountered danger, it would be easy for him to escape. However, if he were to bring others along, it would be more troublesome. Lin Feng told everyone to wait outside. Then, he rushed into the depths. Along the way, Lin Feng saw many powerful ferocious beasts. Some of them even attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng released his aura. The ferocious beasts and birds were immediately frightened and fled in all directions. On the other hand, Lin Feng continued to walk into the depths. Roar! Suddenly, a roar was heard. A large part of the forest collapsed. Then, 100-meter-tall ferocious beast rushed out. This ferocious beast was actually an 8-clawed tyrant dragon. This 8-clawed tyrant dragon directly pounced towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked. There was actually a dragon here. Although it was only an earth dragon, it was not that the earth dragons were not powerful enough. Most of the earth dragons were indeed much weaker compared to other dragon clans. However, there were also extremely terrifying existences within the earth dragon clan. Lin Feng swept his fist towards the 8-clawed tyrant dragon. Bang! Then, Lin Feng and the 8-clawed tyrant dragon fiercely collided. Although the 8-clawed tyrant dragon was powerful, it was still lacking when compared to Lin Feng. The 8-clawed tyrant dragon was sent flying by Lin Feng. Seeing how powerful Lin Feng was, the 8-clawed tyrant dragon did not dare to continue fighting with Lin Feng. It turned around and ran. Lin Feng did not chase after the 8-clawed tyrant dragon. Instead, he continued to walk deeper into the depths of the island. The ferocious beasts that appeared beside him were also getting stronger. However, those powerful ferocious beasts were more sensitive to aura. Lin Feng deliberately released his aura to intimidate those ferocious beasts. Therefore, in the following part of the journey, there were no more ferocious beasts that attacked Lin Feng. That is, a tree. Lin Feng looked in front of him in shock. A huge canyon appeared in front of him. Above the canyon, there was an ancient tree that was lying down. That ancient tree had already withered and died long ago. The ancient tree was as thick as a mountain. It was 3,000 meters long. It was too huge. Even though Lin Feng was experienced and knowledgeable, he could not help but be extremely shocked after seeing that ancient tree. What kind of ancient tree is this? Lin Feng was puzzled. He walked toward the ancient tree and finally stepped on it. An ancient aura assaulted his senses. He did not know when this ancient tree was born, nor did he know who cut it down. Lin Feng walked along the ancient tree and walked toward the opposite side. Not long after, he actually saw a huge bird's nest on top of the ancient tree. It was a golden bird's nest. It gave off a holy feeling. Lin Feng increased his speed and rushed toward the golden bird's nest. Will there be bird eggs? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. The creatures that could live in this area were definitely the overlords of Bewilderment Fog Island. If there were bird eggs here, they would definitely be the eggs of an extremely extraordinary bird. Lin Feng entered the bird's nest. However, he discovered that there were no bird eggs in the bird's nest. This made Lin Feng somewhat disappointed. That is, Lin Feng was shocked. He increased his speed and walked toward that item. Very soon, Lin Feng arrived beside that item and picked it up. Then, his face lit up with joy. A Xian Dao martial talisman. This item was actually a Xian Dao martial talisman. Previously, Lin Feng had obtained a Xian Dao martial talisman. After a long time, Lin Feng was unable to obtain another Xian Dao martial talisman. He did not expect to find a Xian Dao martial talisman here. A Xian Dao martial talisman would split into 3 and scatter between heaven and earth. Lin Feng's devouring martial spirit had already evolved 6 devouring black holes. If he could find a new Xian Dao martial talisman, it would definitely be able to evolve again. Lin Feng had already collected 2 of the 3 Xian Dao talismans. He only needed 1 more talisman. If he could find it, he'd be happy to find it. If he could find it, Lin Feng's martial spirit would evolve again. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt his entire body turn cold. Chapter 3989. This feeling of coldness was really terrible. Lin Feng looked around, trying to find that horrifying existence. He wanted to see just what kind of living being it was. However, after searching for a while, Lin Feng did not find anything. He could not find that horrifying existence that was hiding in the dark. However, Lin Feng knew that there must be a horrifying existence hiding in the dark. Otherwise, he would not have felt that sense of danger. Whoosh! Lin Feng increased his speed and dashed towards the depths, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. Just then, the void tore open. A sharp claw swiped towards Lin Feng. Quick! 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 The speed of this sharp claw was simply too fast. In an instant, it was right in front of Lin Feng. There was no way for Lin Feng to dodge. The sharp claw shone with a cold gleam. That sharp claw was the scariest weapon. Looking at that sharp claw swiping towards him, Lin Feng's eyes darkened. Kilometer, that fella finally could not hold it in any longer. Lin Feng's body flashed with a bright light. Suddenly, the ruler's armor flew out. Wrapping Lin Feng up, that sharp claw swiped at the ruler's armor. Clang! A series of clanging sounds rang out, and sparks flew everywhere. Even though that sharp claw was strong, there was no way it could break through Lin Feng's ruler's armor. After that horrifying existence's attack failed, it wanted to retreat. However, Lin Feng's reaction was extremely fast. He grabbed that terrifying existence's wrist and pulled. Instantly, that terrifying existence was pulled out from the void by Lin Feng. Lin Feng could finally see what that fella looked like. That fella had a face that was as ugly as a ghost. His body was like a human's, but he had extremely sharp claws. What the hell is this? Lin Feng looked at that existence in shock. However, his attack did not stop at all. He threw a punch at that terrifying existence. Lin Feng's punch was extremely powerful. It contained a terrifying power that could destroy the world. That hideous and terrifying existence hurriedly threw a punch at Lin Feng's attack. In close combat, that terrifying existence was no match for Lin Feng. Along with a dull and powerful collision sound, Lin Feng and that terrifying existence collided violently. Crack! Crack! The terrifying existence's bones cracked. Lin Feng's strength was too strong. In close combat, Lin Feng was almost invincible. I beg for mercy. I beg for mercy. I don't want to fight you. I can't beat you. That fella started begging. Lin Feng used the 8 godly abstraction seals and sealed the terrifying cultivator. Oh my god. How dare you seal me? If I hadn't been careless, I wouldn't have lost to you. If we were to compete in terms of magical power, I can crush you to death with my bare hands. That existence roared in anger. Lin Feng said indifferently, take note of your current status. If you continue to act tough in front of yours truly, do you believe that yours truly won't break your bones? You're ruthless. That existence said viciously. What the hell are you? You're neither human nor ghost. You look really weird. Lin Feng could not help but mutter. F***CK. What are you talking about? I'm a member of the devil race. It's one thing for me to be ignorant, but how dare you come out and embarrass yourself? That fella curled his lips and said. He had no awareness of being a prisoner at all. How dare he mock Lin Feng? However, his face turned completely green the moment he finished speaking. That was because Lin Feng took out his Wolverine mace and held it in his hand. What are you trying to do? Don't be rash. Being rash is the devil. That fella wailed. Bam! Lin Feng swung his Wolverine mace and smashed it at the fella. Clang! The Wolverine mace landed heavily on the fella's body. Ah! The fella screamed in agony and was sent flying. Plop! That fella fell into the forest and started convulsing. Lin Feng walked over with his Wolverine mace. He looked at the fella with a smile and asked, that attack just now, how did it feel? That fella said with a sullen face. I'm convinced. Big brother, stop hitting me. If you continue, I'll die. Hehe, you might be a little ugly, but you should be pretty good as a follower after being purified. Lin Feng revealed a devilish smile. Lin Feng knew how terrifying that fella was. If not for the fact that they were in close combat, he might not have been able to defeat that fella. Lin Feng started using the Great Purification technique. Then, he touched that guy's third eye and a powerful purification strength penetrated into that guy's brain. However, Lin Feng's expression quickly changed. He discovered that the fella did not have a soul. "You don't have a soul?" Lin Feng asked with a frown. This was the first time he had seen an existence without a soul. The fella chuckled and said, "We are devils. We are not soulless. It's just that our souls have fused with our bodies." Souls fused with their bodies? What a strange race. Lin Feng said with a frown. "We devils are the greatest race in the world. We don't have any flaws from head to toe." That fellow began to boast. It was just like how many other races believed that they were the greatest race. The greatest race? Stop bragging. If you really are the greatest race, how could you be my prisoner? Lin Feng said. The devil cultivator was like a wilted eggplant. All the strength in his body seemed to have been sucked out. "What's your name?" Lin Feng asked. "Mo Qianbian," the fella said. "Mo Qianbian, what a lame name. However, it does suit your temperament," Lin Feng said with a pout. "Mo Qianbian, have you been living here all this while?" Lin Feng asked. "Of course not. I came here a few years ago," Mo Qianbian said. "A few years ago? Why haven't you left this place?" Lin Feng asked. Mo Qianbian's eyes flashed and said, "I felt that this place was a paradise with abundant spiritual energy and resources. It was very suitable for cultivation, so I settled down here." Bang! Lin Feng swung his Vajra mace again and sent Mo Qianbian flying. "Ouch, it hurts so much," Mo Qianbian wailed. Chapter 3990. After being hit by Lin Feng's Wolverine mace twice, Mo Qianbian became much more obedient. There was nothing he could do about it. How could it be so easy to fool Lin Feng? At this point, Mo Qianbian could only answer Lin Feng honestly, not daring to play any more tricks. Unless Mo Qianbian wanted to be beaten again. Mo Qianbian crawled up from the ground and bared his teeth. "Aren't you a little too ruthless?" Lin Feng said, "Of course. I won't beat you up if you tell me the truth. I'll ask you again, why haven't you left this place? Did you find something special here?" Mo Qianbian said, "I did find something special. You should have seen the white fog from before. It might be related to something extraordinary. All these years, I've been trying to enter the inner region to explore." Lin Feng asked curiously, "Did you find anything shocking?" "I really did find something shocking. I have a feeling that something terrifying might be suppressed in the depths of the island," Mo Qianbian said mysteriously. "Oh, something terrifying is being suppressed in the depths of the island? If that's true, then the white fog in the depths of the island is related to that mysterious thing?" Lin Feng asked. "Yes, that should be the case. However, it's hard to find out what's being suppressed there. Although I've tried to get close to that area, I've given up in the end after many attempts." Mo Qianbian continued. "Why did you give up?" Lin Feng asked. "Fear, the fear in my heart. I don't know why, but every time I get close to that area, endless fear will arise in my heart," Mo Qianbian said. "With such little guts, how did you cultivate to your current level?" Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Mo Qianbian said gloomily, "Don't make sarcastic remarks here. When you get to that area, you'll know that I'm not lying. There seems to be a special power that magnifies the fear in the depths of the cultivator's heart." Lin Feng scratched his chin. He didn't know if Mo Qianbian was right or not. "I'll give you a chance to choose. First, submit to me. Second, be smashed to death by my mace." Lin Feng then looked at Mo Qianbian like a demon. Mo Qianbian wailed, "What the hell? I've really met the wrong person. Am I the devil, or are you the devil? I'm someone scarier than a devil." Lin Feng was immensely proud of himself. "It's my bad luck to provoke you. I can submit to you. But, at most 100 years. After 100 years, I'll be free. Or else, just beat me to death," Mo Qianbian said. "Then, he looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water," said Lin Feng, smiling. 100 years is fine. Don't worry. After 100 years, even if I chase you away, you won't leave. Hearing this, Mo Chenbian pursed his lips with a disdainful expression. Lin Feng said, "All right, let's start the oath." Hearing the word oath, Mo Chenbian's face turned bitter. But there was no turning back. He could only start the oath. I, Mo Chenbian, am willing to submit to young master. For the next 100 years, I'll be loyal to young master. If I have any other thoughts, I'll die a horrible death. I accept your loyalty. Lin Feng tapped Mo Chenbian's forehead. A rune formed and flew into Mo Chenbian's mind. After Mo Chenbian made the oath, he completely submitted to Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his hand and removed the seal on Mo Chenbian's body. After Mo Chenbian regained his freedom, he smiled. Hihi, not bad, not bad. It feels good to be free. Mo Chenbian stretched his muscles and said, "Are you a cultivator from Heavenly Sage Great World? I don't think there are any devils in Heavenly Sage Great World, right?" Lin Feng asked Mo Chenbian. "I'm not a cultivator from Heavenly Sage Great World. I am a cultivator from the underworld." Mo Chenbian said. "A cultivator from the underworld? Apart from the underworld envoys, it's very difficult for the beings from the underworld to enter the world of the living. Even if they did, they would be destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. How did you come out from the underworld?" Lin Feng asked curiously. Mo Chenbian said, "Everyone has their own secret." Lin Feng nodded and did not ask further. Lin Feng treated his subordinates with great respect. He would never force his subordinates to do something they did not want to do. Since Mo Chenbian didn't want to tell Lin Feng his secret, Lin Feng didn't want to force him. Let's go deeper and take a look," Lin Feng said. Mo Chenbian nodded and quickly flew deeper into the island with Lin Feng. The deepest part of the island actually formed an extremely powerful Adele magnetic field. When Lin Feng and Mo Chenbian arrived at the place, Lin Feng immediately realized it was very difficult for him to circulate his magic power. The magnetic field here is very scary. Lin Feng frowned. Yes. The magnetic field here greatly suppresses magic power. Look at the continuous mountain range in front. After we cross 3 mountains and enter that region, the situation I mentioned will happen. Mo Chenbian pointed to the depths. Lin Feng said, "We'll know what's going on after we try it." He and Mo Chenbian entered the depths of the mountain range. The deeper they went, the more their magic power was suppressed. After crossing 2 mountains, they could no longer circulate their magic power. The magnetic field here seems to have formed a forbidden space. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. There were many conditions to form a magnetic field. For example, when a certain kind of energy accumulated to an extreme, it could form a magnetic field. For example, if a terrifying expert died here, it could also form a magnetic field. Another example would be the entrance to a different world or a place where space and time intersected to form a magnetic field. Lin Feng did not know why this place would form a magnetic field, but for it to form such a powerful magnetic field, it must be hiding a huge secret. It's indeed the same as the forbidden space. There are ferocious beasts roaming around here. We should be careful, Mo Chenbian said. Chapter 3991. That canyon is the place I was talking about, Mo Chenbian said. Lin Feng nodded and walked towards the canyon with Mo Chenbian following behind. The two entered the canyon. Following that, Lin Feng felt that his heart was extremely oppressive. As he walked deeper into the canyon, the oppressive feeling continued to increase. Not long after, the oppressive feeling turned into pain. It was hard to tell where the pain came from, but he could feel the pain. His heart felt like it was being stabbed by a sharp sword. A sword. Following that, a sword pierced into his heart. This feeling was terrible. Damn it. This is unbearable. Mo Chenbian had already started cursing. Lin Feng endured the pain and continued walking. He did not have the time to care about Mo Chenbian. If he had the strength, he might as well walk a few more steps. Mo Chenbian gritted his teeth and walked deeper. When he arrived at the central region, Lin Feng felt like his heart had been split into 2. Mo Chenbian had also arrived here. This guy's body was twitching. Lin Feng thought that Mo Chenbian could not hold on and was about to die. He said, "Let's leave quickly. Just wait for me outside." Mo Chenbian said. He, don't misunderstand. How can I not hold on? This is called swaying left and right to reduce pressure. Don't look at me swaying left and right. Actually, I am reducing the damage to my body from the pressure. Why don't you learn from me? Forget it. You should just stagger forward on your own, Lin Feng said. The two continued to walk deeper into the canyon. It was unknown if it was because the two of them had the motivation to be together, but they persevered all the way. They were still about 100 meters away from leaving the canyon. However, after arriving here, they had almost reached the limit of Lin Feng and Mo Chenbian. Because the two of them felt that their hearts had already shattered. No. To be precise, they could not even feel their own hearts. This feeling was so painful that it made them wish they were dead. Lin Feng wanted to escape from this place. He did not want to continue walking deeper. Only by leaving this damned place could he be free. However, he didn't want to give up. Persevere. He had to persevere. Every step Lin Feng took was incomparably difficult. It was even more painful than being thrown into the 18th level of hell. Mo Chenbian wanted to retreat a few times, but when he saw Lin Feng in front of him, he gritted his teeth and persisted. This guy had always been someone who refused to admit defeat. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and persevered. 90 meters. 80 meters. 70 meters. 60 meters. 50 meters. 40 meters. 30 meters. With every step he took, there was a feeling that was worse than death. Lin Feng even felt that his body and soul no longer belonged to him. He lifted his foot. Everything was so difficult. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Anyone could collapse under this kind of torment. But Lin Feng's willpower was strong, and he persevered. Don't give up. You can do it. Everyone's hope is on you. You are not fighting alone. You are not fighting alone. Mo Chenbian felt his consciousness blurring, but the conviction in his heart was very strong. He was not fighting alone. He carried the hope of the entire family. 20 meters. 10 meters. 9 meters. 8 meters. 7 meters. 6 meters. 5 meters. 4 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. He was about to walk out. But at that moment, Lin Feng had the impression that the world was spinning. He was pulled into a dark space. This was the starry sky world. A woman was suppressed by a stone coffin in the depths of the starry sky world. Mother, Lin Feng looked at the woman. Feng, my poor child. It's dangerous here, leave quickly. The woman looked at Lin Feng with tears in her eyes. Hey, a sinister voice resounded between heaven and earth. That voice was extremely terrifying, even more ear-piercing than the voice of a malicious spirit. Black fog rolled. This was a creature from the previous era. Kid, don't you want to save your mother? Today, I'm going to chop off your mother's head right in front of you. The terrifying existence in the black fog said sinisterly. No. No. Lin Feng screamed in horror. He would not allow such a thing to happen. However, Lin Feng was powerless to stop all of this. There was a puffing sound, accompanied by the sound of something being torn apart. Blood splattered everywhere. Lin Feng watched his mother being beheaded with his own eyes. But there was nothing he could do. There was nothing he could do. Why did this happen? Lin Feng roared in pain. Since young, he kept working hard, and working hard. He put in 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times more effort in cultivation than others, just to be able to save his mother one day. However, all of this, it had become impossible. Endless darkness surged forth. The darkness wanted to devour Lin Feng. Lin Feng had the feeling that his consciousness was sinking. He felt very tired. Very tired. Very tired. So many years of hard work had come to nothing. So what if he was unwilling? Everything could not be reversed. His mother died in front of him. The blow to Lin Feng was too great. I'm so tired. I want to keep sleeping, Lin Feng muttered. He closed his eyes. His consciousness became more and more blurry. He seemed to be going to sleep forever. He would not wake up. Until he turned into a skeleton. When Lin Feng was about to lose all of his consciousness, Lin Feng suddenly heard a voice. Don't give up. Don't give up. No matter when. Don't give up on yourself. Live well. This is the best way to repay your parents. That voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind over and over again. Mother, it's mother's voice, Lin Feng muttered to himself. He was sure that it was his mother's voice. His mother was encouraging him. That's right. He couldn't give up. He had to live. No matter what, he had to live. Lin Feng tried to open his eyes with great effort. However, he tried again and again. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open his eyes. The darkness wanted to completely devour Lin Feng. No. No one can devour me, Lin Feng roared. Finally, he opened his eyes. All of the darkness turned into light. Lin Feng found that he was still in the canyon. Everything that happened just now was just an illusion. The illusion here was very strange. Using the fear in the cultivator's heart to create an illusion space, trapping the cultivator inside. Until he completely sank. Chapter 3992. Lin Feng took another step forward. When he took this step, he finally rushed out of the valley. All of the pain had vanished into thin air. Besides, Lin Feng had the feeling that his willpower had become even stronger. His spirit had become more condensed. His soul force had increased substantially. Previously, he had experienced inhumane torture. He had experienced endless pain. Now that the pain was over, all the pain was worth it. Lin Feng looked at Mo Chenbian. At this moment, Mo Chenbian was still unable to extricate himself from the illusion. Lin Feng had no way to help Mo Chenbian. He could only rely on himself to break the illusion and walk out. Only then could he complete his self-improvement. No, no, no. Father. Don't die, no, no, no. Mother. Don't die, Xiaolian, wake up. Don't die, okay? Don't die, don't die. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Suddenly, Mo Chenbian roared. He seemed to be experiencing some painful memories. And this kind of memory was something he never wanted to experience again, but it was a memory that he would never forget for the rest of his life. His face was contorted as his body trembled. He was crying. However, what flowed out of his eyes were blood tears. What is he thinking of? What happened to him in the past? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself after seeing Mo Chenbian immersed in his painful memories. Mo Chenbian looked like he didn't care about the world. Who would have thought that he had experienced such pain in the past? Perhaps, beneath the surface of cynicism, there was actually a fragile heart. Hold on. Don't give up. I believe you can do it. Lin Feng looked at Mo Chenbian and muttered to himself. However, Mo Chenbian's aura began to weaken. He no longer roared or struggled. His life force was rapidly disappearing. He seemed to have given up. When he was immersed in that incomparable pain, once he gave up, it would be disastrous. He would probably die here. Lin Feng's expression changed greatly. Was Mo Chenbian really going to give up? Please don't give up. No matter what kind of pain he went through. But you still have a long way to go. However, Mo Chenbian's aura grew weaker and weaker. He was so weak. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel sorry for Mo Chenbian because he couldn't sense his life force at all. The power in his body seemed to have been completely sucked out. His body was about to fall limply to the ground. Right at this moment, Mo Chenbian's life aura began to flourish again. No. I want to live on. A weak voice could be heard. It was just like how a single spark could start a prairie fire. Mo Chenbian's life aura became stronger and stronger. His will. He was conquering the fear in his heart. 2 hours later, Mo Chenbian finally defeated the fear in his heart and opened his eyes. I am invincible. No one can kill me. Then, the guy shouted loudly. He walked out of the valley and fell to the ground, gasping for breath. His eyes were empty. Perhaps at this moment, his brain was also empty. Although he had overcome the fear in his heart, he had once again experienced the pain he had experienced in the past. This kind of feeling was truly worse than death. Get up. Don't waste time. Lin Feng kicked Mo Chenbian. Mo Chenbian's thoughts were pulled back to the real world. He climbed up from the ground and followed behind Lin Feng. As he walked inside, he complained, "You unreasonable guy, can't you let me rest for a while?" "No," Lin Feng said. Mo Chenbian went silent and said, "Thank you for your encouragement." Lin Feng looked at Mo Chenbian doubtfully. Just as I was about to give up, I heard your voice," Mo Chenbian said. "I just don't want to see my subordinates die so easily. You can't die in these 100 years. I still have many things for you to do. After these 100 years, you can die wherever you want. Even if you want to buy a piece of tofu and kill yourself, I won't stop you," Lin Feng said indifferently. Mo Chenbian didn't refute Lin Feng and said, "Actually, you're a good person." Lin Feng felt a chill when he saw Mo Chenbian looking at him. He kicked Mo Chenbian away and said fiercely, "Don't look at me like that. I'm a straight man. I like women. I like beautiful women. I like women too," Mo Chenbian said speechlessly after climbing up. Roar. A deep roar could be heard as terrifying beasts drilled out from the ground. These beasts had huge skeletons like velociraptors. However, there wasn't much meat on them. Apart from the bones, there was only a layer of skin. It was actually a group of underground skeleton beasts. These underground skeleton beasts were extremely strong and had many innate divine abilities. Hundreds of underground skeleton beasts surrounded Lin Feng and Mo Chenbian. "Damn it. Our magic power has been completely suppressed. I'm afraid we're done for," Mo Chenbian said with an ugly expression. "What's there to be afraid of? Our magic power has been suppressed, so will their magic power. If we can't use our divine abilities, they won't be able to use theirs as well," Lin Feng said with a smirk. Roar. A skeleton from the ground roared and moved towards Lin Feng at full speed. "Good timing." Lin Feng sneered and leaped out. Fast. 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 Lin Feng's speed was too fast. He was as fast as lightning. Then, he threw a punch at the subterranean skeleton beast that was pouncing towards him. Bang! The punch landed heavily on the subterranean skeleton beast's body. Lin Feng's strength was too terrifying. The underground skeleton beast was sent flying by Lin Feng. Its body exploded. Severed limbs fell in all directions. What a perverted body. "Are you really a human?" Mo Chenbian couldn't help but ask. "A genuine human," Yi Futian murmured. Lin Feng said. Then, he charged into the group of beasts. He leaped around the group of subterranean skeleton beasts and threw punches at them one after another. Chapter 3993. Mo Chenbian's physical body was actually very strong. His clan was a branch of the Nether race. The Nether race's physical bodies were very strong. Of course, there was still a gap between him and Lin Feng, especially in terms of strength. The gap was even more obvious when compared to Lin Feng. Bang! 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 Mo Chenbian displayed his might. Just like Lin Feng, he sent an underground skeleton beast flying with a punch. Seeing how powerful Lin Feng and Mo Chenbian were, how would these underground skeleton beasts dare to continue fighting with Lin Feng and Mo Chenbian? They quickly fled. In the blink of an eye, they burrowed into the ground and escaped. Lin Feng and Mo Chenbian continued walking deeper into the mountain range. There were many powerful ferocious beasts living in the mountain range, except for the subterranean skeleton beast that they had encountered earlier. Lin Feng also saw some terrifying beasts. However, they seemed to know that Lin Feng and Mo Chenbian weren't people to be trifled with. Therefore, they didn't dare to find trouble with Lin Feng and Mo Chenbian. They went deeper into the mountain range and passed through 7 peaks. Finally, they arrived at the 8th peak. There were only 8 peaks in the mountain range. The 8th peak was the deepest peak. Waves of terrifying energy waves were emitted from the 8th peak. The aura was terrifying to the extreme. It was enough to make one's expression change. "The white fog is coming from the 8th peak," Mo Chenbian said with a serious expression. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Be careful. The closer we are to the truth, the more dangerous it is." The two walked towards the 8th peak. In the depths of the 8th peak, they saw a large amount of ruins. There seemed to be many stone halls built here. However, all that was left of these stone halls were broken walls. Stone halls. They look like temples. Did someone build a temple here in the past? But why did all these temples collapse? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. This place was very strange, and it gave him a sense of unease. Lin Feng searched for some clues in these dilapidated stone halls. Very quickly, Lin Feng determined that these stone halls were really temples. Because he had found the broken statue. "It's a very old temple," Mo Qianbian said. "Could it be a temple from the Stone Age? If it is in this era, then it is indeed too long ago." Lin Feng frowned slightly and said, "What puzzles me is, where did the white fog come from?" Mo Qianbian said, "The only thing that could be confirmed was that the white fog should have come from this area. However, apart from this ruined stone hall, Lin Feng and Mo Qianbian couldn't find any clues." "Let's keep looking. Maybe we can find some clues," Lin Feng said. He and Mo Qianbian split up to search for clues. Not long later, Lin Feng really found some clues. He found a stone tablet embedded in the ground under a pile of ruins. Lin Feng dug out the stone tablet. The stone tablet was very simple and unadorned, emitting the aura of time. Even after countless years, the stone tablet was still intact. "What are these words?" Lin Feng frowned and looked at the two words on the stone tablet. "Twisted and crooked." He didn't recognize these words. "Eternal suppression," Demon Lord said. "Eternal suppression?" Lin Feng was astonished. These two words could make one think of many things. "I found a stone tablet here too." At this moment, Mo Qianbian shouted from another direction. Lin Feng flew toward Mo Qianbian. Soon, he arrived at Mo Qianbian's location. Mo Qianbian also found a stone tablet that looked exactly the same. This stone tablet was also buried underground. The two of them took out the stone tablets. Lin Feng discovered that the words on the second stone tablet were exactly the same as the words on the first stone tablet. They were both eternal suppression. Eternal suppression, eternal suppression. Did it mean eternal suppression? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown and ponder. He felt that this might be the meaning. Lin Feng and Mo Qianbian separated and continued to search for valuable things in the ruins. Not long after, Lin Feng found the third stone tablet. After digging it out, the words eternal suppression were still written on the third stone tablet. Mo Qianbian found the fourth stone tablet, which also had the words eternal suppression. It seemed that all the stone tablets had the words eternal suppression. Lin Feng was astonished. These stone tablets, what were their origins? In the end, Lin Feng and Mo Qianbian dug out a total of 8 stone tablets. All 8 stone tablets had the words eternal suppression. The 8 eternal suppression stone tablets are buried under these stone palaces. Say, do you think there's something terrifying suppressed under these stone palaces? Mo Qianbian looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng's face darkened as he said, "That's a possibility. Damn, if there's something terrifying suppressed down there, nothing will happen if we dig out the 8 stone tablets, right?" Mo Qianbian's face turned green. Quick, quick, quick. Bury the 8 stone tablets again," Lin Feng said solemnly. Mo Qianbian didn't dare to hesitate and rushed towards a stone tablet with Lin Feng. Lin Feng carried a stone tablet and pushed it back to its original position. Then, without daring to linger, he immediately rushed toward the second stele. Then, he buried the second stele in its original location. Mo Qianbian also buried the stone tablets in their original positions. In the end, Lin Feng and Mo Qianbian buried 4 stone tablets each. After burying the stone tablets, Lin Feng and Mo Qianbian heaved a sigh of relief. They sat down in the ruins. "Are we overreacting?" Mo Qianbian asked. Nothing had happened during the entire process. Now, it seemed that they had indeed overreacted. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. "I think so too. Maybe we guessed wrongly." However, right after Lin Feng said that, Lin Feng's expression changed. Wisps of white mist escaped from the place where the 8 stone steles were buried. Look, white fog. Mo Qianbian stood up, his expression turning ugly. There's really something else down there. Lin Feng quickly stood up as well. He looked grave and dignified. More and more white fog was spreading out. Lin Feng felt a dangerous aura. Let's go, quickly leave this place and find a cave to hide in, Lin Feng said solemnly and took the lead to rush out. Mo Qianbian and Lin Feng rushed out together. However, at this moment, a ghastly and terrifying aura permeated the air. The white fog was also increasing. The white fog seemed to have a mind of its own as it quickly swept towards Lin Feng and Mo Qianbian. Chapter 3994. The white fog was chasing after them. How unlucky. Lin Feng and Mo Qianbian ran as fast as they could to avoid the white fog. However, their magic power was suppressed, and it was hard for them to escape from the white fog by relying on their physical speed. We're done for. We have nowhere to hide, Mo Qianbian said with a gloomy face. Lin Feng also knew that he and Mo Qianbian would definitely not be able to escape from the white fog. Therefore, Lin Feng quickly said, after the white fog engulfs us, we'll act according to the situation. All right. Mo Qianbian nodded. Lin Feng and Mo Qianbian were making their final attempt. However, they were still unable to escape from the white fog. In the end, Lin Feng and Mo Qianbian were swallowed by the white fog. Their bodies flew uncontrollably towards the ruins. What the hell is releasing this white fog? Mo Qianbian wailed. Lin Feng also wanted to know what the hell was releasing the white fog. However, he might be able to find out later. The white fog quickly shrouded over, emitting a terrifying power that made one's heart palpitate. Not long after, Lin Feng and Mo Qianbian arrived at the ruins. The white fog seemed to want to pull them into the underground world. Look, what's that? Mo Qianbian pointed in a direction. Within the white fog, there was a sparkling light. In the vast white world, it seemed very out of place. However, the white fog blocked their vision and they couldn't see what it was. Lin Feng opened his eye of origin and looked at that thing. Then, his eyes lit up and he said, "It's a god statue, a broken god statue. Perhaps we can use the broken god statue to resist the white fog's devouring." Hearing this, Mo Qianbian's eyes also lit up. This was really a good idea. Perhaps it would really be useful. When Lin Feng got close to a broken god statue, he used the 1000 Kati Fall of his martial arts. After using the 1000 Kati Fall, Lin Feng's body suddenly became as heavy as a mountain. Lin Feng, who had been swept deeper into the white fog, landed on the ground and picked up the broken statue. The white fog seemed to have a spirit of its own as it released an even more powerful force towards Lin Feng. Suddenly, however, a holy light radiated out from the broken statue. The holy light protected Lin Feng from the white fog. Is it really possible? Lin Feng was overjoyed. When Mo Qianbian passed by a broken statue, he also used the 1000-kilogram drop. He fell down and immediately picked up the broken statue. When the white mist suddenly increased in power, it was already too late to sweep Mo Qianbian away. Lin Feng and Mo Qianbian relied on the broken statues to resist the white mist. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, a series of strange sounds came from all directions. It's the 8 stone tablet. Mo Qianbian's expression suddenly changed. This is troublesome. Perhaps something terrible is going to be released by us. Go, go, go. We can't stay here any longer, Lin Feng said solemnly. They had to leave this place as soon as possible and inform the others to leave Bewilderment Fog Island as soon as possible. Because Lin Feng felt that the existence sealed inside was definitely an unimaginably terrifying existence. If they didn't leave now, it was possible that everyone would be wiped out. Lin Feng and Mo Qianbian quickly rushed out. Not long after they left, the 8 stone tablets soared into the sky. White gas seeped out from the 8 deep pits. Ji-ji-ji-ji-ji, a series of sinister sounds resounded between heaven and earth. Anyone who heard it would feel their hair stand on end. It was as terrifying as the laughter of a devil. Not long after, a terrifying existence condensed. That terrifying existence was an energy body. Clearly, it had lost its physical body. That terrifying existence looked very similar to a human, but its body was covered in dense white scales. It was truly terrifying. No one knew what race it was. I'm finally free. Back then, I was suppressed here by that old fart Fushi. After countless years, my physical body has been destroyed. Fortunately, I have the all-energy absorption body. Although my physical body has been destroyed, it doesn't matter. As long as I devour enough flesh and blood essence, I'll be able to reform my physical body. The bloodlines of the two fellows who just came here are very powerful. If I devour them, it will be a great supplement. The terrifying existence couldn't help but laugh sinisterly. Swoosh. The next moment, a light flashed and the terrifying existence disappeared without a trace. After Lin Feng and Mo Chenbian came out from the deepest part of the mountain range, they pushed their speed to the limit. They quickly rushed out. However, not long after they flew out, a large amount of white fog gushed out from the void in front of them. The white fog covered the sky and blocked Lin Feng and Mo Chenbian's path. A white figure appeared in the white fog. It was the terrifying existence from before. After seeing this existence, Lin Feng and Mo Chenbian's faces instantly turned ugly. This terrifying existence had really chased after them. This was going to be troublesome. Of course. Lin Feng and Mo Chenbian were used to big scenes. Although they knew that the current situation was extremely dangerous for them, the two quickly calmed down. The terrifying existence stared at Lin Feng and Mo Chenbian with a pair of sinister eyes and said, "I really have to thank the two of you for helping me escape." That pair of sinister eyes looked like it was sizing up an exquisite piece of art. That gaze was simply too terrifying. It made one's hair stand on end. Hee hee. You're welcome. It's fate that we met. However, we still have things to do today. We won't stay any longer, Lin Feng said and changed direction with Mo Chenbian. However, at this time, the white fog covered the sky and sealed the surroundings, completely trapping Lin Feng and Mo Chenbian in this place. Mo Chenbian wanted to cry but had no tears. What is the meaning of this? Hee hee. Nothing special. I just want to eat the two of you, the terrifying existence said sinisterly. We let you out. But you want to eat us. Otherworldly beings are truly ingrates. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. You know that I'm an otherworldly being? The terrifying existence stared at Lin Feng with a pair of sinister eyes. Lin Feng coldly said, "Of course. Although you're only a soul body, the aura of an otherworldly being is very special. You're quite observant. However, no matter what, you won't be able to escape death." Chapter 3995. Do it, Lin Feng shouted. Swish. With a flash of light, the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram flew out. The 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram. First, suppress the foreign living being. Second, destroy the lost race of the era. Third, seal the undying living being. Fourth, destroy the undead of the underworld. Fifth, destroy the traitor of the era. Sixth, kill the false god. Although this terrifying existence was only a void spirit body, it was still a void spirit body formed by a foreign living being. The 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram could restrain this terrifying being. At the same time, Mo Chenbian also took out a powerful treasure. It was a whip. The treasure was called the Deity Striking Whip. It was a supreme treasure forged by imitating the ancient weapon, the Deity Striking Whip. Its power was extremely terrifying. Under Lin Feng's control, the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram flew out quickly and arrived in front of the huge palm in an instant. Then, it swept towards the huge palm. The Deity Striking Whip was also taken out by Mo Chenbian. The Deity Striking Whip rapidly enlarged and instantly became 100 meters long. Then, it ruthlessly swept towards the huge palm. Bang, bang. The 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram and the Deity Striking Whip swept across the huge palm one after another. Immediately, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The huge palm was injured under the attacks of the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram and the Deity Striking Whip. Blood flowed out from the wound. Then, the huge palm quickly retracted. You have many treasures, but they are useless. Your cultivation is too weak. No matter how powerful your treasures are, you will still die in the end. The terrifying existence said with a cold smile. How dare a void spirit body be so arrogant? Lin Feng sneered and waved his hand. Suddenly, 5 heavenly flames flew out. The heavenly flames restrained all soul bodies. This guy's body was a soul body. It was perfectly restrained by Lin Feng's heavenly flames. The 5 heavenly flames formed the 5 elements heavenly flame array and burned fiercely. Even the void distorted. The terrifying existence was enveloped in it. His body began to burn. Ah! My body! The guy let out a miserable cry. Ha 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 ha, my heavenly fire is restraining it. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. Then, Lin Feng and Mo Chenbian continued to use their supreme treasures to deal with this fella. The terrifying existence roared furiously. Brat, it's too early for you to be happy. Even if the heavenly fire can restrain souls, I still have a way to block the heavenly fire's attack. After he finished speaking, he began to chant an incantation. As the incantation continued to be chanted, then, something astonishing happened. Numerous runes began to emanate from the body of this terrifying existence. These runes were very special and contained a power that would shock anyone. Moreover, it seemed to be able to isolate the heavenly fire from harming its body. Those runes protected this terrifying existence. When the heavenly fire burned again, it could no longer cause any damage to the terrifying existence. Seeing this, Lin Feng's face could not help but sink slightly. This was going to be troublesome. If the heavenly fire could not suppress this fellow, then, in that case, it would not be an easy task to suppress this fellow again. Break. The terrifying existence waved his hand. Instantly, the 3 pure 8 trigrams diagram and God-striking whip were swept away. Next, the terrifying existence shouted coldly, "Myriad transformation divine art." As soon as his voice fell, the surrounding white mist began to churn violently. The churning white mist actually turned into a huge cauldron. Lin Feng and Mo Chenbian were naturally trapped inside. Don't tell me they're trying to steam us. Mo Chenbian said with an ugly expression. Lin Feng said, "Myriad transformation divine art. This name sounds a little scary." Mo Chenbian nodded. It was indeed as Lin Feng had said. The name Myriad Transformation Divine Art did sound a little scary. You will become my food. I will refine you directly, the terrifying existence said in a sinister tone. Next, the white mist condensed into a huge cauldron, emitting a terrifying energy that continuously invaded Lin Feng and Mo Chenbian's bodies. They tried to dissolve the strange energy that invaded their bodies, but to their horror, they realized that they could not do anything about it. This was bad. Lin Feng and Mo Chenbian's expressions turned extremely grave. They tried to rush out, but the terrifying existence was simply too powerful. Lin Feng and Mo Chenbian were pushed back. Soon, Lin Feng discovered something terrifying. He realized that his magic power was declining at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only his magic power, but he also felt that his physical body was getting weaker. As time passed, his physical body seemed to be melting away. This situation made Lin Feng's expression turn extremely gloomy. It must be the effect of the myriad transformation divine art. This fellow was probably trying to refine him and Mo Chenbian into the purest energy. Then, it would devour him and Mo Chenbian. It's over, we're dead for sure. Mo Chenbian wailed. I don't want to die. I'm so handsome, so dashing, and I still have a long life ahead of me. I'm not willing to die in this godforsaken place. Hearing that, Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. You're already so ugly, yet you still dare to say that you're handsome? Can you be any more shameless? Lin Feng and Mo Chenbian couldn't think of a way to escape. The situation was very bad. The terrifying existence laughed sinisterly. Hey. Soon, all of you will die in my hands. Now, do you have any last words? You can say them now. Who knows, I might be able to fulfill them for you. Can you let us go? Lin Feng and Mo Chenbian asked in unison. The corner of the terrifying existence's mouth twitched violently. Then, he said fiercely, don't you understand human language? I'm talking about your last words, not your wishes. You're not human. Isn't it normal for me to not understand your language? Lin Feng replied. Courting death, courting death. The terrifying existence roared furiously, increasing the speed of refining Lin Feng and Mo Qianbian. The situation was getting worse. Lin Feng and Mo Qianbian's expressions turned increasingly ugly. Just as they were about to collapse, a rumbling sound came from the depths. This is. Lin Feng and Mo Qianbian looked towards the depths in shock. Kill. Chapter 3996. Soon, Lin Feng discovered that the cultivators in ancient clothing were not real living beings. They were a very special existence. They seemed to be void spirit bodies, but upon closer inspection, they did not seem to be void spirit bodies. Imprint. Lin Feng frowned, feeling that these people might be living beings manifested from the imprints. Lin Feng thought of the innate humans. Could it be that these people were the innate humans who had passed away? Perhaps, there was really such a possibility. Those cultivators instantly engaged in a fierce battle with that terrifying existence. Damn it! You lowly living beings actually have imprints that are still alive. Today, I will destroy your imprint. The terrifying existence said viciously. Bang, 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 the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Those imprints were obviously no match for that terrifying existence. The cultivators who were branded exploded one after another, killed by the terrifying existence. Let's hurry up and run. If we don't run now, after those guys are killed, it will be our turn. Mo Qianbian hurriedly said, his face turning green. Lin Feng said, what are you running for? Don't be afraid. Attack with all your might. We will definitely be able to kill this guy. Lin Feng did not intend to leave, because he felt that even if he left, he would be caught by this terrifying existence. He might as well take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to fight this terrifying existence to the death. This terrifying existence was indeed powerful, but it was not without weakness. It was a soul body, and this was its biggest weakness. Moreover, the cultivators who had been imprinted on Lin Feng's body were distracting the terrifying cultivator's strength, which gave Lin Feng time. Lin Feng stepped forward in the void and began to chant an incantation. The great Tao of destiny. Please descend the power of destiny. There is an evil existence here that should have died. Please let him return to the path of death. When Lin Feng's voice fell, in an instant, a river of destiny was formed and slammed towards the terrifying existence. Bang! The river of fate slammed into the terrifying existence and sent him flying. However, that terrifying existence was simply too powerful. The river of fate wasn't able to deal any fatal damage to him. Go to hell. Mo Qianbian made use of the void technique to hide in the void. When this terrifying existence was sent flying by the river of fate, Mo Qianbian was shocked. Mo Qianbian shuttled through the void and arrived beside this terrifying existence. Then, he lashed out with the God-striking whip. In an instant, Mo Qianbian's terrifying attack caused the body of this terrifying existence to turn even more illusory. Dense cracks even appeared on the illusory body. And those cracks seemed like they would shatter at any moment. Mo Qianbian's deity-striking whip also dealt great damage to these phantom bodies. Ah! The terrifying existence roared furiously. His fury overflowed to the heavens, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. He pounced towards Mo Qianbian, wanting to finish him off. Oh my God, run, run, run. When Mo Qianbian saw that terrifying existence pouncing towards him, he immediately fled. However, that terrifying existence was simply too fast. It didn't take long for it to catch up to Mo Qianbian. Then, it sent a palm strike towards Mo Qianbian. Just as that terrifying palm strike was about to land on Mo Qianbian's body, just then, a hole appeared on the chest of that terrifying existence. A hole like this that appeared out of nowhere was extremely damaging to him. Lin Feng had successfully executed the great curse art at the crucial moment, silently dealing a huge blow to this terrifying existence. Here's another whip for you. Mo Qianbian was definitely a cultivator who was good at seizing opportunities. Just as the terrifying being was checking the hole in his chest, Yi Zichen looked at the hole in his chest. Mo Qianbian, who was fleeing pathetically, turned around and lashed out at that terrifying existence once more. The god-striking whip ruthlessly lashed at that terrifying existence's body. That terrifying existence was struck by Mo Qianbian for the second time. This time, the injury was clearly more severe. The cracks on that terrifying existence's body were even more severe. The river of fate flew over and descended from the sky, directly suppressing that terrifying existence below. "Break for me." That terrifying existence waved his right fist and smashed it towards the river of fate, wanting to completely destroy it. However, the river of fate was simply too powerful. Coupled with the fact that his injuries weren't light, he simply couldn't destroy the river of fate that Lin Feng had summoned. "Kill!" A deep roar resounded through the clouds. A large number of branded cultivators wearing ancient clothing charged towards that terrifying existence. "I'm undying and indestructible." The terrifying existence roared, and a large amount of white fog surged out of his body. The white fog rushed towards the cultivators who were rushing towards him. A large number of cultivators exploded and dissipated into thin air. However, those cultivators still charged towards that terrifying existence without any fear of death. One had to admit that this fellow was truly too powerful. His combat strength could be considered heaven-defying. It was truly terrifying. While killing the cultivators charging towards him, he continued to punch out with all his might. Punch after punch, he smashed towards the river of fate that was suppressing him. Under such a constant barrage of attacks, the river of fate couldn't hold on for long. "I'll be free soon. When the time comes, all of you will die." That terrifying existence roared. "Pu." As soon as his voice fell, a ripping sound could be heard. He looked at his own body. His body had been sliced in half by Lin Feng's black dragon sword. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword in one hand and the broken statue in the other. The broken statue could neutralize the white mist's attacks. Therefore, Lin Feng silently approached that terrifying existence and launched a short-kill attack. "Isn't this sword cool? Isn't it cool?" Lin Feng grinned at that terrifying existence. "Let's go die together." That terrifying existence's half-body charged towards Lin Feng. At the same time, Lin Feng took out the Gourd of Fortune. A powerful devouring force emanated from the Gourd of Fortune, directly devouring that terrifying existence's half-body. After that, the Gourd of Fortune devoured the remaining half-body as well. "Hee, yours truly will soon refine you to raise my soul power." Lin Feng smiled and kept the Gourd of Fortune. Chapter 3997. This old man should be the leader of this group of branded cultivators. Lin Feng was shocked. These branded cultivators actually had their own consciousness and could think. It was truly unbelievable. Lin Feng said, "Senior, you don't have to be so polite. We should be the ones thanking you. If not for you, I'm afraid we would have died. We can finally rest in peace now that we've eliminated this devil." The old man said emotionally. They weren't real living beings, not even spiritual bodies. They were just a group of existences created by the laws of heaven and earth through some special medium. They couldn't exist in this world for long. "Senior, back then, did you all die because of that fellow?" Lin Feng asked. "That's right. Back then, he enslaved this island and destroyed the temple. We died because of that. Later, Sage Emperor Fuxi came and suppressed that terrifying existence. Furthermore, Sage Emperor Fuxi used a secret technique to collect a portion of our auras and used them as the source to create us branded cultivators. We're here to protect the seal," Li Yundong said. "Now that this devil is dead, our wish has been fulfilled. Now, we will completely disappear," the old man said. As the old man finished speaking, the branded cultivators' bodies began to turn illusory. It seemed that they were about to completely disappear. The 8 stone tablets are still inside. They were left behind by Saint Emperor Fuxi. Although they look ordinary, perhaps there's something special about them, the old man said. Lin Feng knew that the 8 stone tablets the old man was talking about were the ones with the words eternal suppression written on them. "Thank you for the reminder, Senior. This junior will go and collect the 8 stone tablets now," Lin Feng said. The old man nodded, and then his body disappeared into thin air. Just like the old man, The branded cultivators standing behind the old man also dissipated. Seeing the old man and the others disappear, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. He collected his emotions and looked at Mo Qianbian. Let's go. We'll go and collect the 8-stone tablet. Mo Qianbian grinned and said, I say. I also contributed in eliminating that fellow. You can't hog that fellow's void spirit body for yourself. Don't worry, I'll give you a leg when the time comes, Lin Feng said. At least 2 legs. Mo Qianbian said. You really want to become stronger? Lin Feng asked Mo Qianbian. There were very few subordinates like Mo Qianbian who would take the initiative to ask for benefits from their master. At the very least, it was Lin Feng's first time encountering such trash. It was very rash to do that. Mo Qianbian wouldn't have done this if he didn't want to seize every opportunity to become stronger. Yes. Mo Qianbian put away his frivolous expression and nodded. Lin Feng said, when the time comes, I'll give you the lower half of that guy's body. Hehe, this is good. I didn't follow the wrong person. Mo Qianbian grinned. Not long later, Lin Feng and Mo Qianbian arrived at the ruins. 8 stone steles were scattered in the ruins. Lin Feng collected them. Since these 8 stone steles were left behind by Saint Emperor Fuxi, they must be extraordinary. Lin Feng kept the 8 stone steles in the temporal space and left with Mo Qianbian. Back at his residence, Lin Feng introduced Mo Qianbian to everyone. Mo Qianbian grinned and said, ha 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 ha, everyone, please take care of me in the future. Let's make money together and share treasures together. The others weren't familiar with Mo Qianbian and weren't used to his method of getting close to others. Hence, they didn't reply. However, Mo Qianbian didn't feel awkward at all. He had always been thick-skinned. Everyone was curious about what Lin Feng had experienced inside. Lin Feng briefly explained what had happened inside. Lin Feng's explanation was simple, but everyone knew that the entire process was extremely dangerous. Luckily, Lin Feng came back safe and sound. According to their agreement, Lin Feng handed over the lower half of that fellow's body to Mo Qianbian. Mo Qianbian was so excited that he started dancing. As for Lin Feng, he entered his cave to refine the soul power in the upper half of the body. Kid, do you know who I am? Do you know how strong my race is? You better let me go now. Otherwise, you're dead, shouted the terrifying being in the gourd of good fortune furiously. Surprisingly, Lin Feng wasn't dead, and he was threatening Lin Feng. He really didn't know what a prisoner should do. Lin Feng sneered and said, I don't care what race you are. What's your background? I only know that you're a supplement for my soul power. With that, Lin Feng activated the gourd of fortune to refine this terrifying existence. This terrifying existence was indeed powerful. However, it couldn't withstand Lin Feng's gourd of fortune's refinement. After all, there was only half of its body left. Its injuries were too severe. It was gradually being refined. However, it wasn't willing to give up. It yelled, spare me, as long as you spare me. I can give you many powerful abilities, treasures, and even bring you to many immortal realms to seek opportunities. Lin Feng didn't pay attention to that guy. He continued to activate the gourd of fortune to refine this terrifying existence. Seeing that Lin Feng wasn't moved by force or persuasion, the terrifying existence cursed. The terrifying existence immediately cursed, brat. I curse you to die a horrible death. I curse you to end up 10 times more miserable than me, said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. If cursing people could kill them, Lin Feng wouldn't be able to do it. He also wanted to learn this ability. Finally, this terrifying existence was completely refined by Lin Feng into pure soul power. Now, it was very difficult for Lin Feng's soul to improve. Even a breakthrough of a large realm couldn't make his soul grow by a large margin. However, Lin Feng felt that if he refined this terrifying existence's soul, his soul level would definitely increase again. Lin Feng's soul power was currently at the 5th heaven of the Emperor Lord realm. He wondered how many levels his soul power would increase after refining this terrifying existence's soul power. Lin Feng was looking forward to it. Lin Feng began to refine this terrifying existence's soul power. As the soul power was refined by Lin Feng, Lin Feng's soul level began to increase. It didn't take long for it to increase from the 5th heaven of the Emperor Lord Realm to the 6th heaven of the Emperor Lord Realm. After increasing by one level, the consumption of soul power wasn't particularly high. This made Lin Feng extremely excited. It seemed that he would be able to break through a few more levels this time. Finally, Lin Feng completely refined all the soul power. His soul level increased from the 5th heaven of the Emperor Lord Realm to the 9th heaven of the Emperor Lord Realm. Chapter 3998. Lin Feng was very satisfied with this closed-door cultivation. Being able to break through to the 9th layer of the Emperor Realm was definitely a huge improvement. This made Lin Feng extremely excited. After Lin Feng came out of closed-door cultivation, he found that Mo Qianbian was still in closed-door cultivation. If he refined the soul energy, Mo Qianbian would definitely be greatly improved. 9 Eyes. What's the situation outside? Lin Feng asked. Reporting to young master, the situation outside is extremely turbulent, especially at this stage. It's said that the 3 alliances are already showing signs of joining forces to deal with the endless Ghost Sand Army, Emperor Zhouyan said. Oh, joining forces to deal with the endless Ghost Sand Army? Lin Feng was surprised. Emperor Zhouyan said. Yes. The Sacred War Alliance is no match for the endless Ghost Sand Army. Now that they are retreating, it won't be long before most of their territories fall. But that's not the most terrifying part. The most terrifying part is, before this, many experts from the Sacred War Alliance wanted to join forces to deal with the endless Ghost Sand Lord. However, even with so many experts joining forces, they were still instantly defeated by the endless Ghost Sand Lord. The experts of the Sacred War Alliance, the Alliance of Immortals and the Alliance of Demons and Demons have all realized the seriousness of the matter. The Master in the Boundless Ghost Sand is too powerful. We have to join forces to deal with the Boundless Ghost Sand Army. Otherwise, the Heavenly Sage Great World will be completely occupied by the Boundless Ghost Sand Army. Lin Feng nodded and said, without the lips, the teeth will be cold. The 3 major forces obviously understand this principle. Lin Feng decided to continue observing the situation outside. Soon, all kinds of news spread. The endless Ghost Sand Army was still invading the Heavenly Sage Great World's territories with an unstoppable force. The first territory to be invaded was the Sacred War Alliance's territory. Following that, the Immortal Alliance and Demon Alliance's territories were also invaded. The 3 alliances tried to stop the endless Ghost Sand Army many times, but they all ended in failure. Moreover, the losses were extremely huge. In the end, it was said that the 3 alliances used some shocking resources. They took out the ancient weapon. It's too terrifying. Every time they used the ancient weapon, they had to sacrifice tens of thousands of cultivators. With such a tragic price, they defeated the endless Ghost Sand Army. After a short time, Lin Feng's subordinates came to report to him. Lin Feng was astonished. Ancient weapons were monstrously powerful. Their power was simply unimaginable. And now, the 3 great alliances had actually brought out their ancient weapons. It was truly unbelievable. Actually, this news was enough to shock the world. The Moon God blocked the ancient weapon's attack. Originally, the Moon God wanted to suppress the ancient weapon, but at this moment, a terrifying expert walked out from each of the 3 alliances. They were all experts who came out from the God's Stone. A mysterious woman walked out from the Sacred War Alliance. That woman's cultivation was unfathomable. An old demon walked out from the Demon Alliance. His methods were heaven-defying. A 9-orifice stone man walked out from the Immortal Alliance. The 9-orifice stone man was one of the most terrifying creatures among the stone men. It was very difficult to nurture a 9-orifice stone man usually. Before they could grow, they would be destroyed by the world because the world did not allow such a creature to exist. However, as long as a 9-orifice stone man was born, it would be extremely terrifying. Its battle strength would be heaven-defying. The 9-orifice stone man from the Immortal Alliance was like this. Its cultivation was so powerful that it could shake the world. It was truly shocking. The 3 experts activated the ancient weapon. At the same time, There were people constantly sacrificing themselves to increase the ancient weapon's power. In the end, they blocked the moon god's attack. The three alliances and the endless Ghost Sand Army's master plan to have peace talk. They've already stopped fighting. Not long after, Lin Feng received a new piece of news. In truth, he had already expected this to happen. The endless Ghost Sand Army was very powerful, and the moon god was almost invincible. However, the three alliances also had their own extraordinary methods. There was no benefit to both sides if the war continued. Therefore, peace talks were imperative. However, the division of benefits in the peace talks would depend on the trump cards of the two sides during the peace talks. It's a pity that the Sacred War Alliance hasn't been destroyed. However, looking at the time, it won't be long after the peace talks. The new batch of geniuses to enter the Myriad Tribe's divine palace will be selected. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The location of the peace talks was quickly decided. It would be in the city of Myriad Saints. The city of Myriad Saints was the ancient city where the Myriad Tribe's divine palace had appeared. It was said that the Myriad Tribe's divine palace had appeared above the city of Myriad Saints. Lin Feng planned to go to the city of Myriad Saints to meet Sun Yudao of the Immortal Alliance. He hoped to borrow Sun Yudao's power to enter the Myriad Tribe's divine palace. There were many ancient divine abilities in the Myriad Tribe's divine palace. Moreover, there were top-notch offensive divine abilities. After cultivating them, one's cultivation base would be greatly improved. Lin Feng told everyone to stay on the Bewilderment Fog Island for the time being. He planned to go to the city of Myriad Saints. Emperor Zhouyan and the others wanted to follow Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng didn't think it was necessary and didn't allow them to follow him. After leaving the Bewilderment Fog Island, Lin Feng returned to the continent. Along the way, Lin Feng saw many dilapidated towns and cities. Corpses were everywhere. War had always been so cruel. Many people would die. Some deserved to die, but others were innocent. Lin Feng left the Bitter Frost Island and arrived at the territory ruled by the Sacred War Alliance. Then, he heard a piece of news about the fallen angels. It was said that the fallen angels had died in the war against the boundless Ghost Sand Army because of their old patriarch. The 5 main bloodlines of the fallen angels were fighting fiercely for the position of patriarch. The fallen angels are also the imperial family of the Myriad Tribes, right? Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He thought of the fallen angels' saintess, Naylan Manli. Back then, the two of them were enemies. Naylan Manli wanted to kill him. But in the end, he was captured by him. Lin Feng's principle was not to kill beautiful women. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't kill her. In the end, Lin Feng and Naylan Manli duel cultivated for a while before letting Naylan Manli go. Chapter 3999. Skyfall City, one of the ancient cities ruled by the Holy War Alliance. Because it was quite far from the bitter cold province, Skyfall City was still in the hands of the Holy War Alliance and had not been taken over by the endless Ghost Sand Army. Lin Feng came to Skyfall City. The Holy War Alliance was the most hostile force against the human race. Therefore, there were very few humans in Skyfall City. Even if there were humans, they were usually just servants. Heavenly Sage Great World had very few humans, and most of them were gathered in the Immortal God Alliance. Therefore, Lin Feng walked for a long time in Skyfall City, but he did not see a single human. Instead, he saw many different kinds of cultivators. Roar! At this moment, the roar of a beast came from afar. Many people were startled. They looked in the direction of the roar and saw a large amount of evil energy rolling in. In the evil energy, many ferocious beasts were galloping. There was a cultivator sitting on each of the ferocious beasts. It's the endless Ghost Sand Army's living beings. Many people were shocked and hurriedly made way. Not long after, the endless Ghost Sand Army's commander and the leaders of the 3 alliances had a peace talk. Therefore, the ancient cities ruled by both sides would not stop the other side's cultivators from entering. This was also why the endless Ghost Sand Army had appeared in Skyfall City. Lin Feng stood at the side of the road and squinted at the cultivators in the endless Ghost Sand Army. There were both living beings and undead spirits. He did not know what they were doing here. Lin Feng guessed that they were here with a mission. But he did not know what the mission was. After the cultivators in the Endless Ghosts and army left, the surrounding people burst into an uproar. They began to discuss the purpose of the cultivators in the Endless Ghosts and army. Actually, Lin Feng felt that their destination was not necessarily Skyfall City. Perhaps, Skyfall City was just a temporary stop. They would rest here for a while before leaving again. Lin Feng planned to find a restaurant to have a good meal and rest for the night before continuing on to Myriad Saints City. The Endless Ghosts and Army's commander and the leaders of the three alliances had not started the negotiations yet. Therefore, Lin Feng was not in a hurry to reach Myriad Saints City. It would take some time for the Myriad Tribe's temple to reopen. At the very least, it would wait until the end of the negotiations before it could be opened again. Lin Feng saw a luxurious restaurant called Heavenfall Restaurant. This restaurant was probably the most high-end restaurant in Skyfall City. Lin Feng had seen many other restaurants along the way, but none of them could be compared to the Skyfall restaurant. Lin Feng decided to try out the delicacies of the Heaven's Descent Inn. He walked towards the inn, but just as he reached the entrance, he heard a cold laugh. "Brat, stop right there." When Lin Feng heard that, he stopped and turned around. He saw a dozen cultivators. They were all cultivators from the 10,000 clans. The leader of the group had a pair of golden wings. He was a cultivator from the Golden Holy Winged clan, one of the imperial clans of the 10,000 clans. That clan was extremely strong among the 10,000 clans. "Is something the matter?" Lin Feng glanced at the Golden Sacred Feather Race cultivator and asked. "Heavenfall Restaurant. Humans and dogs are not allowed to enter," the Golden Sacred Feather Race cultivator said mockingly. The Alliance of the Holy War despised the human clan to the extreme. Especially after the failure to invade the 9 provinces, they hated the human clan even more. Lin Feng was a human cultivator, so it was only natural that he was looked down upon by the Sacred War Alliance cultivators. "Ha ha ha ha. Brother Nangong is really humorous. But I agree with your words. How can we eat in the same restaurant as a lowly human cultivator? Wouldn't that be a disgrace to our status?" Someone else said. "Humans are nothing but our slaves. Their status is far from being comparable to the watchdogs of our clans, that's true. Humans are inferior to dogs." The Myriad Tribe's cultivators immediately burst into laughter, looking at Lin Feng with disdain. Many people were watching. They were used to seeing things like this. If a human cultivator came to an ancient city under the control of the Sacred War Alliance, it would be fine if his cultivation was strong enough. If his cultivation wasn't strong enough, he would be humiliated. Actually, being humiliated was a good result. It was even to the extent that many people would be killed, and they would suffer the miserable fate of perishing. "Kid, hurry up and scram. This is a high-class place. It's not a place where a lowly human like you can enter. How far is it? How far is it?" The Golden Sacred Feather Race cultivator looked down at Lin Feng with a haughty attitude, his eyes filled with coldness. Lin Feng sneered inwardly. Everywhere he went, he would meet such arrogant people. He glanced at the Myriad Tribe's cultivators indifferently, then said, "Looks like I didn't check the almanac before leaving. I only wanted to have a meal, but I heard a bunch of dogs barking non-stop. What's wrong? Could it be that he was hungry? How about this? Kneel on the ground, and I'll give you some dog food in the Heavenfall restaurant. It'll definitely be enough to fill you up." When Lin Feng said this, the surrounding cultivators couldn't help but be stunned. This kid. Did he know what he was saying? "Kid, how dare you humiliate us? Do you want to die?" The Myriad Tribe's cultivators glared at Lin Feng fiercely. The surrounding cultivators also looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. This was the ancient city ruled by the Sacred War Alliance. Lin Feng, a young human cultivator, had come to Tianluo City. He had to swallow his pride and swallow his pride. However, Lin Feng didn't do that. Instead, he humiliated the Golden Sacred Feather Race cultivator and the others. The Golden Sacred Feather Race cultivator was a member of the Myriad Tribe's royal family. The others were also members of the Myriad Tribe's royal family. These people had extraordinary identities. Lin Feng humiliated them like this. Wasn't he asking for death? However, something shocking happened in the next moment. A bunch of ignorant fools. Kneel down. Lin Feng laughed coldly and opened up his hands. Instantly, lines of runes formed. Those lines of runes pressed down on the golden sacred feather race cultivator and the others. Lin Feng attacked as soon as he said so. He was really domineering. Destroy this kid, the golden sacred feather race cultivator shouted coldly and attacked together with the other 10 people. However, before they could attack, they were suppressed by Lin Feng's runes. Thud 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 thud. Chapter 4000. Oh my god, am I seeing things? Is this brat really that powerful? Cries of surprise rang out one after another. The onlookers all had shocked expressions on their faces. Lin Feng had suppressed so many cultivators with just a flick of his finger. The cultivators that Lin Feng had suppressed were all in the Emperor realm. The most powerful golden sacred winged race cultivator was already half a step into the Sage Emperor realm. Lin Feng was just too young. How could he have such a terrifying cultivation at such a young age? He's not a ferocious dragon. This human cultivator is just too powerful. I'm afraid these fellows have kicked an iron plate today. Yeah, they have indeed kicked an iron plate. But then again, it's rare to see such a terrifying cultivator at such a young age. That golden sacred winged race cultivator is called Nan Gongzheng. This person's identity is not ordinary. The current leader of the golden sacred winged race is Nan Gongzheng's great-grandfather. I heard that Nan Gongzheng came to Skyfall City with his elders to celebrate the City Lord's birthday. Now that Nan Gongzheng is kneeling on the ground, he's a disgrace to the royal family. The golden sacred winged race will never let this go. That's right. I wonder if this brat will take this opportunity to escape Skyfall City. If he leaves now, there's still time. Some of the onlookers whispered to each other. Lin Feng heard their discussion, but he didn't care at all. With his current cultivation, unless he had encountered cultivators close to or above the immortal realm, even high-level Emperor realm cultivators wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Brat! How dare you humiliate us like this? Let us go now. Otherwise, you're dead meat. The golden sacred winged race cultivator's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared loudly. This guy had always been a high and mighty figure. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Now, he felt like he was better off dead. His hatred for Lin Feng couldn't be washed away even with all the water in the world. Lin Feng looked at the golden sacred winged race cultivator indifferently and sneered. Do you think I'm afraid of you? What a joke. Little second brother, come here. Lin Feng crooked his finger at the waiter who was watching the commotion at the door. Young master, what are your orders? The waiter bowed and asked. Go. Put some leftovers in front of them and feed them to these guys. Lin Feng said faintly. This. The waiter's face turned green. How would he dare? If you don't go, do you believe that I won't tear down this broken restaurant? Lin Feng said indifferently. Damn, this brat is really arrogant. Many cultivators who were watching the show couldn't help but roll their eyes. Lin Feng. A young human cultivator came to the territory of the Holy War Alliance and even threatened to tear down this restaurant with a powerful background. How pretentious. Go get something. The shopkeeper said. The waiter didn't dare to hesitate. He ran to the kitchen and asked people to bring 2 buckets of leftovers. Then, Lin Feng asked them to pour the leftovers on the ground. Lin Feng then kicked one of them. The golden sacred winged race cultivator and the rest fell on the leftovers in front of him. Their faces were covered in the leftovers. Ha 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 ha, the taste is not bad, right? You bastards are only fit to eat dog food. Lin Feng laughed loudly. This brat is really too arrogant. Many people muttered. Although the golden sacred winged race cultivator and the rest were the ones who provoked Lin Feng first, so what? The cultivators of the Holy War Alliance were naturally on the golden sacred winged race cultivator's side. Therefore, many people were furious when they saw Lin Feng humiliating the golden sacred winged race cultivator and the rest. Who wants to eat dog food? Come out now. I'll beat you bunch of trash in a matter of minutes. Lin Feng said calmly. There was a large number of cultivators watching the show. Lin Feng was the only human cultivator here. But Lin Feng was still as arrogant as ever. Many people were so humiliated by Lin Feng that they wanted nothing more than to rush up and give Lin Feng a good beating. However, they were quickly held back by their companions. What kind of joke was this? Although this human was extremely arrogant and had been acting tough all this time, he was truly too powerful. Nothing good would come out of offending this brat. Lin Feng looked at the cultivators blocking the entrance and scolded, "Scram! Don't block my way. I'm going to eat." The cultivators of the myriad races were furious. But when they thought of Lin Feng's strength, they had no choice but to suppress their anger. They quickly moved to the sides and opened up a path for Lin Feng. Lin Feng swaggered into the restaurant. He looked as though he was saying, "Hit me if you can." Many people were gnashing their teeth in anger. Damn it. We've always been the ones humiliating these lowly humans. When have we ever been looked down upon by them? This brat is too arrogant. Who does he think he is? How dare he come to our Sacred War Alliance's territory to act tough? He really doesn't know what's good for him. I'd like to see how this brat is going to die later. The experts of the Golden Sacred Winged Race will definitely not let this brat go. The cultivators of the Sacred War Alliance who were watching the show began to discuss. They couldn't wait to see Lin Feng suffer. These people were all arrogant. They could go to the 9 continents world where humans were gathered and humiliate them as they wished. They could even massacre them. However, now that Lin Feng had come to their territory to act tough, these people couldn't stand it anymore. However, these cultivators were clearly the kind of people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Although they hated Lin Feng to the core, they didn't dare to do anything to Lin Feng. Hurry up and inform the experts of the Golden Sacred Winged Race. Tell them everything that happened here, the manager of the Heavenfall restaurant said to a subordinate beside him. This restaurant was opened by the people of the City Lord Mansion. Right now, there were many powerful beings of the Golden Holy Feather Race who were guests in the City Lord's mansion. Lin Feng ordered a table full of delicacies, ignoring the gazes of others. He wasn't worried about the cultivators coming to take revenge on him. That brat will be crying in a while, Yi Futian murmured. Many cultivators sneered, looking forward to this moment. Not long after, a holy light surged in the distance. A middle-aged cultivator flew over. That middle-aged cultivator had a powerful aura. The experts of the Golden Sacred Winged Race are here. This person's aura is so strong. Who is he? That's Nangong Mu from the Golden Sacred Winged Race, right? I heard that he already has 1 foot in the Sovereign Realm. He's that strong. With him here, that brat is dead for sure. Chapter 4001. Seeing Nangong Mu's arrival, Nangong Zheng looked as though he had seen his savior. "Ninth uncle. Hurry up and save me," Nangong Zheng begged loudly. Right now, he wanted to escape as soon as possible so that he could seek revenge on Lin Feng. If he didn't avenge himself, he wouldn't be a man. Nangong Mu's arrival gave Nangong Zheng a chance to take revenge. Because, Nangong Mu, powerful enough. Apart from those ancient emperors, who else could be a match for a boundary emperor realm cultivator? Although Lin Feng had displayed heaven-defying combat strength, many believed that Lin Feng had the strength of a sage emperor. This sounded too unbelievable. After all, Lin Feng was still so young. However, there were many unbelievable things in this world. Where is that brat? Nangong Mu didn't help Nangong Zheng and the others immediately. Instead, he asked in a deep voice. Lin Feng had humiliated the Golden Sacred Winged Tribe. In Nangong Mu's opinion, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. He's inside. He's still inside. Nangong Zheng quickly replied. Nangong Mu immediately sneered, "What an arrogant fellow." After causing such a huge disaster, not only did he not escape quickly, he even entered the restaurant to eat and drink. "Fine, I'll save you first, then I'll deal with that brat." As soon as Nangong Mu finished speaking, he walked towards Nangong Zheng. Formation runes intertwined on Nangong Zheng's body. Nangong Mu wanted to forcefully break the formation runes suppressing Nangong Zheng. In Nangong Zheng's opinion, this wasn't difficult at all. It was as easy as blowing off dust. The spectating cultivators also thought that it wouldn't be difficult for Nangong Mu to break the formation runes suppressing Nangong Zheng. They were all looking forward to Nangong Mu taking care of Lin Feng after breaking the formation runes. Nangong Mu's palm was surrounded by powerful magic energy. Then, the powerful magic energy condensed into a magic energy blade. It slashed towards the formation runes suppressing Nangong Zheng. At this moment, the formation runes suppressing Nangong Zheng's body awakened. Then, it swept towards Nangong Mu's blade of magic power. Many people felt that the rune would be instantly shattered by Nangong Mu's blade of magic power. But soon, those cultivators saw that when the rune collided with Nangong Mu's dharmic power saber, the rune disappeared. Nangong Mu's magic power blade was instantly shattered. Then, the rune continued to press down on Nangong Mu. Heavens! How is this possible? Many people couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Nangong Mu's attack with his powerful cultivation couldn't block the array pattern set up by that human cultivator. Many people found it hard to accept. At this moment, the rune had already arrived in front of Nangong Mu. Then, it suppressed Nangong Mu. Nangong Mu originally wanted to forcefully break the rune, but when the rune approached him, Nangong Mu's face revealed an extremely shocked expression. This was because he sensed a terrifying aura from the rune that was so powerful that it suffocated him. Apart from that terrifying aura, there was also a powerful will that was almost impossible to resist. Nangong Mu knew that this powerful will must have been left behind by the person who set up the rune. Kneel. Suddenly, Lin Feng's voice came from the rune. It was like the voice of the heavenly Tao. Instantly, it resounded between heaven and earth. It was so loud that even the apathetic could hear it. When the rune came down, Nangong Mu quickly conjured a world of darkness to block the attack of the rune. At the same time, he wanted to quickly retreat and distance himself from the rune. However, it was too late. The rune was too powerful. It instantly destroyed the world of darkness that Nangong Mu conjured. Then, it crashed onto Nangong Mu's body. Nangong Mu felt his legs go soft. There was a thump. Nangong Mu actually knelt on the ground. No, this can't be real. Nangong Mu couldn't accept what was happening. He couldn't help but roar in anger. His eyes turned blood red. An endless feeling of humiliation swept over him. This feeling made Nangong Mu feel like he was better off dead than alive. Nangong Mu was a quasi-emperor level expert. After some time, he would definitely be able to step into the emperor realm. Such an extraordinary identity. Now, he was actually suppressed by a rune set up by someone else. In front of so many people. He directly knelt on the ground. One could imagine. This matter. What kind of damage and blow did it cause to Nangong Mu? Nangong Mu felt like he was going crazy. What? Suddenly, Nangong Mu spat out a mouthful of black blood. This guy's anger attacked his heart and directly went berserk. If he wanted to step into the emperor realm in the future, unless there was a miracle. Otherwise, there would be no such possibility. Nangong Mu has also been suppressed. That rune was casually set up by that brat. How can it have such terrifying power? Nangong Mu is a quasi-emperor level expert. To suppress an expert of his level, at least an emperor level expert is needed. That human brat, could it be that his cultivation is at the emperor level? Many people couldn't help but discuss. However, the result of their guesses was too shocking. Lin Feng's life aura was too young. It seemed to have a lifespan of around 120 years. Although it was difficult to determine the exact number, the deviation should not be more than 10 years. He was so young. How could he cultivate to the emperor realm? Could it be that brat has some kind of peerless divine weapon? Did he actually borrow the power of a peerless divine weapon? Some cultivators couldn't help but ask. Many people thought of the peak battle between the three great alliances and the Lord of the Endless Ghost Sand. The Lord of the Endless Ghost Sand was an almost invincible existence. However, he still couldn't do anything to the ancient weapon brought out by the three great alliances. From this, one could see how much combat strength a peerless divine weapon could bring. Lin Feng was too young. Therefore, these people couldn't believe that Lin Feng had such terrifying combat strength. They all felt that Lin Feng must have borrowed the power of a peerless divine weapon to be so powerful. Many people even wanted to kill Lin Feng. They wanted to kill Lin Feng and steal his peerless divine weapon. However, after seeing Lin Feng's terrifying combat strength with a peerless divine weapon, such thoughts disappeared. Quick, go and inform the Emperor-level experts of the Golden Sacred Feather Race, said the manager. Yes. A guard of the restaurant quickly left after receiving the order. Not long after, a terrifying aura surged from afar. A middle-aged man walked over, like a heavenly emperor patrolling the world. Chapter 4002. Yama Minamaya is here. That's an ancient existence. It's said that he has been sealed in stone all this while. Now, he has broken out of the stone. Someone recognized the expert's identity and exclaimed. These experts that sealed themselves in stone were typically extremely ancient. Therefore, many people did not recognize them. However, this did not stop people from exclaiming at the strength of these experts. These experts that walked out of the stone had terrifying cultivation levels. Their cultivation was extremely terrifying, and their combat strength was simply heaven-defying. Now that a terrifying existence like Yama Minamaya had arrived, he would definitely be able to rescue the suppressed people. Afterward, he suppressed Lin Feng again. That kid hasn't left yet. He's too full of himself. Let's see how he dies later. A cultivator from the Sacred War Alliance sneered. He felt that Lin Feng would definitely die. One had to know that even if one could rely on treasures for a short period of time, it was very difficult to defeat Emperor-level experts with treasures alone. As one's cultivation realm was insufficient, there was no way one could release the power of top-grade treasures. Now, in the eyes of many, Lin Feng was no different from a dead man. Lord, save us. Nangong Mu and Nangong Zheng looked at Yama Minamaya with pleading eyes. Now, they just wanted to get their revenge on Lin Feng after getting out of there. They hated Lin Feng so much that they felt like their chests were on fire. Yama Minamaya looked at Nangong Mu, who was kneeling on the ground, and Nangong Zheng, who was sprawled in a pile of food with a gloomy expression. His chest was also burning with anger. To humiliate Nangong Mu and Nangong Zheng in such a manner. They did not give any face to the Nangong family. This was a provocation to the Golden Sacred Winged Race. Yama Minamaya walked towards the duo, hoping to crack the array pattern that was suppressing them. But at that moment, the array pattern distorted. A figure appeared. The figure was none other than Lin Feng. Look, it's that kid. An array pattern has revealed that kid's appearance. What technique is this? Many people could not help but exclaim. Lin Feng's technique left many people in disbelief. Retreat. Or else. I'll suppress you as well. Lin Feng's phantom said calmly. This brat is too arrogant. Does this brat really think that he can show off in front of the Sovereign Lord with just a magic treasure? Let's see how Yama Minamaya will deal with him later. The spectating cultivators began to discuss spiritedly. Many people were sneering. Arrogant brat. Today, I will not only break your array pattern, I even want to capture you personally. I'll grind your bones to dust. Yama Minamaya had an indifferent expression as he took a step forward and opened his hand. His dharmic powers surged as he grabbed at the runic patterns. It was an attack that wanted to destroy the array pattern. However, at that moment, Lin Feng's phantom image struck out at Yama Minamaya. In the void, a giant energy palm print was formed. The energy palm descended from the sky, suppressing Yama Minamaya. He could feel the terrifying power contained in the energy handprint. Yama Minamaya's expression could not help but change drastically. As for the surrounding cultivators, they were unable to withstand the pressure of the energy palm. Thump, thump, thump. One by one, the cultivators knelt on the ground. As for Yama Minamaya, he struck out at the energy handprint that Lin Feng's phantom image had condensed. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, the two weapons collided. Instantly, Yama Minamaya's attack was instantly defeated. Following that, Yama Minamaya fell to his knees with a thud. Ah! Why is this happening? This can't be real. This can't be real. Yama Minamaya struggled violently as he constantly roared. His face was contorted as he could not believe what was happening. He was a high and mighty emperor-level expert. Yet, he was unable to withstand a casual strike from a young cultivator's phantom image. This was a huge blow to him. Such a blow made Yama Minamaya feel as though he was better off dead. As for the surrounding cultivators, they were dumbfounded. Yama Minamaya had been suppressed as well. An emperor-level expert had been suppressed just like that. They were unwilling to believe what they were seeing, but everything was real. This was too inconceivable. Did that guy really only rely on magic treasures to grasp such powerful combat strength? Many people felt that things might not be as simple as they had imagined. After enjoying the delicacies, Lin Feng paid the bill and walked out of Skyfall restaurant. Countless people were paying attention to Lin Feng's every move. Yama Minamaya had finally caught sight of Lin Feng in person. He was truly too young. He was so young that he was at an age that made others jealous. Those who provoke me, usually, they will die horribly. However, today, yours truly is in a pretty good mood. I'll spare you, bunch of trash. However, you'll have to kneel here for 3 days and 3 nights. Only then can you leave, Lin Feng said indifferently. Kneel for 3 days and 3 nights. Upon hearing that, Yama Minamaya and company spat out a mouthful of blood. Kneeling here for 3 days and 3 nights would make them the laughingstock of everyone. When the time came, it would truly be a fate worse than death. You can't do this to us. We were wrong. Please spare us, Yama Minamaya begged. You have to be punished for your wrongdoings, Lin Feng said indifferently before walking into the distance. Everyone hurriedly opened up a path for Lin Feng even though this was the Sacred War Alliance's territory. Furthermore, Lin Feng had come to the Sacred War Alliance's territory to act cool. However, still, no one dared to provoke Lin Feng. That was because Lin Feng was simply too terrifying. Those who provoked Lin Feng would end up the same as Yama Minamaya and company. In fact, they would end up worse than Yama Minamaya and company. Lin Feng found an inn and rented a standalone villa in the inn. Nighttime. Knocking sounds could be heard from the door. Lin Feng frowned. Who was it? Who was knocking on the door in the middle of the night? He got up and opened the door. Instantly, Lin Feng saw a beautiful female cultivator appear in his line of sight. The female cultivator was dressed in black. Her face was exquisite like a masterpiece from the heavens. Her figure was lithe and alluring. She was definitely a rare and exquisite beauty. Young master, can I have a word with you? The female cultivator asked. Lin Feng could not help but feel apprehensive because he did not know this female cultivator. The female cultivator clearly wanted to enter the villa to talk to him. This made many thoughts flash through Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng had heard of some female cultivators who sold their bodies in exchange for rewards to maintain the huge amount of immortal stones required for cultivation. Chapter 4003. As if she had guessed Lin Feng's thoughts, the female cultivator explained, I'm not the kind of person young master thinks I am. I came here because I have something that I need young master's help with. Oh, you need my help? Lin Feng sized up the female cultivator before nodding and saying, come in. Let's talk inside. Thank you, young master. The female cultivator bowed and followed Lin Feng into the courtyard. As for Lin Feng, he closed the door behind him. The two of them entered the living room. After taking a seat, Lin Feng asked, why are you looking for me? Young master, have you heard about the internal strife in the fallen angel tribe? The female cultivator asked. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback before nodding. He had indeed heard about it. After the fallen angel tribe's old patriarch died in battle, the 5 main bloodlines had been fighting among themselves. Everyone wanted to be the new leader. Today, I saw young master's actions and was shocked. That's why I came here to seek your help. Lin Feng looked at the female cultivator indifferently and asked, are you a member of the fallen angel tribe? That's right. I am a member of the fallen angel tribe. My name is Nalan Manching, the female cultivator said. Nalan Manching? Lin Feng thought of Nalan Manli. The two women's names only differed by a single character. Could they be sisters of the same tribe? What's the situation with the fallen angel tribe? How are the factions divided? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He knew very little about the fallen angel tribe. All he knew was that the fallen angel tribe had 5 main bloodlines. He didn't know anything else. Nalan Manching said, the original main bloodline of the fallen angel tribe was our Nalan family. The other 4 main bloodlines were the Dongfang family, Murong family, Sichu family, and Helian family. After the old patriarch died, our tribe wanted to elect a new patriarch. However, the other 4 main bloodlines didn't agree. Thus, internal strife began. Why didn't they agree? Wasn't it always like this? Lin Feng asked. That's true in the past. However, our bloodline was strong enough to deter the other 4 bloodlines. However, it's different this time. The expert sealed in the divine stone has come out. Our bloodline only has 3 Emperor Realm experts while the other 4 bloodlines each have 4 Emperor Realm experts. Therefore, the other 4 bloodlines no longer agree to let our bloodline take the position of the patriarch. Nalan Manching said. To put it bluntly, it's because we're not strong enough that we're in such a situation, Lin Feng said. The first reason is because of their strength, and the second reason is because of another reason, Nalan Manching said. Another reason? What is the reason? Lin Feng asked curiously. Our bloodline possesses the Dark Bible. The other 4 bloodlines have always wanted to read the Dark Bible. However, the Dark Bible is the greatest secret of our lineage. How could we possibly let them read it? Right now, our bloodline is weak. That's why the experts from the other 4 factions wanted to forcibly read our faction's Dark Bible. Of course, the experts from our bloodline didn't agree. Therefore, the other 4 factions joined forces and attacked our bloodline. Speaking of which, Nalan Manching started sobbing. Lin Feng naturally knew. Nalan Manching wasn't just crying because of the deaths of her clansmen. In fact, she had another motive, which was to gain his sympathy. What happened after that? Lin Feng asked. Our bloodline suffered heavy casualties. 2 old ancestors led a group of people to block the experts from the other 4 main bloodlines. The other old ancestor led the others to break out of the encirclement. Most of them were killed in the process. Only a few survived. Our old ancestor has also suffered heavy injuries. The 2 old ancestors who were in charge of intercepting the experts from the other 4 main bloodlines have already fallen, Nalan Manching said in a heartbroken voice. Lin Feng said. Then why did you come to me? I don't have the ability to avenge the deaths of your bloodline's members. Nalan Manching said, it's like this, our ancestors were afraid that the Dark Bible would be taken away by someone else. Therefore, they divided the Dark Bible into 2 parts. The Dark Bible was placed in 2 different places. We have already found the Dark Bible that was placed outside. However, because we were in a hurry, we were unable to bring out the Dark Bible that was placed in the main vein. Therefore, we hope that young master can help us retrieve the Dark Bible. You actually came to me for such a dangerous matter. I don't want to throw my life away. Lin Feng pursed his lips. Young master's cultivation is heaven-defying. You will definitely be able to complete this task. If young master agrees, perhaps young master can discuss the matter of reading the Dark Bible with our old ancestors, Nalan Manching said. Is the Dark Bible very powerful? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Powerful, very powerful. Even the ancestors of my clan could only read a small part of the Dark Bible. The Dark Bible contains unknown and terrifying power. Moreover, it is said that the Dark Bible is a treasure from the wasteland, Nalan Manching said. A treasure from the wasteland? Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. If that was the case, then the Dark Bible was likely hiding many secrets. It was no wonder that the ancestors of the fallen angel clan could only read a small part of the Dark Bible. Bring me to see your ancestors, Lin Feng said. All right, young master, please follow me, Nalan Manching said. Lin Feng nodded and left Skyfall City with Nalan Manching under the cover of darkness. Not long after they arrived outside the city, runes suddenly curled up and enveloped Lin Feng and Nalan Manching. Not good, the space-time teleportation array has been schemed against. Lin Feng's face suddenly sank. He originally thought that Nalan Manqing was the one who schemed against him. However, Lin Feng noticed that Nalan Manqing had a panicked expression. He immediately knew that Nalan Manqing wasn't the one who schemed against him. It should be someone else. Lin Feng directly hugged Nalan Manqing's waist. In the next moment, they were teleported out. The destructive spacetime energy surged over, trying to destroy Lin Feng and Nalan Manqing's bodies. Nalan Manqing treated Lin Feng as her savior and hugged Lin Feng tightly. Lin Feng hurriedly used the space Dao to block the spacetime energy surging over. You want to teleport me to the shattered spacetime? Don't even think about it. Lin Feng's expression was ice cold. The law of space coiled around his body, blocking the spacetime energy's attack. I found your location. Suddenly, killing intent flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Chapter 4004. Swish. A bright light flashed. Lin Feng and Nalan Manqing rushed out of the light. The two of them returned to the real world. At this moment, Lin Feng discovered that he and Nalan Manqing had appeared in a valley. Inside the valley, runes intertwined with each other. At the center of the valley was a huge platform. A terrifying aura could be felt. The aura permeated the area, causing one's hair to stand on end. 4 cultivators sat cross-legged on the platform. The 4 cultivators consisted of an old man, a middle-aged man, a cultivator in his 30s, and a beautiful woman. All 4 of them were extremely powerful. They should be emperor-level experts. Lin Feng stood in the air, looking at the 4 cultivators with an indifferent expression. Oh! He actually found our location. When the 4 experts saw Lin Feng, they could not help but reveal astonished expressions. They did not expect Lin Feng to appear here. They had thought that they could kill Lin Feng. Who are you? I don't seem to know you. Lin Feng looked at the 4 with an indifferent expression. Brat! How dare you behave so atrociously in our Holy War Alliance's territory? Do you think you can leave without a hitch? The old man sneered. People from the Holy War Alliance. Hee. Are you here to stand up for the Golden Holy Winged Race? None of you are from the Golden Holy Winged Race, right? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the 4 emperors of the Holy War Alliance. The Holy War Alliance is bound together for glory. Shame upon shame, the middle-aged cultivator said with a sneer. What a sanctimonious fellow. If I'm not mistaken, the reason you attacked me is because you coveted the supreme treasure on me. Lin Feng said mockingly. The beautiful woman's eyes lit up. Does that mean you really have a supreme treasure on you? Of course, and there's more than one. But you people. You have no chance of getting the supreme treasure on me, Lin Feng said indifferently. No chance. The group of people sneered. Obviously, these people didn't think so. Kill this brat. The cultivator who looked to be in his 30s sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 monarch-level experts attacked together. Hold on tight, Lin Feng said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Nalan Manqing hurriedly nodded her head and hugged Lin Feng even tighter. She really liked hugging Lin Feng like this. This feeling made her feel at ease. The 4 Sovereign Lord-level experts activated the Grand Array here. The dense array patterns intertwined and swept towards Lin Feng. The array here shouldn't have been set up by them. It was a formation that had been in place for a long time. These people were relying on the original formation to deal with Lin Feng. Their wishful thinking was extremely good. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent in the face of the attack of the Great Array. Lin Feng's body emitted a terrifying aura. Lin Feng directly used the formation-splitting technique recorded in the Stone Sovereign Sutra. Pu. 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 Ripping sounds could be heard one after another. The array patterns were torn apart and the Grand Array was destroyed. It was extremely unrealistic to use the Grand Array to deal with Lin Feng. Lin Feng stepped forward in the void. A deep voice resounded between heaven and earth. The great Tao of fate, please descend with the power of fate and punish these lowly existences who dare to blaspheme fate. As soon as Lin Feng's voice sounded, a long river of fate flowed out from the void. Then, it suppressed the 4 Sovereign Lord-level experts. Attack together and break his attack. the 4 Sovereign Lord level experts shouted in a deep voice. Then, the 4 Sovereign Lord level experts attacked one after another. Myriad Dao Immortal Slaying Technique. The old man shouted in a deep voice and waved his hand. 10,000 rays of holy light surged out. Each ray of holy light seemed to be able to tear apart the void and kill immortals. The power was extremely strong. It was shocking. As soon as the Myriad Dao Immortal Slaying Technique was used, heaven and earth changed color, and the sun and moon lost their light. Ice seal all worlds. The female cultivator attacked. The divine ability she used was also extremely powerful. The temperature between heaven and earth dropped abruptly. The surrounding heaven and earth were sealed in ice. The powerful freezing force wanted to freeze Lin Feng as well. Heaven Immortal Slaying Demon Exterminating Palm. The middle-aged cultivator shouted coldly and slapped at Lin Feng across the void. In an instant, a huge energy palm condensed above the middle-aged cultivator. That huge energy palm contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. With a light shake, the void shattered. The energy palm was like the hand of heaven as it blasted at Lin Feng. Buddha's Wrath Reincarnation / The attack of the cultivator, who looked to be in his 30s, was also very terrifying. He condensed an ancient Buddha. The ancient Buddha's body was burning fiercely. It was an ancient Buddha in a state of rage. The body of the ancient Buddha turned into a ray of reincarnation light. That ray of reincarnation light. It slashed out at Lin Feng. The attacks of the 4 Emperor Lords were extremely strong. However, Lin Feng just chuckled coldly. Trash. You want to hurt yours truly with just your attacks? Dream on. Lin Feng could not help but laugh coldly. He waved his hand. All of a sudden, in the void, an ancient stone gate appeared. Following that, a gigantic wheel appeared. Gate of Karma. Plate of Reincarnation. The Gate of Karma and Plate of Reincarnation were summoned by the 3rd-ranked 3000 Great Tao Karma Technique and the 4th-ranked 3000 Great Tao Reincarnation Technique respectively. Rumble. Rumble. Boom. 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 The Gate of Karma and Plate of Reincarnation unleashed their powers together. Along with an earth-shattering boom, the Gate of Karma crushed the void. Through the endless void, a horrifying amount of power was sent out towards the 4 powerful beings. As for the reincarnation plate, it started to revolve in the void. Every time it revolved, it would erupt with unimaginable power. The strength of the Karma Gate and the reincarnation disc was incredible. Lin Feng had created the Karma Gate and the reincarnation disc together, so the Karma Gate and the reincarnation disc complemented each other. Its power would be greatly increased. Bang 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 bang. 4 consecutive sounds of violent collisions were heard. The attacks released by the Gate of Karma and the Plate of Reincarnation instantly destroyed the divine abilities of the 4 Emperor Lords. Next, the Gate of Karma and the Plate of Reincarnation once again unleashed an incomparably powerful attack. An invisible force instantly bombarded the bodies of the 4 Sovereign Lords. The 4 Emperor Lords were instantly sent flying. Wow. 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 Chapter 4005. Oh my God, isn't he too strong? Seeing the 4 Sovereign Lords joining forces to attack Lin Feng and being beaten to the point of vomiting blood by Lin Feng, Nalan Manqing's face was filled with shock. She couldn't believe her eyes. The combat strength that Lin Feng had displayed was too terrifying. It was simply too shocking. Such a strong man, such a young man, and such a handsome man. Nalan Manqing even felt her heart palpitating with eagerness towards Lin Feng. Nalan Manqing was also a goddess. Before the calamity of her clan, she was high and mighty with countless suitors. However, Nalan Manqing had never looked at any of her suitors in a different light. Today, facing Lin Feng, Nalan Manqing felt her heart pounding violently. She couldn't help but tighten her arms around Lin Feng's waist. Of course, Lin Feng didn't know what Nalan Manqing was thinking. He only wanted to quickly get rid of the 4 Sovereign Lords in front of him. After the 4 Sovereign Lords were sent flying, Lin Feng immediately took out the 4 stone swords. The 4 stone swords were as fast as lightning as they slashed towards the 4 Sovereign Lords. The reaction of the 4 Emperor Lords was extremely fast. Just as the 4 stone swords were about to slash their bodies, the 4 sovereign lords took out their supreme treasures one after another. Each of the 4 sovereign lords had a powerful treasure in their hands. They activated their treasures and swept them towards the stone swords that were slashing towards them. Clang, 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 clang. A series of clanging sounds were heard as the 4 sovereign lords blocked the attacks of Lin Feng's stone swords. However, before the 4 sovereign lords could heave a sigh of relief, even more treasures were sent towards them. Heavenly Drum, Hell King's Bell, Black Dragon Sword, Green Mountain Sword, and other treasures. Which one of them wasn't a top-notch treasure? Any one of these treasures would make anyone's eyes go red with envy. They couldn't wait to snatch these treasures away and claim them as their own. The power of these treasures was simply unimaginable. The 4 monarch lords were almost scared to death when they saw such a powerful magic treasure flying towards them. "This brat is savage. Hurry up and run," shouted the old man. He turned around and ran. In the air, the old man transformed into a golden eagle. He tore through the void and escaped without a trace. When the other 3 sovereign lords saw the old man running away, they didn't dare to continue fighting. They turned around and tried to escape, but it was too late. Lin Feng's powerful magic treasures arrived in front of the 3 emperor lords. The 3 emperor lords had no choice but to defend against the attacks from Lin Feng's magic treasures. The power of Lin Feng's magic treasures was too terrifying. They directly sent the 3 monarch lords flying. The 3 sovereign lords were already injured, and now that they were sent flying by Lin Feng's magic treasure, their injuries worsened. Wow! The 3 monarch lords spat out mouthfuls of blood as their faces turned even paler. They knew that the situation wasn't good, but now that they were surrounded by Lin Feng's magical weapons, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Fart! At this moment, a tearing sound was heard, followed by a cultivator's scream. The cultivator, who looked like he was in his 30s, took advantage of the middle-aged cultivator's carelessness and cut off one of his arms. Then, the cultivator, with the appearance of a man in his 30s, chanted an incantation. The severed arm in his hand instantly exploded and turned into a space-time gate. He quickly entered the gate of time and space and escaped. "Zhong Qianmo, I'll fight you to the death," the middle-aged cultivator roared in anger. He wanted to break out of the encirclement, but he was sent flying by several magic treasures. Lin Feng rushed forward and suppressed the middle-aged cultivator. If it was an ordinary cultivator, he would have killed him. However, if it was an emperor lord, Lin Feng would try his best not to kill him if he could suppress him. Cultivators at this level were very powerful. After suppressing them, he could directly convert them and make them his most loyal men of sacrifice. Why wouldn't he do it? The female cultivator was also sent flying by Lin Feng's magic treasure. After suppressing the middle-aged cultivator, Lin Feng flew toward the female cultivator. He directly used the 8 divine seals to seal the female cultivator. Dense array patterns condensed and wrapped around the female cultivator's body. The female cultivator wanted to struggle, but she couldn't. In the end, she was sealed by Lin Feng's 8 divine seals. "Kid, do you know who we are? We're all from the royal families of the myriad races. There are existences in our families who are close to immortals. If you let us go now, we can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, when the top experts of our families arrive, you'll definitely die," the middle-aged cultivator shouted in a deep voice. The female cultivator also said, "If you let us go, we can even give you a lot of benefits. We also promise that we won't cause trouble for you again. Ha ha ha. No matter how glib your tongues are, you won't be able to change my mind about suppressing you." Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. He waved his hand, and the gourd of fortune flew out. Lin Feng opened the gourd. The gourd of fortune emitted a powerful devouring power and swallowed the 2 people. When he found the right opportunity, Lin Feng planned to convert the 2 people. Especially the female cultivator. She was strong and her primordial yin was still there. She would be of great help to Lin Feng's cultivation. "Hihi, fairy. These 4 people either escaped or were suppressed by me. Fairy, can you let me go now?" Lin Feng looked at Nalan Manqing in his arms and said. "Ah." Nalan Manching exclaimed when she heard Lin Feng's words. Her pretty face turned pink. She quickly let go of Lin Feng and lowered her head. Her beautiful face looked as if it could drip blood. Lin Feng didn't pay much attention to Nalan Manching's change in expression. He wanted to quickly flip through the Dark Bible. This ancient demonic scripture was very attractive to Lin Feng. "Let's go," Lin Feng said. Nalan Manching nodded with a red face. She flew with Lin Feng to the place where the remaining members of her clan were recuperating. Heavenly Sun Lake. It was an inland lake in the Heavenly Sun province. The inland lake stretched as far as the eye could see. It was said that deity realm cultivators would need to fly for 100 years before they could cross the lake. From this, one could see how big the lake was. Lin Feng and Nalan Manching arrived at the Heavenly Sun Lake. The Heavenly Sun Lake wasn't safe. There were many powerful beasts roaming around. If one wasn't strong enough, they might be eaten by the beasts in the Heavenly Sun Lake. There was a distorted space in the depths of the Heavenly Sun Lake. It was very dangerous. Ordinary people couldn't enter it. There was an island in the distorted space. Chapter 4006. Along the way, Lin Feng and Nalan Manching saw many cultivators entering the Heavenly Sun Lake. Most of these cultivators entered the Heavenly Sun Lake to look for opportunities. There were many islands in the Heavenly Sun Lake. Moreover, the Heavenly Sun Lake was rich in resources. Many people liked to come to the Heavenly Sun Lake to search for cultivation resources. In addition, there were many ancient cultivator caves and demon cultivator caves at the bottom of the Heavenly Sun Lake. If one could find one and enter it, it would be a great opportunity. Roar! A dragon's roar came from the front. A grey dragon was besieged by dozens of cultivators. Grey dragons were generally evolved from grey flood dragons. Although their bloodline was not as powerful as the dragon race, they were infinitely close to the dragon race's bloodline. After the transformation, they would be very powerful. Like the dragon race, they would condense a dragon core in their body. Therefore, grey dragons would often be hunted down by cultivators. However, this was the rule of the cultivation world. The strong preyed on the weak. Survival of the fittest. If one's cultivation was not enough, they were destined to become the prey of others. Lin Feng and Nalan Manching flew towards the depths. They flew for more than a month before arriving at the hiding place of Nalan Manching's family. Nalan Manching took out a token. The token released a lustrous light. A ball of light wrapped around Lin Feng and Nalan Manching. "Young master, let's go in." Nalan Manching looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng nodded and flew towards the depths of the distorted space with Nalan Manching. The token in Nalan Manching's hand was a token to enter this place. With this token, one would not be attacked by the distorted space. Nalan Manching said, "In the past, one of my ancestors accidentally entered this place and found the island inside. Then, my ancestor spent a lot of effort to integrate some arrays into the distorted space. This greatly increased the power of the distorted space. At the same time, my ancestor created some tokens. These tokens can be used as tokens. Only with this token can one enter and leave this place normally." Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded. After passing through the distorted space, Nalan Manching and Lin Feng landed on an island covered with ancient forests. Su su su. More than a dozen cultivators quickly flew over. The person in the lead looked rather young. After seeing Nalan Manching return, that cultivator appeared to be extremely happy. That cultivator was probably one of Nalan Manching's pursuers. Although these big clans had the same surname, they could get married after 5 generations. Therefore, the number of people in the big clans who got married was not small. "Manching, you're back. I've been worried about you all this time. Many times I wanted to leave this place to find you, but every time, I was stopped." Manching's elder, the cultivator said. Immediately, he felt despised him. This guy was obviously he wanted to pursue. She said that she was worried about Nalan Manching. He wanted to go out and find Nalan Manching. If he really wanted to go out, do you think others can stop you from doing so? He was worried in the path. However, He also wanted to show his concern for Nalan Manching in front of her. Sects was of course realm. Heavens was sect. Was people Moon. Nalan Manching nodded indifferently and then said, "Thank you for your concern, seventh cousin. I still have things to do, so I won't chat with seventh cousin." Then, Nalan Manching looked at Lin Feng and said with a smile, "Young master, please come with Manching. Manching will bring young master to meet the ancestor." Nalan Manching always had a cold attitude towards men, even towards this male cultivator. This male cultivator was already used to it, so he did not have any special feelings. However, this male cultivator saw that Nalan Manching's attitude towards Lin Feng was very gentle and pleasant. It was completely different from her attitude towards him. This male cultivator immediately became jealous. Could it be that Nalan Manching liked this brat? This male cultivator could not help but think. This male cultivator regarded Nalan Manching as his exclusive property. How could he allow others to touch her? Therefore, his face instantly became gloomy. The male cultivator said, "Manching, who is this guy? You haven't introduced him yet." After hearing how this male cultivator addressed Lin Feng, Nalan Manching's face suddenly changed. Lin Feng was a terrifying cultivator, she knew that very well. Such an existence was high and mighty. However, her blind seventh cousin actually used this guy to address Lin Feng. If he angered Lin Feng, he could kill her blind seventh cousin with a flick of his finger. "Zhao Yunlong, shut up. Hurry up and apologize to young Master Ji," Nalan Manching coldly said. When this male cultivator heard Nalan Manching actually wanted him to apologize to Lin Feng, his lungs almost exploded. As far as he was concerned, Lin Feng was just a human cultivator. What qualifications did he have to accept his apology? "Manching, what are you talking about? How can I apologize to a lowly human?" Zhao Yunlong curled his lips and said. He didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. That's right, the human race is the lowliest race among all the races. What qualifications does he have to make Brother Long apologize to him? "Sister Manching, don't turn your elbow to the outside." The rest of the people shouted in unison. "You all." Nalan Manching was so angry that her face turned ashen. She thought to herself, "A bunch of idiots. I'm saving you all. Do you know how terrifying this person is? Even the 4 emperor lords weren't his match, let alone you all." However, obviously, this group of people didn't know what Nalan Manching was thinking. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "Fairy, it seems like the decline of your lineage isn't without reason. Look at the group of trash of the younger generation. Using cats and dogs to describe them is an insult to the words cats and dogs." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Nalan Manching revealed a bitter smile. Lin Feng's words were really insulting, but she couldn't refute Lin Feng. "Brat, you dare to insult us? Do you think that with Manching protecting you, we won't dare to touch you?" Zhao Yunlong's face suddenly became extremely ugly. His eyes flickered with dense killing intent. "That's right. We must teach this brat a lesson. Otherwise, where will we put our face? Later, we must make this brat kneel on the ground and kowtow to us. If he dares to resist, break his legs." The group of cultivators shouted loudly. Nalan Manching, who was at the side, heard this group of people's words. She wondered how this young Master Ji would deal with them. Chapter 4007. 13th Uncle. After seeing the middle-aged cultivator, Nalan Manching bowed to him. 13th Elder. Zhao Yunlong and the others did not dare to hesitate and quickly bowed to the 13th Elder. During this period of time, the 13th Elder had been studying the Bible of Darkness. It was said that he was about to break through to the Sovereign Emperor realm. His status in the clan was extremely high. The middle-aged cultivator nodded. Zhao Yunlong said, 13th Elder, nothing happened. We were just joking with this brother. Lin Feng could not help but sneer in his heart. Zhao Yunlong looked like a fiend. In reality, he was just a useless piece of trash. The 13th Elder glanced at Zhao Yunlong and the others and said, "Disperse." Zhao Yunlong and the others hurriedly nodded and ran away like a wisp of smoke. Nalan Manching introduced, "Young Master Ji. This is my 13th uncle, Nalan Xiong." Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, "Nice to meet you." Nalan Xiong cupped his fists and asked with a smile, "May I know how to address you?" Nalan Xiong had a smile on his face. His attitude towards Lin Feng was also very friendly. He was different from Zhao Yunlong and the others. He had experienced too many things in his life. He also knew that Nalan Manqing wouldn't easily bring people to this island. Since Nalan Manqing had brought this person here, then why would she come here? This meant that this person was definitely extraordinary. One could not judge a book by its cover. The 13th elder naturally understood this principle. Therefore, he did not look down on Lin Feng just because of his young age. Lin Feng said, "My name is Ji. So it's young Master Ji. Nice to meet you," the 13th elder said with a smile. Nalan Manqing said, "I brought young Master Ji here to meet the old ancestor. I have something important to discuss with the old ancestor. The old ancestor is in seclusion. Counting the time, there are still 3 to 4 days before he comes out. Can young Master Ji wait for a few days?" Nalan Xiong asked. "Of course, no problem," Lin Feng replied. Nalan Xiong smiled and said, "This is not the place to talk. Let's go to the clan and talk in detail." Lin Feng nodded and flew towards the depths of the island with Nalan Xiong and the others. In the depths of the island, there were continuous mountain ranges. Many of the mountain peaks had palaces built on them. Some people didn't like to live in crowded places because they felt that it would disturb their cultivation. Therefore, they built their residences on various mountains. In this way, normally, very few cultivators would disturb their cultivation. The gathering place of the fallen angels was built in a mountain range in the depths of the island. The area was surrounded by mountains on all sides, but the area in the middle was flat. In that area, there were many courtyards and palaces. The two of them chatted for more than an hour in a living room. Next, Nalan Xiong asked Nalan Manqing to take Lin Feng to rest. Nalan Manqing arranged a place for Lin Feng to stay. Then, he left. Lin Feng was planning to rest for a few days to adjust his body. Not long after Nalan Manqing left, Zhao Yunlong and the others came to visit. "Brat, scram out here, these people cursed outside." Lin Feng frowned and walked out. He saw Zhao Yunlong and the others. "Brat, the 13th elder just appeared. We didn't teach you a lesson. However, do you really think you can escape this calamity?" Zhao Yunlong sneered. "Heh. If I were you, I would scram as far as I can," Lin Feng said indifferently. "Brat, you are really arrogant. Do you know where this place is?" Zhao Yunlong sneered. "In the territory of the Angel clan," replied Lin Feng indifferently. "Since you know where this place is, you are still so arrogant. You are really tired of living." Zhao Yunlong looked coldly at Lin Feng. He was thinking of how to humiliate Lin Feng later. After all, Lin Feng was brought here by Nalan Manqing. Therefore, it was impossible to kill Lin Feng directly. He still had to give Nalan Manqing face, right? However, ruthlessly humiliating Lin Feng was imperative. Fallen Angel's land? So what? I am arrogant. I am happy to do so. Lin Feng curled his lips and said. The corners of Zhao Yunlong and the others' mouths twitched violently. They had always been the arrogant ones in front of others. They had always been the ones bullying others. Now, someone was actually being arrogant in front of them. They were being bullied. This made the group angry. They were extremely angry. If I don't teach this brat a lesson, I won't be able to vent my anger. I want to trample this brat under my feet and crush him like a bug. The fallen angel cultivators were all extremely furious. The conflict here naturally attracted a lot of fallen angels to come and watch. Everyone knew that Lin Feng was Nalan Manqing's guest, but they didn't know who Lin Feng was. Of course, everyone knew that Zhao Yunlong had been pursuing Nalan Manqing. The reason why he came to find trouble with Lin Feng was most likely because of Nalan Manqing. However, no one expected Lin Feng to be so arrogant. Lin Feng was the first person to say, I am arrogant, I am happy to do so. In the fallen angel's land. It's fine if that brat is arrogant outside, but now he actually came to our fallen angel tribe to be arrogant. Who does he think he is? Some of the fallen angels said. These people were on Zhao Yunlong's side. However, this matter was started by Zhao Yunlong and the others. Since that brat is Manqing's guest, our fallen angel tribe naturally has to be a good host. This way, people won't say that our fallen angel tribe doesn't know the rules. But look at what Zhao Yunlong and the others did. They actually targeted that brat like this. They really don't know the rules. It's a loss of face for our fallen angel tribe. That's right. Zhao Yunlong and the others went too far. No one would have a good temper after being targeted like this. That brat said some extreme words. I think it's quite normal. Some of the fallen angels were clearly dissatisfied with Zhao Yunlong. These people supported Lin Feng. Did you send someone to inform Manqing? Someone asked. They didn't want this matter to become too tense. After all, if Lin Feng was humiliated, it would be a great blow to their tribe's reputation. I've already sent someone to inform her. I believe she will arrive soon. Someone replied. Chapter 4008. Heh. A piece of trash like you dares to threaten me? The ignorant are truly fearless. Lin Feng could not help but laugh coldly as he looked at Zhao Yunlong with disdain. Anyone would be enraged if they were looked at with such disdain, let alone someone as arrogant as Zhao Yunlong. This guy's words are indeed true. I'm arrogant, I'm happy. It seems like he really doesn't care about Zhao Yunlong and the rest. I wonder what he's relying on. Could it be that he's relying on Manqing's support? Manqing hasn't come yet. Zhao Yunlong and the rest have enough time to deal with him. That's right, but this kid is still so arrogant. Could it be because of Manqing? Does he have the strength to be arrogant? This kid is so young. How much cultivation can he have? I don't believe that he has the strength to defeat Zhao Yunlong and the rest. Zhao Yunlong and the rest are probably going to make their move soon. The surrounding cultivators who were watching the show discussed softly. Zhao Yunlong and the rest looked extremely gloomy. He laughed coldly and said, Kid, the ignorant are fearless. I've seen many people who don't know their own limits, but this is the first time I've seen someone like you who doesn't know his own limit. Lin Feng shook his head and said, I can't be bothered to talk to a piece of trash like you. You're courting death. You're courting death. Do it. Teach this kid a good lesson. Zhao Yunlong immediately roared furiously, his eyes filled with dense killing intent. Lin Feng had completely infuriated him. Do it. Teach this kid a good lesson. Zhao Yunlong waved his hand. Yes, after receiving Zhao Yunlong's order, the rest of the cultivators pounced on Lin Feng fiercely. Kneel. Seeing the cultivators pouncing on him, Lin Feng's expression suddenly darkened. He shouted coldly. Suddenly, it was as if endless heavenly might filled the area. Thump, thump, thump. The group of cultivators who were pouncing on Lin Feng all knelt on the ground. The cultivators were all trembling. Their faces were pale. The aura emitted from Lin Feng's body made them feel as weak as ants. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was an extremely powerful dragon. Heavens, he's so strong. The cultivators who were watching the show exclaimed one after another. Lin Feng is too strong. The combat power that he displayed is truly shocking. How is that possible? Zhao Yunlong's face was filled with disbelief. Lin Feng of the Lin Feng of him. Of a human cultivator. In Zhao Yunlong's impression, human cultivators seemed to always be closely associated with the word weak. However, of Lin Feng of the of Lin's of the Lin of the Lin of Lin. Lin Feng hadn't even attacked. He had only released a portion of his aura, yet it had suppressed so many experts. If he really made a move, how strong would he be? It's your turn. Lin Feng walked towards Yunlong step by step. Yunlong retreated step by step. He looked at Lin Feng in horror and said, This is the land of the fallen angels. You'd better not go too far. Otherwise, you should know what the consequences are. Lin Feng sneered and said, So what if it's the land of the fallen angels? If I want to leave, no one can stop me. Arrogant. He's too arrogant. Lin Feng's words. He's really arrogant to the extreme. He actually dared to say such words in the land of the fallen angels. It's shocking. Someone who dares to say such words must have a problem with his brain. He must have absolute confidence in himself. Obviously. Lin Feng looked at him. He didn't look like someone who had a problem with his brain. This showed that Lin Feng had absolute confidence in himself. Therefore, that's why he dared to say such words. You kneel down as well. Kneel until I'm satisfied. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He waved his hand and an invisible force suppressed Yunlong. That invisible force suppressed Zhao Yunlong's body. There was a thump. Yunlong also knelt on the ground. He wanted to struggle, but he couldn't break free from Lin Feng's suppression. Ah, you dare to suppress me. You actually dare to suppress me. Brat, I won't let you off, Yunlong roared angrily. He knelt on the ground in front of everyone. Zhao Yunlong felt deeply humiliated. This drove him to the brink of insanity as he roared hysterically. However, no one dared to speak up for Yunlong. Kneel down obediently. Lin Feng looked indifferently at Yunlong, who was kneeling on the ground. He was just a small character. Lin Feng didn't even care too much about him. Then, he returned to his residence. He left behind a group of fallen angels who were discussing among themselves. Not long after, Nalan Manqing arrived. When Nalan Manqing saw Lin Feng, she said, "Young Master Ji, Yunlong and the others offended Young Master. It's their fault. Young Master has already taught them a lesson. Can you let them off?" Lin Feng said indifferently, "If I let them off now, they won't learn their lesson. Let them continue kneeling there." Nalan Manqing felt somewhat helpless. Lin Feng's actions would cause dissatisfaction in many of the fallen angels. After all, Lin Feng was currently in the territory of the fallen angels. Yet, he had suppressed Yunlong and the others, making them kneel for a long time. Many of the fallen angels felt extremely uncomfortable. However, Lin Feng didn't seem to have any intention of changing his mind. Nalan Manqing sighed inwardly. She knew that Lin Feng was a man of his words. Besides, Lin Feng looked gentle and kind, but in reality, he was a decisive person. It was hard to believe that anyone could change his mind. Nalan Manqing could only leave. Preposterous. This brat has gone too far. Not long after, many of the upper echelons of the fallen angels gathered in the meeting hall of the fallen angels. Many of them had extremely gloomy expressions. Everyone. This young Master Ji is very terrifying. Don't provoke him, or else, if you anger him, the consequences will be unimaginable, Nalan Manqing said. He's so young. No matter how powerful he is, how strong can his cultivation be? A Peak Saint Emperor elder said with a sneer. Nalan Manqing said, previously, Manqing was surrounded by 4 sovereign lords with him. The 4 sovereign lords were instantly defeated by him. Furthermore, only 2 of them managed to escape. The other 2 were suppressed by him. What? There's such a thing. Chapter 4009. Lin Feng's battle prowess had shocked everyone. However, it sounded inconceivable because Lin Feng was too young. No one could believe that such a young cultivator could possess such terrifying strength. However, these words were said by Nalan Manqing. Naturally, Nalan Manqing wouldn't lie to everyone. Therefore, it was as if a monstrous wave had been set off in everyone's heart. Nalan Manqing said, "Zhao Yunlong and those bastards deserved it. I warned them not to provoke young Master Ji, but they didn't listen. Now, they are in big trouble. This young Master Ji is so powerful. Zhao Yunlong and the others are lucky that they didn't get killed after offending him. It seems like this young Master Ji still left some face for our clan," a female cultivator said. This female cultivator was none other than Nalan Manli, Nalan Manqing's elder sister from a different mother. However, the relationship between the 2 sisters wasn't very harmonious. The reason for this situation was traced back to a long time ago. One clan had a saintess. Back then, the 2 sisters were about the same strength and talent. However, Nalan Manli's mother had a powerful background. Therefore, Nalan Manli was appointed as the saintess. As for Nalan Manli's mother, she didn't become the saintess because her mother's background wasn't as strong as Nalan Manli's. Nalan Manqing was naturally unwilling to accept this. Therefore, from then on, the 2 sisters were like strangers. That's right. I think we should put this matter to rest for now. Tell the clan not to offend young Master Ji. As for Zhao Yunlong and the others, let them continue to kneel there. Let young Master Ji vent his anger, a middle-aged man said. This middle-aged man was the father of Nalan Manli and Nalan Manqing. His name was Nalan Yuanlong. Nalan Yuanlong was also a powerful figure. He could break through to the Emperor realm at any time. His words carried a lot of weight in the clan. If there were no accidents, he would become the new clan head once he broke through to the Emperor realm. Yes, hearing Nalan Yuanlong's command, everyone hurriedly complied. Nalan Yuanlong continued, Qing you are more familiar with young Master Ji. Go to young Master Ji's place and bring some gifts as an apology. Let young Master Ji calm down. Yes, father. Nalan Manqing replied. She liked being close to Lin Feng, and this was another reason to be close to Lin Feng. Naturally, she was extremely happy. However, at this moment, Nalan Manli said, Father, Manqing is more familiar with this young Master Ji, so it's not appropriate for her to apologize. This might cause their relationship to drift apart, which would be disadvantageous to our clan. So, why don't you let me go? I don't know this young Master Ji, so it's best for me to apologize. Nalan Manqing coldly said, There's no need for that. Young Master Ji is broad-minded and isn't the kind of person you think he is. Nalan Manli smiled and said, There's no telling what's in a person's heart. Little sister, how do you know what that young Master Ji is thinking? I can see that you like that young Master Ji, don't you? The rest of the fallen angel clansmen, including the two sisters' father, Nalan Yuanlong, couldn't help but light up. If they could really make Nalan Manqing and young Master Ji a couple, wouldn't that mean that their clan would have a top-notch son-in-law? Why wouldn't he be happy about it? The higher-ups looked at each other and began to consider this matter in their hearts. After Nalan Manli guessed her thoughts, Nalan Manqing's face immediately turned red. She said in a panic, What nonsense are you talking about? Who likes him? Nalan Manli smiled and said, Little sister, it's normal for a man to be in love with a woman. There's no need to be embarrassed. In this world, there are many scumbags and not many good men. This young Master Ji is obviously a top-notch man. If you miss this chance, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Big sister is going to help you sound him out. If this young Master Ji is also interested, we might as well make this beautiful marriage happen. Wouldn't that be great? Are you that kind-hearted? Nalan Manqing looked at Nalan Manli suspiciously. Nalan Manli said, Little sister, there have been some misunderstandings between us sisters all these years. However, how many years have passed? It's time to resolve these misunderstandings. I'm sure you're very clear about our clan's situation. We should work together to overcome this crisis. Good. Well said, Manli. Father is gratified to see the two of you reconcile. Manli, when you go to young Master Ji's residence, try to sound him out and see what he thinks of Manqing. Nalan Yuanlong said. Yes, Lord Father. Nalan Manli replied. Nalan Manqing's hair was flushed red. Her beauty was indescribable. I'll go and see that young Master Ji, Nalan Manli said and left. Soon, Nalan Manli arrived at Lin Feng's residence. Cousin Manli, save us. When they saw Nalan Manli, Zhao Yunlong and the others hurriedly asked for help from Nalan Manli. Shut up. Nalan Manli scolded coldly. Zhao Yunlong and the others' expressions turned ugly. However, Nalan Manli was the clan's holy maiden and had a high status. They didn't dare to refute Nalan Manli. Young Master Ji, I'm Nalan Manli, Nalan Manqing's elder sister. I'd like to see young Master Ji. Nalan Manli said from outside. Lin Feng, who was resting inside, was shocked. Nalan Manli. She's actually here. Is this an old lover meeting? Or is it a small world? Come in. Lin Feng's voice sounded from inside. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Nalan Manli's beautiful face couldn't help but reveal a puzzled expression. However, everyone looked the same, let alone their voices. Therefore, Nalan Manli didn't think too much about it. She pushed open the door and entered the courtyard. Then, she closed the door and walked towards the living room. Nayland Manley came here with the intention of asking Lin Feng about his feelings towards Nayland Manching. She wanted to use this opportunity to mend the relationship between the two sisters. Of course, Nayland Manley also wanted to see who this young Master Ji was. He was so young and yet so powerful. Soon, Nayland Manley entered the living room and saw the young man sitting in the living room, drinking tea. Chapter 40:10. It's you. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Nayland Manley immediately screamed. Even if Lin Feng turned into ashes, she would still remember Lin Feng. She would never forget what had happened back then. TSK, isn't this little Lily? It's been so many years, but you're still as beautiful as ever. Lin Feng smiled as he looked at Nayland Manley. Who are you calling little Lily? Nayland Manley gritted her teeth as she looked at Lin Feng. She couldn't wait to cut Lin Feng into pieces. Even though many years had passed, Nayland Manley still couldn't forget what had happened back then. Lin Feng smiled as he said, when old lovers meet, there's no need to have such a bad attitude, right? I'm so disappointed. I originally thought that when the two of us meet, it would be a scene of you and me being lovey-dovey. Who's lovey-dovey with you? Right now, I just want to chop you up. Nayland Manley took out a treasured sword and directly rushed towards Lin Feng. Then, she slashed her sword at Lin Feng. After seeing Lin Feng, this high and mighty saintess completely lost control. Lin Feng flicked his finger. With a clang, the treasured sword in Nayland Manley's hand was sent flying. Then, he grabbed Nayland Manley's jade-like hand and pulled Nayland Manley into his embrace. Let go of me. Nayland Manley looked at Lin Feng fiercely. Beauty. Please don't speak ill of me, you'll hurt my heart. All these years. You've always been on my mind. Lin Feng smiled as he looked at Nayland Manley. Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? You're a despicable and shameless guy. Nayland Manley gritted her teeth as she spoke. Lin Feng said, Little Lily, I'm telling the truth. Ever since that day, I realized that I could no longer forget you. A day as husband and wife means endless devotion for the rest of your life. Do you have the heart to treat me so heartlessly? You, shameless, who was your husband for a day? Nayland Manley blushed and said. Lin Feng said, Little Lily, you sure are forgetful. Do you need me to tell you what happened earlier? Shut up. Nayland Manley quickly screamed. She would not tolerate Lin Feng talking about what had happened in the past. It seems that my little Lily has remembered. Lin Feng pinched Nayland Manley's face. Let me go first. Nayland Manley glared at Lin Feng. But for some reason, listening to Lin Feng's sweet words, Nayland Manley found that her hatred for Lin Feng was rapidly declining. This caused her to panic a little. Lin Feng said with a smile. I'm not letting you go. I haven't seen my little Lily for too long. I miss you so much. How can I let you go so easily? You. Nayland Manley immediately gnashed her teeth. What about me? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Shameless. Nayland Manley said fiercely. Look at what you're saying. You've wronged me. I'm a gentleman. Lin Feng said. Would a gentleman say those words all the time? Nayland Manley said sarcastically. Lin Feng said, I'm a gentleman who likes to keep saying those words. Nayland Manley rolled her eyes. Shameless people were truly invincible. Do you know why I came to your clan? Lin Feng asked. Of course I know. Didn't Manching ask you to find the second half of the Bible of Darkness? Nayland Manley snorted. Actually, that's not my main goal. My main goal is to see you. How have you been all these years? Are you safe? Are you hurt? Lin Feng looked at Nayland Manley with an affectionate expression. Lin Feng was a love saint. Wasn't it easy to deal with an inexperienced woman like Nayland Manley? All these years, countless people had pursued Nayland Manley, but Nayland Manley had never agreed to any of them. Thus, she was a complete novice when it came to dealing with relationships. Seeing Lin Feng's affectionate expression, Nayland Manley did not even dare to look at Lin Feng. Because, she felt her heart beating very fast. She felt as though her heart was about to jump out of her chest. This feeling made Nayland Manley nervous, shy, and a trace of sweetness. Actually, one could not blame Nayland Manley for having such feelings for Lin Feng. This was caused by many factors. First, the first point, Lin Feng's appearance was very handsome and charming. He was simply a handsome man who could charm thousands of girls. Second, the second point, Lin Feng was so young, yet his cultivation was so strong. His future was limitless. When men looked for women, they liked to look for goddess-like women. When women looked for men, they naturally hoped that their men would be capable. Third, the third point, although Nayland Manley did not want to admit it, one thing had already happened. She had already done that kind of intimate thing with Lin Feng. This was something that could not be changed. Although she wanted to kill Lin Feng, due to various reasons and Lin Feng's sweet words, the last line of defense in Nayland Manley's heart was instantly broken. Therefore, when chasing a girl, one had to be bold, careful, and thick-skinned. Chase whichever girl you like, and praise her beauty when you have nothing to do. Sooner or later, you will be able to catch up with her. Nayland Manley now felt that her heart was in a mess. She did not know how to face Lin Feng. Originally, Nayland Manley wanted to ask Lin Feng how he felt about her sister, Nayland Manching. But now, these original intentions had long been thrown beyond the clouds. I want to go back and sort out my thoughts, Nayland Manley said. The night is long. Why don't you stay and tell me about the various things you have experienced over the years? I will also tell you about some of the things that happened over the years, Lin Feng said. Nayland Manley hesitated in her heart, but in the end, she nodded her head. The night was full of flowers and moon. Every moment of the spring night was worth 1,000 gold. A sleepless night spent singing. The spring breeze blew and brushed the willows. It was the night of the full moon. Every sound was delicate and moving. One night. In the past. When Lin Feng woke up, Nayland Manley had already left. He felt refreshed. After waking up, he sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the divine ability. Bang! Not long after Nayland Manley returned to her residence, Nayland Manley came to Nayland Manley's residence and kicked open the door. What are you doing? Nayland Manley asked coldly. What am I doing? Don't you know what you are doing? Yesterday, you went to young Master Ji's place and did not come out. What are you doing? Nayland Manley looked at Nayland Manley with resentment and asked aggressively. She knew that she had been deceived by Nayland Manley. Chapter 40:11. Nayland Manley said, You misunderstood. I didn't chat with young Master Ji for long before I left. However, the sky was dark, so I left quietly. I didn't alert anyone, not even Zhao Yunlong and the others who were kneeling outside the courtyard. It had to be said that this woman was able to lie without blushing. Who are you trying to fool? Nayland Manley obviously didn't believe her. She glared at Nayland Manley fiercely. What I said is the truth. You know what kind of person I am. Over the years, there have been so many geniuses who have chased after me. Have you ever taken a second look at them? How is it possible that something like this happened after meeting young Master Ji? Nayland Manley continued. This, Nayland Manching couldn't help but frown slightly. Although she hated Nayland Manley very much. However, Nayland Manching still believed Nayland Manley's words. Because Nayland Manching understood Nayland Manley quite well. She knew that Nayland Manley wasn't a casual woman. I'll believe you one more time. Nayland Manching snorted coldly. Nayland Manley let out a long sigh. Nayland Manching asked, Then, did you ask young Master Ji about that matter? Nayland Manley naturally knew what Nayland Manching was referring to. He said, I've already asked young Master Ji. Young Master Ji said that, at this stage, he is wholeheartedly seeking the Tao. He doesn't have the energy to spend on his personal feelings. Young Master Ji really said that. Nayland Manching bit her lips and said. When she heard Nayland Manley's words, she felt as though her heart was being split open by a treasured sword. Pain. Really pain. Her hope was shattered. What followed was pain. No wonder feelings were the easiest to break down. It really made sense. Little sister, there are many good men in the world. Nayland Manley wanted to persuade her. But before Nayland Manley could finish speaking, Nayland Manching had already run out. Little sister, I can only apologize, because that man is mine. After Nayland Manching left, Nayland Manley's lips curled into a faint smile. On this day, Lin Feng finally waited for the fallen angel tribe's ancestor to come out of seclusion. Lin Feng met the old ancestor. This old ancestor was indeed extremely old, but his cultivation should be very strong. Lin Feng guessed that he was around the 7th or 8th level of the monarch realm. However, his face was a little pale. It seemed that his injuries had not healed yet. "Little friend Ji. This old man is Nayland Cheung. I've kept you waiting," Nayland Cheung said with a smile. Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's okay. As long as I can read the Dark Bible, it's worth it no matter how long I wait." Nayland Cheung was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter and said, "Little friend, you're really a straightforward person. I've always liked to speak the truth. I'm sure the people in your tribe have already told you my requests. I want to read the first half of the Dark Bible," Lin Feng said. Nayland Cheung said, "Indeed, this old man has already been informed. This old man can agree to your requests. However, I need you to bring back the second half of the Dark Bible. Only then can this old man let you read the Dark Bible." Lin Feng said indifferently, "I have a rule when I do things. I'll take the benefits first before doing anything." Hearing this, the corner of Nayland Cheung's mouth twitched violently. Who would take the benefits first before doing anything? Wasn't it always taking the benefits after doing something? Little friend's rule is really hard to accept. Nayland Cheung said, "Asking me to do something, that's the rule. However, you can rest assured, I'm a person. Since I've taken the benefits of others, I will definitely help the other party get it done," Lin Feng said. Nayland Cheung's expression was uncertain. Clearly, he was worried that Lin Feng would not help them after reading the Dark Bible. Wouldn't that be a huge loss for them? In the end, Nayland Cheung gritted his teeth and said, "All right. This old man will let you study the first half of the Dark Bible. This old man believes that you're definitely not the kind of person who takes things and does nothing." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Of course. I've always been a man of my words." Swish. There was a flash of light. An ancient book appeared. It was a black book that was chained by 4 chains. You can only study it. You can't open the chains. It said that once the chains of the Dark Bible are opened, something terrible will happen. Nayland Cheung said, "Something terrible? What is it?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "In the past, an ancestor of my clan who entered the immortal realm opened the chains, but that ancestor eventually became crazy," Nayland Cheung said with a solemn expression. Hearing this, Lin Feng was shocked. If what Nayland Cheung said was true, then this Dark Bible was truly strange to the extreme. "All right, I'll remember it. Then I won't disturb you anymore." Lin Feng stood up. Nayland Cheung personally sent Lin Feng out. Lin Feng returned to his residence and took out the Dark Bible. This Dark Bible should be the first half of the Dark Bible. It seemed that the Dark Bible was deliberately written in 2 books. Swish. The Demon Lord appeared and looked at the Dark Bible. Lin Feng was surprised. The Demon Lord rarely appeared, and there were very few things that could attract the Demon Lord. However, the Demon Lord came out because of the Dark Bible, which was really beyond Lin Feng's expectations. "Demon Lord, I've heard of this Dark Bible. It's a treasure from the wasteland. How much do you know about the Dark Bible?" Lin Feng asked. Previously, he had actually talked with the Demon Lord about the Dark Bible, but the Demon Lord told Lin Feng that he didn't know much about the Dark Bible. But now, it seemed that the Demon Lord's words were not credible. The Demon Lord said, "The Dark Bible. Rumor has it that it came from that place." "That place? What do you mean? Isn't it something that came from the wasteland?" Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The Demon Lord's words made him even more puzzled. The Demon Lord said, "The place I'm talking about isn't the wasteland." Lin Feng was startled. It seemed that the Dark Bible had come from the place the Demon Lord mentioned to the wasteland. It was brought out from the wasteland by someone. What exactly is that place? Lin Feng continued asking, very curious about the place the Demon Lord mentioned. "It's a place that can't be mentioned." The Demon Lord frowned. Lin Feng sighed helplessly. There were many things that the Demon Lord was unwilling to talk about. Lin Feng's curiosity was cut off just like that. This kind of feeling was really quite terrible. However, Lin Feng quickly thought of a possibility. He took a deep breath. He said, "Demon Lord, the place you mentioned, is it related to the mastermind?"